Not tech, I guess, yeah. Free practice, no tech. Race number 1, you guys coming up? Morning. Hello. Morning. 3 minutes. 3 minutes till start time.
还有3分钟，第一组的可以上台，第一组的可以上台。离练师时间开始，还有3分钟。
3 minutes to the start of the race.
Pretty good.
"练习时间是2分钟。
Masami, please report to the tire area. Masami, please report to the tire area, please. Thank you to our helpers out on the racetrack. Watching the sweeper, guys. Sweeper's still there. Look out, look out, look out. Watch it, watch it.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, 2-minute clock has started here for group number 1. Go, go, go. That's time, drivers. All stop, all stop. Stop, 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 stop. Everybody finish. Group number 2, come on up. Okay, finished.
45 seconds to the start of the race. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Jeff Chang. Chin Chin Pot. James Chen. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Mike Haswell. Yongtian Guan. Chuan Zima. Less than 5.
All right, go, go, go. 2 minutes. The group number 2.
One minute left. 45 seconds left. 30 seconds left.
15 seconds to go, guys. Group number 2 is up next. Group 3, thank you. I was just checking, it's a little early. Kind of off my game a little bit. All right, that's time, guys. Bring them in. No more laps. Traction looking good this morning here in early heat. Stop. The sun out, definitely helping things out. Going to make for a great day, man. I hope it stays like this. Not a cloud in the sky. I don't think that happens very much here. We'll take it. Morning, Frank. How we doing on the back straight there? Everything good? Beautiful day. Group 3 coming up. Morning. Good morning. All right, Group 3 coming up.
Justin Wang. Nuno Canjo. Rohan. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Timing Wen. Angus Moon. Archita.
All right, off and rolling. Group 3.
They want you on the other camera. They want you to use the other one, not this one. Because it's on the other side. I'll show you.
Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Don't go backwards. Don't go backwards, please. No, 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 no. Stop there. Stop. Don't, no, no, no. Don't go backwards.
不可以例行，不可以例行哈，任何情况下不能例行。
Marshall. Marshall. Thank you.
Conley, Michael Lowe, Cody Jinder, Gordon Chen, Wei Zhechen, Yi Hao Guan, Hank Sochu, Lin Tian Chen. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Derek Yu, Wei Lap Chun. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
This is group number 4 on the track.
Less than 5.
Marshall. Thank you.
"这是第4组的练习。
1 minute left. Seconds left.
第5组的可以准备啊，第5组的准备。
Seconds left. Seconds left.
Finish. All right, that's time, guys. That is time. 4 is finished. Cars to the pit lane, please.
好，第4
Group
组收
5
车，
up next.
第4组收车。
45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Jesse Davies. Antonio Love. Seligman Gibb. Giovanni Hiley. Sullivan Cieo. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Johnson Tang. Andy Sen. Nick Chow. Damian Giddens. Less than 5.
Panicked?
One minute left. Seconds left. Seconds left. 15 seconds left.
'That's time, guys. Bring him in. Bring him in.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
All right, group number 6 coming up. Group number 6.
Orion Weapons. Tianmen. Snuff Engine. Jerry Love. 15 seconds to the start of the race. James Hong. Jackie Love. Less than 5.
Caution the end of the straightaway, guys. They have a car that's buried underneath the fence. Masami's trying to get loose. So be careful at the end of the straightaway. Oh. Watch it, guys. Watch it in the sweeper, guys. Everybody stop, please, for a minute. All stop on the racetrack, please. All stop. We're going to wait them, let them get this taken care of over there, guys. There you go, Bob. Get up in there. Test, test, test. We need a scissors or a wire cutter, something to cut the body post, please. Can somebody bring something to cut? We got it. We're good. We got it. Yeah, this is backed in.
大家先稍微的休息一下，车拿出来了，应该是可以拿出。刚才那部车趴到那个广告牌下面去了。能不能拿个标纸把原来那个公台那个贴一下，那个广告牌贴一下。小李，那个拿个胶纸贴一下那个广告条，可能要。对。
Track is open. Track is open. Give him about 20 seconds, Corey, and then restart the clock, please.
left. 45 seconds left. 30 seconds left. 15 seconds left.
'That is time, drivers. That is time. Bring him into pit lane, please.
Seconds to the start of the race.
That's time, guys. Bring him in, please.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Wait head point. Ed Clark. David Earmark. Wan Lu. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Nadu Chip.
All right, here we go.
So here's a scene that we saw just a little bit ago in this first round of timed practice. One of the drivers in, I believe it was heat number 6, just stuffed his car underneath the fence at the end of the straightaway. Somehow got it in there backward. And, yeah, you see Masami and another one of the track crew members here trying to free the car from underneath the fence. And they ended up, I understand, cutting the body posts.
Oh, wow, they pulled the back of the car apart.
Yeah, they had to cut the body posts, take the rear tires off.
Oh, that thing is crushed.
Yeah, smoked that thing.
Wow.
Unfortunately, we don't have a replay of the crash, but this was a shot that we got close up of them freeing the car from the fence. Wow, one of the most intense wrecks we've seen this week.
And one of the most spectacular because it took ages to recover it. So everyone drew attention to it while they had the barriers on the other side, on the track side, to stop any other cars hitting the marshals trying to retrieve the car.
Yeah, you can see in front of the turn marshal's feet there, they have a small fence used to protect the driver's turn marshal's feet in case a car were to run into their area. And Masami built up a gate of them around himself and the sweeper there so that he could try to work on the car while there was still practice heat going on. They ended up shutting the practice heat down to try to dig that thing out. I wish I had
The
seen
crash
that
to stop
crash.
practice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We've got just 8 heats left of this 2-minute drill this morning. Give each driver a chance to see what the track's like after sitting overnight, and we will be back with round number 2 of qualifying for the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships live from Beijing, China. Brought to you this week by Hobbywing, Destiny, Sweet Racing, and Team Associated.
Seconds to the start of the race. Leo Honda, halfway walk. 30 seconds to the start of the race. William Lee, Nicholas K.O.H., Chui Hao Chen, Hideo Kizula. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Patrick Chubb, Thomas Webb, less than 5.
There's Group 8 on the track. 9's up next. 9's up next. Max Lim to scoring and timing, please. Max, when you have a moment, please. Oh, 1 minute left here in group number 8. Group 9 is next.
Seconds left. Seconds left.
That's time, drivers. That's time. All cars in. Stop, 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 stop. Guys are finished. All cars pit in.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Yan Chung. Jin Sewan. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Felix Law.
More power.
Julian Wang. Yunghai A.H.N. Zhonghai A.H.N. Kevin Aguirre. Less than 5. Minhao Lau.
More power.
1 minute left. Seconds left. 30 seconds left. 15 seconds left.
That's time, drivers. That is time. Bring them in, please. No more laps. No more laps.
Seconds to the start of the race.
Group 10 coming up.
30 seconds started. Great Boom. Rocket John. Yoon Kim. K-Lot. Waze Hung Wan. Jackie. Aaron Rose. Neo Ihaigo. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Stick King. Less than 5. Jordan Cullis.
Watch it. Start of the back straight, guys. Start of the back straight. Caution. Start of the back straight. Caution. Watch it. Watch it. Okay. Watch the end of the back straight. That is time, drivers. That is time. Bring them in pit, please. All stop, all stop. All cars pit in. All right, group number 10. It's finished.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Naoto Matsumoto. Hugh Satoshi Bando. Daniel Siebert. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Xiaonan Shen. Motorcade.
Group number 11.
Less than 5. Left. 45 seconds left. Seconds left.
Group 12 is up next. 12's up next.
15 seconds left.
Hey, guys, somebody. We lost. Hey, guys, we're missing a couple of the tire wrenches from the tech area. So please bring those back. We need them in the tech area. I know somebody took them, put them in their pocket, whatever. Please bring them back right away to tech, please. If you grabbed a couple of the tire wrenches, please bring them back to the tech area, please. Thank you.
15 seconds to the start of the race. High tech. Takahiro Namura. Yun Chen Kim. Kodak Kumoto. Less than 5. Lucas Irvine. Stephen Weiss.
Group number 1 will be at a tech at 9:04. 9:04. Oh, really?
Seconds left. Seconds left.
All right, that's time, guys. All right, group 13 coming up.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Michael Orlowski. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Laurent Alexander. Ryan Maker. Charlie Bodegan. Frederick Sudoff. Ryan Yamamoto. Thomas Humpler. Anthony Carati. Yugo Nakashima. Simon Nicholson. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Okay, off and rolling here, group 13. Group 1 is going to be up at 9:04. To Tech. Group 13 on track. 14's up next.
1 minute left. Forty-five seconds.
Thirty seconds to go, drivers.
30 seconds left.
It is time. Driver, bring him in, please. Bring him in.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
How you doing?
30 seconds to the start of the race. Mark Bernard.
Group 14 coming up.
Jill Sorokamp. Dean Vitra. Bill Jemai Bonnet. Logan Jasmine. J.J. Watt. Mark Fisher. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Rick Howard. Thiago Matsuzaki. Less than 5.
All right, here we go. Group 14. Watch your front straight. Okay. That's time, guys. That is time. Group 14 finished. 15 coming up.
Seconds to the start of the race. Bruno Coelho. Elliot Harper. Nicholas Lee.
Easy, guys, at the start.
Start of the race. Victor Will. Ronald Folger. Andy Moore. Atsushi Hara. Alexander Hatberg. Naoki Akiyama. Christopher Croft. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, group number 15 coming on the racetrack, guys. Group 15. Group 1. No problem. Hit it anytime. Group number 1, start rolling into tech, please. Group number 1, 9:20 start time.
Left. Seconds left. Seconds left. Seconds left.
That is time, drivers. That is time. Bring them in, please. Vlad is going to wrap up our free practice run this morning. So 9:20, we have around number 1, or heat number.
,9点20分进行第2轮的预赛，9点20分进行第2轮的预赛。请第1组的车手做好准备，第1组的车手做好准备。
All right, we got 9 minutes to the start. 9 minutes, we kick off. Heat number 1, round 2.
还有8分钟，8分钟，第一组第2轮预赛将会开始。现在场上进行的是2016世界车辆模型锦标赛1:10电动房车的比赛。
7 minutes to the start of the race. 6 minutes to the start of the race. 5 minutes to the start of the race.
还有5分钟，还有5分钟，我们第一组的第2轮预赛将会开始。
4 minutes to the start of the race.
Welcome, everybody, to the LiveRC.com broadcast studio here at the Fangtai Sports Center in Beijing, China, as we get ready for day number 2 of qualifying here at the International Scale Touring Car World Championships, brought to you by Hobbywing, Destiny, Sweet Racing, and Team Associated. My name is Aaron Waldron here with Chris Mitchell from Australia. Chris, we had 1 round of qualifying last night, 4 more today, 1 tomorrow morning before the finals. The first round, Bruno Coelho struck first.
Yeah, definitely kicking back into gear for Bruno Coelho. He didn't quite have the same showing in control practice as what we were expecting based on his results from free practice earlier in the event. But he came out in round 1 yesterday and just crushed him by 2.5 seconds straight out of the gate to take round 1 TQ from Ronald Volker, and Victor Wilk in third, putting in a solid run, considering he didn't have any boost in his speed control, running a new speedy for that round. So definitely watching Bruno Coelho could be the Bruno show.
Yeah, Bruno and the X-Ray team were fastest in practice, though Victor Wilk and the Serpent was the top seed, but he had a freak electronics problem right after the last controlled practice round. They rushed to put new electronics in and didn't have a chance to get everything all set up for the first qualifying run. So they tuned his electronics conservatively to go out there and just put in a solid run. He was still third quick, and now he said last night, now they want to turn it up a little bit and see if they can challenge for TQ.
Yeah, so Victor's going to be one to watch, see whether he can capitalize on the extra power he's going to bring into the next round and see whether he can move forward. He did have a fast time in the seeding. So one to watch for Victor Wilk with the Serpent chassis out there. Alex Hagberg wasn't as fast as what we saw in free practice. He wasn't fast even through control practice earlier in the day. And he was still quick, but put himself fourth on the sheet. But not as fast as his X-Ray teammate, Bruno Coelho, for sure.
And then fifth fastest, Christopher Kropp with teammate Akio Sabue behind him, fifth and sixth. Sabue, a podium finisher at the 12 scale Worlds. So I'm sure he's super pumped on the chance to do well. But there, to me, a teammate and defending world champion now, to Matsukura, deep in the field. He was 29th in round number one.
Yeah, a long way down for Naoto. Really not the opening round that he would have wanted coming into this event. Definitely not the way you want to go about defending a world championship either. So far deep in the field. He seemed to be really struggling to get that car to work the way he wanted in the opening round. We didn't see him really at all during practice or control practice either. So really some work to do for Naoto.
Mark Reinert, a three-time ISTC world champion, struggled a little bit as well, also with the Tamiya car, but he was 10th in round number one. Some of the other drivers to make the top 10, Nicholas Lee from Singapore, 2006, I believe, world champion, Andy Moore. Look, Jasmine is in there in the 9th spot, so a lot of races up front. JJ Wong, 12th after making the 12 scale final.
Yeah, Hara in 13th as well. So Hara's always strong, putting in good results. And he's here this weekend running Kyosho chassis, sitting there in 13. Jun Sawada in 14 and Mean V sitting in 15. So we've got some hot names up towards the front of the field, but just outside the 10.
Yeah, Mikhail Orlovsky, 17th. I talked to him a little bit on the bus ride on the way in, and he said that he's been looking for more steering out of his MI6 touring car, but that he doesn't feel the same pressure here that he does at the off-road race, and so that's been kind of nice for him. He said if he was running about B-main pace in an off-road race, he'd be stressed out, feel like there's a lot of pressure, but he's just here doing the best he can, hoping they can get that car to turn a little better, and he's actually looking forward to what's going on today.
Oh, it's good to see from Mikhail.
So we are going to head out to heat number one of qualifying here for round number two at the ISTC World Championships here at the Fangtai Sports Center in China. Stick around. We got a lot of great racing coming up today.
Stop here, guys. Car number 5. Finish round. You can go down. Okay. Bad luck. Okay, guys. We're going to start here at group number 1. Here we go. Car number 1. 4. 5, 2. 现在看到了我们的预赛已经开始。那我们整个比赛是采用电脑计时系统进行计算每个参赛者的他的排位和他的圈数。每部车都有一个独立的芯片。当它经过我们操控台最右边这个白色线的时候，电脑将会记录它的所有的数据。
Only a handful of racers here in heat number one making their way out to the track as we are about 1 minute and 10 seconds into it. Ryan Lamb out front with Zheng Wang second, Simon Lok third. And now it looks like we're down to just 3 cars. Mineo Lupu not making it around for one full lap. It'll be a great chance to go out and put in some solid laps. Unfortunately, many of the drivers not able to make the start of this one. We do have, it's 144 drivers, which would make sense with Manea Lupu. I know he's here, but him being the fourth driver here in this heat. So it looks like the bottom 6 actually were registered but did not attend this event, or actually a couple of them are here. They just decided not to race. For example, Martin Hoffer, who's just helping out with the Yokomo team, the German driver that we've been calling Thor, because he looks sort of like a thinner Chris Hemsworth.
I would have been excited to see Thor race
Yeah.
control cars, right?
With a hammer. Ryan Lamb looking to set the early time to beat at a 14.511. And the finishing times for the A heat last round last night were 17.505. So 3 full laps faster than that. Just to give you an idea of how much quicker the best drivers in the world will circulate this course. Their fastest laps last night were 17.5 is what Bruno did in the A heat of qualifying yesterday evening. That's nearly 4 seconds faster per lap. Lam, Wang, and Locke racing here in heat number 1.
Whoa, one of the drivers just having a big lose on the front straight and just noses into the wall. So looks like traction's a bit low early this morning.
Whoa, yeah.
Skating around a bit, backing it into the fried potato angle.
So yeah, I'm sure we'll have to keep explaining the backstory here. As we watch this car weaving his way through the dragon section. We've been calling this the
Antenna.
Yeah, the antenna, the S's,
and then
this is the fried potato angle. So pretty much everyone at the race this week is staying at the Beijing Waterfront Hotel, and they have a wonderful breakfast buffet for us every morning. But they have little engraved metal signs to indicate, especially to us foreigners, what the heck we're eating.
Yeah.
And some of the names are hilarious, just the translations, of course, that didn't quite work out.
We didn't get a photo of the hard package this morning.
I still haven't seen it.
Ah.
I need to, apparently there's an item that they call hard package. I haven't yet ventured to that area of the buffet. My favorite so far has been the fried egg fillets that are called the fried egg file.
Yes. I
Corey
enjoyed some fried egg file this morning.
I had a few files as well. And they have potato wedges like every other day. But they call them fried potato angle. So that's what we're calling this right-hand corner here. It's a little bit sharper than a 90. Let's call that what, a 135-degree corner. So that's the fried potato angle. That's the teardrop. This is the dragon because it weaves back and forth. It's all curvy. And down into the antenna. The antenna, that's the most boring name on the track because that came from our cameraman. And this one we're calling the golf club, which Bob also came up with, but it was witty enough.
And it got voted in by my Australian mate, John Watkins.
Yeah, thanks, John. You validated anything that Bob had to say. So race number 2 coming up next. Race 1 concluding there. As Zhang Wang actually took the win with that's not correct. Having a little bit of timing issues in the booth here this morning. Sorry about that. Checking out one of our team associated track cams, actually showing off the driver's stand. the Rebort in the chat room pointing out that the real Thor, aka Chris Hemsworth, is currently in Brisbane. Oh, that's why Martin Hoffer's not racing this week. I thought I saw him walking around the pit area, but apparently he's back in Brisbane.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Thank you, Rebort. For those of you watching on Live RC's broadcast on Facebook Live, on YouTube, or twitch.tv, we appreciate you joining the show. Hope you're having a lot of fun here, checking out some qualifying at day number 2 of qualifying for the ISTC World Championships live from China. And we invite you to participate in the official Live RC chat room at live.liverc.com, and you can see a live scoring feed as well. It is free to watch and participate, and that allows you to communicate directly with us here in the liverc.com broadcast studio here in China from anywhere in the world.
Looks like our drivers for Heat 2 just taking in the grid, ready to get a start.
Whoa! Punched it right off the finish line, and not often you see a touring car step out when you accelerate from a stop.
Full sideways.
Yeah, the track definitely loose here this morning. We saw the wind blowing again this morning, which made a mess of the surface yesterday, just blowing a lot of the dust from the area. As we see, the first car that headed out there was Tony Neo, and he hit the curb there, heading through the final right-hand corner of the Dragon, and that put him over on his lid.
Oh, got another one there too. Manages to get back on rubber side down.
Kind of an interesting view there of that curb, as you can see just how it's slanted upward versus radiused in the direction of the corner. And if you hit it right, it's actually nice that it's shaped as such. But if you don't, well, you end up upside down. After 2 laps, we got Chuanzi Ma, YY, and Shintang Pai leading the way. Looking for Zheng Wang's TQ time from the previous race, showing at a 13.450. May not have finished. Haven't exactly seen any runtime issues here in touring cars we did in 12 scale, which is a good thing.
I don't even think that word exists in touring car anymore. Runtime issue.
Now that they have the big old batteries that strap in there.
Yeah, go for as long as, not really as long as you like, but you can go for much longer than the 5 minutes required to complete your heat.
On battery power, not on tires for sure.
Well, that's true. We've seen yesterday all throughout every single one of our qualifying runs during round 1 yesterday, drivers were struggling somewhat towards the end of the heat as the tyres fell off and times really slowed down. Cars got a little bit more squirmy and they were harder to keep pointed in the right direction and circulating at the right speed.
Kind of tough all around. It's hard at loose at the beginning of the race, beginning of the day, and then it loosens up a bit at the end of the day. A lot of people just frankly talking about trying to find enough rear grip, trying to find enough steering. You know, this is a really big track, so the speeds are really high, which of course pushes the spec tires and the cars to the limit in terms of trying to generate that grip. And Chuanzi Ma doing that better than anyone else right now on a 15.5 flat pace would set a new time to beat. And he's the only driver with a 19-second best lap so far, 19.62. The top 5 drivers all on pace to go faster than what Zheng Wang did in the previous heat.
About a minute 30 remaining in our run. Chuanzi Ma still out front.
Yangxing Huang running second, Shintang Pai third, Lin Wei Qi fourth, YY in fifth. Top 5 still on pace to go faster than Zheng Wang's current time to beat. No one's done a new best lap since, well, actually, Mike Haswell, James Chen, and Halim Hafni, all back on lap number 7, as they currently work on their 10th lap for each of those 3 drivers. YY moving up to the 4th spot, getting around the Linway Key. Both those drivers on a 14.505 pace. You see a track map down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and that is using lap time data to estimate where each of the cars would be on the track, including the red dot, our leader, Chanzi Ma. Heading through the fried potato angle into the golf club. Down the back straight into what we've been calling the boomerang. Around the teardrop and into the dragon.
15 seconds left.
15 to go, guys. 15 to go. Race 3's up next.
So race number 2 finishing up.
Keep going, guys. Keep going. Hey, still going.
New fast personal best for Chin Tong Pai on lap number 12, a 21.21. That's a really late best lap. Saving those tires for the end of the race.
Yeah, but could be too little too late to make an impact on your run.
14.503 would be still quite a bit faster than what Zheng Wang did in the previous heat, as Wang did not finish. Still waiting for a couple final cars to finish up here before we move on to our next fastest group. These drivers sorted by their seating practice times.
It looks like Chonzi Ma goes to the top of the sheet with YY down to 2nd, and Yongjing Hong in 3rd, and Jin Tong Pai in 4th. Fastest time now, 15.501.7, as we're getting ready to go racing for heat number 3, qualifying round 2.
Top 7 in that heat, all the way down to Linway Key, Mike Haswell, and James Chen, all faster than Zheng Wang's previous time to beat. Heat 3, so this is the M group. You are watching the 2016 IFMAR ISTC, that's the International Scale Touring Car Class World Championship, live from the Fengtai Sports Center in Beijing, China. Our coverage this week brought to you by Hobby Wing. Hobby Wing, innovation powered by passion, as well as Destiny, quality of design, Sweep Racing, the ultimate competition tires, and the official spec tire of the 2016 ISTC World Championships, and Team Associated World Champion Radio Control Cars, makers of more World Championship vehicles than any other brand.
Nuno Cancho. Archita. Ropehead. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Ali Lee. Alex Bach. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
Body. Cars to the starting area, please. Cars to the starting area. Stop. Come on back. Stop. Cars to the starting area, please. Car number 3. Please get to the starting area. Stop. Starting area 10, 2, 6, 9, 1, 5, 4, 8, 7, and 3. Good luck, drivers. This is group 3. Car number 10, 2, 6, 9, 1, 5, 4, 8, 7, 3.
So heat number 3 of our second round of qualifying out on the track, looking for Chonzi Ma's 15.501 is the time to shoot for. We have, looks like, 3 Chinese drivers, 2 from Hong Kong, 3 from Taiwan, Nuno Gancho from Macau, a very Asian mixture of nationalities here in this heat.
Nuno Gancho going to the top of the sheet, sitting on a 16.5.12 predicted time at the moment. Xiaowei Huang going to 2, Tiwen Zhou, who was our fastest driver in this heat from qualifying round 1, sitting third at the moment, looking at a 15.507, which would put him fourth overall, as Chonzi Ma, our fastest driver from heat 2, sitting second on the sheet overall. Nuno Gancho going at the top. First driver looking at a 16-lap run right now. And then Ro Peng in 4, Angus Lung in 5, Archie Tai in 6, Alex Farr in 7, Justin Wan in 8, Ali Lee in 9, and Zimeng Wen not taking to the track for this one. Only driver to not improve so far based on their sheet, or on our sheet at the moment, is Justin Wan, who's looking at sitting even on 14th spot, looking at a 14.511.9 for his time. Everyone else is improving on theirs.
Gancho, Huang, Peng, Zhuo, Leung, Tai, Fa, Li, Wan. The only 9 drivers here making the start. No check from Ziming Wen. Nuno Gancho's pace at the moment, a 16.513, would be the first 16-second lap, or 16-lap run of the round. And he does have the fastest lap of the heat as well at a 19.4. Gancho, Wang, Peng, Zhuo, and Leung. Still the top 5. Gancho, the only one going faster than Chonzi Ma's current time to beat, a 15.501. Wang, Peng, Zhou, Leung, Tai, and Fa would slot into 3rd through 8th. Justin Wan looking at a 12th place standing after this heat.
So Justin's improving now, as he wasn't earlier on. Fastest car on track is Nuno Gancho with a 19.42.
New personal best last lap for Tiwen Zhou at a 19.778, but unfortunately his next lap, a 21.6, drops him to 3rd as Ro Peng moves up to the top spot. Alex Fa down in 7th also had a personal best last lap at a 20.4. It'll be interesting to learn how good the track is this morning after how loose we saw it yesterday morning, and whether or not that would have to do with the fact that if they treated it last night. I'm not sure if they sprayed it down or not.
Well, I think the indication I got was they're treating it every morning regardless of what's happening, because the dust's settling overnight, so they're blowing it off and retreating the track in the morning. So if it's still a little slick underfoot, it's going to mean the track's a lot slower in the first runs. But they have had a full round of 2-minute sprint practice this morning. So we'll have to wait and see, I guess, once we get round to heat 15 of qualifying round 2, whether our drivers are going any faster or whether our top qualifier from round 1, Bruno, is going to be showing some faster or slower laps. That'll give us a good indication of whether the track's vastly different this morning from what it was yesterday afternoon when we finished off qualifying round 1.
That practice round in the morning, just as much for the drivers as it is the track, gives the drivers a chance to shake out any changes that they may have made overnight and see what the track surface is going to be like in the morning, but also it helps get that dust off the track, make sure that nothing's wrong, and get everyone prepared on both sides of that discussion for the first round of qualifying. I think it's kind of cool to go out there, give everybody a couple laps.
Yeah, and they push it through, so it doesn't really take up a huge amount of time for the day. They start it early, to make sure that it doesn't really push the schedule back. As Nuno Gancho takes the win in this one, the only driver to go 16 laps, and he sets a new TQ time for the round with a 16.520 as we head on into round number 4, or heat 4.
Drivers right out the marshal, please.
好，刚结束的是第3组的预赛，接下来是第4组，请第3组的车手尽快到场地，当空中助手。
Stand by, guys. Get our marshals up.
Heat number 4 of round number 2 of qualifying here at the 2016 ISTC World Championships, live from Beijing, China at the Fengtai Sports Center, brought to you by Hobby Wing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. As race number 4 heads out for their warm-up. Another eclectic mixture of drivers here from Asia. 3 from Malaysia. 3 from Taiwan. 1 driver from Malaysia. 2 from Hong Kong. 1 from Macau. 2 from China. And 1 from Indonesia. We have 144 drivers here this weekend, representing 23 different countries.
A great spread of drivers across great levels of multiculturalism. It's a great representation of what is really meant to be a world event. It's good to see it taking place here at Fengtai Motorsports Center in Beijing, China.
And really cool to see just how global the RC hobby really is. You not only have drivers from two dozen countries racing RC cars, but at such a level that they are here at the World Championships representing their countries.
1, 4, 6, 9, 5, 2, and 8. All right, we're ready to go, guys. Good luck, Route 4. Go 10, 7, 7, 3, 1.
As the drivers for Heat 4 are taking a start, instructed by our race announcer on track, Scotty Ernst.
2,
And they're all going to filter through for a couple of laps. See where they come out. The time they're shooting for is Nuno Gancho's fast time from the previous heat, 16.520.6, which Yihao Huang goes to the top of the sheet on the opening lap with a 19.65 first lap, looking at a 16.514 run time. Bowie Ginting, who broke in the opening or second lap of his first qualifying round here yesterday afternoon, going to the top of the sheet now as Yihao Huang goes to second, Wai Lap Chung to third, Gordon Chan in fourth, Kong Li in fifth, Lingjiang Chen going down to seventh as Enso Chu jumps up to fifth, Derek Gwen in eighth, Wai Zi Chen in ninth, and Michael Lowe not taking to the track.
Bowie Ginting, early leader on 16.517. Nuno Gancho set the pace with 16.520. Wang Yihao now in the lead.
Yihao Wang, actually Bowie Ginting now jumping ahead by 15/100ths of a second. Ginting and Huang both faster than Nuno Gancho's 16.520. Ginting on a 16.517 at the moment. The top 6 drivers in this heat looking to jump into the provisional top 10 with 11 heats left to go after this. Ginting on a 16.517, Yihao Huang on a 16.518. Gordon Chan just 9/10 of a second away from a 16-lap run as we follow along with our leader, Bowie Ginting, in the all-orange, weaving through the S's to the fried potato angle, around the golf club, and onto the back straightaway. Ginting working through the S's again. See the track still a little bit loose, and that orange car sliding around a bit in some of the corners. I think it's kind of interesting. It adds a little depth to the lap.
Our corner names.
Oh, yeah, that too. No, I meant the fact that it's not super sticky yet this morning.
No, a bit of sliding around, bit of wiggling the arse end of the car as they come onto the straight. It makes it exciting. And it definitely challenges the drivers. As you can see, even the top drivers yesterday in control practice, some of them having a big lose, clouding a curve, flipping over, skidding along their roof. Like, that's not what we're used to seeing from top drivers.
No.
So add something interesting, and it's exciting to see it's really challenging the best.
Great sportsmanship from everybody. Trey's been giving everybody plenty of space, not racing. That's the way to do it. Excellent.
We just heard from our producer that Team Associate Engineer Bob Stelflew said that because they spray the track in the morning after they blow it off to get rid of any dust that blew in overnight, and then spray the track down, especially for that morning practice session. But sometimes through these earlier heats, the track is still a little bit damp with the sugar water, and at that point, it's rather kind of loose, and the track has to dry out and just leave that sugar on the track, and that's what increases the grip.
Well, it did look a little bit wet this morning when we were walking in. I pointed out it looked really glossy on the track surface as we came in. So exactly that. And
imagine that has to do as well with any sort of dew or humidity that collects throughout the night. We are outdoors after all.
Absolutely, and it just makes it harder for it to dry first thing in the morning. But it comes up during the day, and we saw that yesterday. The times really started to fall during control practice, and then we had some fast times in the later afternoon before the dew and the night set in, the dust settles. So we will see times start to fall as we progress further through the day.
Another orange car
came out of nowhere.
Forgetting there was a turn at the end of the straightaway.
Just a little bit too punched into turn one.
I'm really bummed I missed that car burying itself under the fence today.
Yeah.
If you're just joining us, we had a car in the speed round of 2-minute practice sessions in the morning wedge itself so far under the fence that it required a pair of cutters and some mild disassembly in order to dig the thing out from underneath the fence. And you can see a video of the attempts to free it on our Facebook page.
It was a really wild result of a crash. I've never seen anything get so badly stuck in an RC crash.
Yeah, they had to cut the body posts and take the rear tires off. That was interesting. They were working on it from both sides of the fence, trying to figure out the best way to free it. Saw someone on our Facebook page on the replay comment asking, why didn't they just try to lift the fence up? Oh, they did. There were like 3 or 4 people that tried pulling on the fence, and it wasn't working, so they went the other route and just started trying to take the car apart. To Yihao Wang winning that last heat with a 15.5 flat, so he slowed down quite a bit there at the end of that race. And still Nuno Gancho, the only one with a 16.520, still the current time to beat. And so Chu finishing second in heat number 4, Wailap Chung third, Gordon Chan fourth, Derek Nguyen fifth, Ling Zhong Chen 6th, YZ Chen 7th, Bowie Ginting 8th, Hong Li 9th, and Michael Lowe 10th.
Michael Lowe didn't even actually start that one. So, seen a couple of drivers not take to the track first thing in the morning. As our cars are taking to the track to start heat number 5, Shun Min Kim and Jesse Davis. Taking to the track, Kit Chow, we've got Damien Giddens from Great Britain, Antonio Hung, Zipian Cao, Johnson Tang, Jiwei Li, Andy C, and Joey Chan, all taken to the track. Nuno Gancho's fast time from the previous rounds, 2 rounds ago, still stands as a fast time. 16.520 is the time to beat.
This is heat number 5 of round 2 of qualifying here at the 2016 ISTC World Championships. Live from Beijing, China, brought to you by Hobbywing. Hobbywing, our title sponsor for the event, and overwhelmingly most popular choice in electronics here at the World Championships. We got some interesting driver equipment info coming to you on the homepage a little bit later today. Our other sponsors for this race include Destiny, a cool new Japanese manufacturer making a touring chassis being used here at the race, as well as Sweep Racing, the official spec tire manufacturer of the World Championships, and Team Associated, makers of more World Championship vehicles than any other manufacturer in history. Though surprisingly, they've never won a touring car World Championship.
It's an interesting one.
Maybe the only class they've never won. Well, I guess 8-scale off-road, but they've only been racing that for a few years.
Yeah, so Associated, they're only represented here not by many drivers. I think there's only 3 Associated chassis here this weekend.
Grizbob on our chat room. Usually we try not to talk to the chat room during the race, but I thought this was particularly funny. He said, I didn't see the crash, but I watched the video. They needed the jaws of life to get the car out. Yeah. Yeah, usually you use the jaws of life to tear the car apart to get the contents out. This time they had to use the jaws of life on the car to get the car out of the fence. It was pretty funny.
As we are about a minute 10 into Heat 5 of qualifying round 2, Antonio Hung goes to the top, looking at a 16.5.16, which will put him at the top of the sheet, ahead of Damien Giddens, just jumping in there to the 2 spot on a 15.5 even. So Antonio, the only driver chasing down a 16-lap run with a fast lap of a 19.7. And Carl Lok Joe Chan in 3rd, Jesse Davis down to 4, Zhou Li in 5, Johnson Tang in 6, Ziping Cao in 7, Andy C in 8, Shunmin Kim, who was one of the fast drivers from this heat yesterday afternoon in qualifying round 1, in 9, and Kit Chow has only done 1 lap.
What an interesting highlight for that driver's RC career. Like, not only did I get to meet 14-time world champion Masami Hirosaka, but he cut my car into pieces in order to dig it out from underneath the fence of the World Championship.
You can go home and hang the car on the wall. This was touched by Masami.
This was cut apart by Masami. He may be one of the few drivers ever in history that can say that.
Masami Hirosaka cut my car up.
Yeah, Masami Hirosaka disassembled my car with a pair of cutters in order to free it from the fence.
That'd be a cool one to keep.
Interesting story to tell everyone back at home. And there's video proof.
Even better, keep the video proof hanging on the wall. As we're 2:20 to go, Antonio Hung still holding on to the lead, chasing a 16.5.18. But Zhou Li is charging hard, putting in a heater with a 19.3 fast lap last time by. So putting in fast times in the later stage of the run, chasing down a 16.5.18 as Zhou goes to the top of the sheet now. And we'll looking to set our fastest time of the round so far. And Damien Giddens in 3rd, looking at a 15.5 even. Carlok Joey Chan in 4th, Johnson Tang in 5th, Andy C in 6th, Zipeng Cao in 7, Shunming Kim in 8. Jesse Davis stopped a few laps ago, and Kit Chow we lost on that one. One minute to go. Zhou Li still sitting at the top of the sheet, improving his time a little bit, looking at a 16.5.17. Antonio Hung in 2nd, just slightly improving his time, looking at a 16.5.18. And Carlok Joey Chan in 3rd, the first driver off of 16 laps, looking at a 15.5.02.
30 seconds left. seconds left.
Jiawei Li looking like going to take the win with just a couple of seconds left to go. Lost a little time really late in the run, a 21.2 last lap. Really lost a bunch of time that lap. Still looking at holding on to the fast time, but only just. So we might see Nuno Gancho hold on, as we're going to wait for Jiawei Li to come across and take a finish. See whether he can put in a fast enough time to secure the win in this round and the top time on our sheets so far.
Final lap for both of the top two, Hung and Lee. Both on pace to beat Gancho, but both need a good lap. And looks like Hung with a slow last lap. He had a 20.0 previously. Jiawei Li, 16.519, so he's going to go faster than Gancho for sure. Antonio Hung still hasn't finished this lap. Bummer.
And looked like Antonio Hung. Wow. So a very slow final lap, a 40-second final lap for Antonio Hung, and he drops to third on the overall sheet.
Yeah, 16.539. We haven't seen that yet.
So Jiawei Li holds on to the top of the sheet now to winning that heat.
See Alexander Hagberg setting someone's car down here for heat number 6. And a cool shot of the driver stand there. Jiawei Li taking the win in heat number 5. Andy C second. Kalak Joey Chan third. Zipeng Kao fourth. Johnson Tang fifth. Antonio Hung dropped all the way to 6th with that disastrous last lap. Jungmin Kim 7th. And then Damian Giddens, Jesse Davies, and Kit Chow not making the finish. What's up with your boy Jesse Davies? He's having a little bit of a rough start to qualifying here.
Yeah, he's having a bit of trouble. I didn't see exactly what was going on with him in that round. I did get lectured earlier this morning, though, from our mate in Australia, Clive Silver, telling me that it's Davis, not Davies.
Easy on your warm-up, guys.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
So fastest in heat number 6 last night was Jerry Dai, one of 3 Chinese drivers here in this heat. Pensik Yoon from Korea, second quick. Xiaopeng Zhu from China. James Peng from Hong Kong. Jian Min from China. Araya and Ingwith Ovingza from Thailand. Barry Wu from Hong Kong. Pyungwon Kim from South Korea. Antonio Caroli from South Africa. And Jackie Lau from Hong Kong. Group 6 hitting the track right now.
6, 2, 1, 10, 4, 9, 3, 3.
I'm looking for Jiawei Li's best time so far at a 16.519, as only 3 drivers have done 16 laps so far here in round number 2 of qualifying. Jerry Dai, Araya I, Antonio Caroli, good lap number 1. Back-to-back 19s for Jerry Dai to start off. 19.6 his first lap, 19.085 for his second lap. After 2 laps on a 16.509 pace, 10 seconds faster than Jiawei Li's current time to beat. 18.9 for Dai, so getting even faster still.
There's Araya I dropping down to 3 as Antonio Caroli comes up into the 2 spot. But Jerry Dai is the fastest car on track. Oh, no, he's not, as Antonio Caroli goes fastest with an 18.74 and goes to the top of the sheet as well. by just 2.81 hundredths of a second.
18.7 for Caroli's last lap, but jumped him up to the top of the charts. Let's see what he has this time by 19.1. So 16.507 the pace. They continue to go a little bit quicker, and now the top 4 all under Jiwei Li's best time so far.
Jerry Dye in second, Araya I in third, Jackie Lau in fourth, James Pong in fifth, Barry Wu in sixth, Byungwon Kim in seventh, Pian Min in eighth, Xiaofeng Zhu in ninth, and Pansik Yun not taking to the track.
Kim, followed by James, Barry, Jimmy, and Zhao Feng.
2:45 to go. Antonio Caroli still leading the way. Put in a couple of 19s the last couple of laps, so not in the 18s anymore for Antonio. But he's still holding on to our top spot and looking at going fastest on our sheet with that 16.507.325 ahead of Jerry Dye's time at 16.508.738. About half a second the gap between those two at the moment, and we go back to Araya I, who's 2.9 seconds down, chasing a 16.514.
New personal best for Araya last lap, 19.2. Here on lap number 7, new personal best for James Pong on lap 7 as well as a 19.568. Caroli, though, still continuing to lead, now stretching out to nearly 0.6 of a second. Now it's 0.9 of a second.
As they're watching Caroli come through the boomerang down into the teardrop now in his white and green X-ray and along through the Dragon. Down the front straightaway into the antenna.
Conservative line through the Dragon for Caroli, not really touching the curbs much. Whoa, he jumped way over it, driving through the entrance
Used
of the
a
golf
lot
club.
of curb there.
Yeah, making up for it. I haven't used my curb allowance this lap. Much faster through the Dragon this time. This might be a decent lap. Decent.
19.0, tidy lap towards the end of the run, considering how the tyres go off. But the lap before was an 18.9, so
Yeah.
it
It was quite
still pretty
wide
quick.
through the fried potato angle and then the golf club on this lap. But quick through the Dragon. 19.4. Apparently, I don't know what a good lap looks like.
No, we're struggling on this one. But Caroli is showing us how he's going fast at the moment, as he's improved his time a tiny little bit, as Jerry Dye's lost time. So Caroli looking at a 16.507.2, and Dye looking at a 16.509.2. So a 1.5 second lead for Antonio Caroli out front. We go back to Byungwon Kim coming up to the 3 spot. At the moment, Byungwon chasing a 16.514, so he's making ground in the later stages of the run. Araya I dropping a 4. Jackie Lau in 5. James Pong in 6. Kian Min in 7. Barry Wu in 8. And Xiaofeng Zhu in 9. Currently our top 5 drivers all looking at going faster than our previous fast time of Jiawei Li. And his time of a 16.519 will be good enough for 6th at the end of this heat, if it keeps going the way it is with 10 seconds left to go.
Caroli, the only South African driver in attendance, holding it down here in heat number 6, this being the J heat. And the lead back to Jerry Dye has ballooned to 2.0. Actually, just as I say that, Caroli giving up a couple of tenths. And Jerry Dye now just within 2 seconds. Top 5 going faster than Jiwei Li as Jerry Dye has finished up with a 16.509. Been waiting on a handful of drivers to complete their race. Caroli with a 19.86 on his final lap finishes up with a 16.508.184 to reset the new time to beat. Top time for the round at the moment, 16.508 for Antonio Caroli. Jerry Dye second, 16.509. Byungwon Kim, 16.514. Jackie Lau, 16.517. Araya I, 16.518. Those 5 drivers going faster than the previous best time. Then James Pong finishing 6th. Kian Min 7th. Barry Wu 8th. Xiaofeng Zhu 9th. And Pansik Yoon did not make the start. Getting into heat number 7 of 15 here in round number 2 of qualifying. The 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championship. Live from Beijing, China at the Fengtai Sports Center. Our sponsors this week, Hobby Wing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. Supporting our broadcast so that drivers anywhere in the world can feel just like you're here without being here.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can join in the fun on our live chat at live.liverc.com as well, and join in the conversation. We do read it when we get a chance between heats.
Yep.
And, of course, everyone else watching, you can all join in and say hello, play along with everyone. The chat's been a bit quiet in the last few heats, but everyone's starting to wake up, especially my Australian mates. And a few of you are watching. Hello, guys. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, and you get to see a familiar face and a familiar voice. Here with Live RC this week with Aaron in the booth. It's been good fun. As our Heat 7 drivers are taking to the track, David Erber, the German driver, who was fastest from qualifying round 1.
And we want to see how you're watching as well. If you've got a laptop set up in your office so that you can watch, or you're checking it out on your phone, maybe driving down the road, you got someone else's phone that you can use to take a picture of it. Shoot us a picture of how you're watching this week's ISTC World Championships to fanmail@liverc.com, and we'll show your submissions throughout the show.
Although we probably shouldn't condone watching Live RC while driving.
Hey, well, maybe you're a passenger. Who knows?
Sure. We'll go that way.
Maybe you pull over and check out the A-Heat.
I would probably pull over to check out the A-Heat.
Sure.
I'm that kind of nerdy. As our drivers are taking a start, time to beat Antonio Caroli with a 16.508.1 is what they're going to chase down. Let them all filter through for lap number 1.
Looking for Antonio Caroli's 16.508 in the previous heat. Erbar started off with two 19.4s in a row now. 19.420 here on lap number 2. Early pace at 16.511 as Naoya Morita from Japan moves up to the top spot by just 8/1000ths of a second.
Naoya Morita, yes, going to the top of the sheet. Currently good enough for 3rd on our overalls at the moment. David Erber sitting in 2nd. And no one in the 18-second lap bracket right now, though. Morita's fast time, a 19.156. Erber with a 19.282. Derek Hung with a Erber with a 19.420. Hung with a 19.282. Yao Tong Chu with a 19.804. Max Park with a 19.365. Our Australian Ed Clark down in 8th with a 19.78. Current time only good enough for 46th on our main sheet at the moment. And Naoya Morita not quite quick enough to go ahead of Antonio Caroli at the top of our sheet. She's chasing a 16.509, which will be good enough for 2nd right now. As Naoya goes to the top of the sheet now, looking at it 16.508.1, only 8/100ths faster than our previous fast time from Antonio Caroli. Derek Hung in 2nd, currently looking good enough for 4th in our overall sheet, and David Erber in 3rd, looking fast enough for 5th on our overall times right now.
Just past the halfway mark. Morita has been on and off of that TQ pace, and 18.9 a couple laps ago put him on a quicker run than the 16.508.2, but since then, 19.3, 19.2, has Morita hovering about, do a little math in my head, 8/100ths of a second slower than what Antonio Caroli did in the previous heat. David Erbar, 1.7 seconds back. Good lap for Morita, an 18.920. Puts him on a 16.507.6 pace.
He's on a 16.507 now. TQ time.
And that is a new TQ run for the moment would be after heat number 7. So after this race will be roughly halfway done with heat number 2 of qualifying. Marita, Erbar, Hung, Chu, and Jimmy So top 5 here in this heat.
We've got a car stopped on our back straight as well. Driver's getting instructed to go to the inside, so I didn't see who stopped there. And looks like they've got up and running now. So a minute to go. Naoya Morita still looking at going to the top of the sheet at the moment, improving his time to 16.507.3. David Erba sitting in second on a 16.510.2. And Derek Hung in third, looking at a 16.511.5. Yao Tung Chu sitting in fourth with a 15.501, first car off the 16s. And that looks like putting him in 14th overall for the round so far.
30 seconds left.
Latest fast lap here in this one. Airbar doing a 19.0 on lap 11, 19.6 for Jimmy So, also on their 11th lap. Interesting to see which drivers push hard at the beginning of the race or try to save it for the end. And wow, 3 wide through the fried potato angle. Great driving in traffic from this group. I ate more than 3 fried potato angles yesterday. Naoya Marita, 19.384 last lap. Still on a 16.507.380, about a 8/10 of a second advantage on Antonio Caroli as David Erbar is finished up.
And Davis' time will be good enough for fourth at the moment, 16.510.5. As it looks like Naoya goes to 16.507.3, puts himself at the top of the sheet in qualifying round 2 for the moment. And Derek Hung in third, looking like going fifth with a 16.512. And then first car off the 16 lap marker, Yao Tong Chu on a 15.504, going to 15th overall in our sheet so far.
Chi Young Ong finishing 5th. Hao Wang Lung 6th.
Car number 3 from the last race. Oi Waikot from Macau. Oi Waikot.
Working toward the second half of round number 1 and round number 2 of qualifying. The first one we've done today. And our first round of qualifying yesterday evening before a spectacular opening ceremonies here in Beijing. And if you weren't able to watch that live, please go check out the replay on our Facebook page at facebook.com/liverc.
It was a great opening ceremony. Really awesome to be a part of and to watch as well. Well worth checking that out on our Facebook page.
The
And-
pictures, man.
Ah.
See the photos Thomas got.
Those
in our
photos
gallery.
rock.
Yeah. Super, super.
Perfectly timed. Love it.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Thomas Flynn. Patrick Chow. Van Cadet. 30 seconds to the start.
Patrick Chow, fastest in round number 1 here for Group 8. This being the H group after the resort. Biggest name here in this one, Futaba engineer Hideo Kizawa, a 2-time third-place finisher for the 12 scale division at the World Championships, including most recently 2 years ago in Florida. One of 2 Japanese drivers in the field, 3 from Hong Kong, 2 from China, 1 from Malaysia, 1 from Taiwan.
As our race now gets underway, cars getting called away from their grid.
1, 10, 9, 5, 8, 3, and 2.
Time to beat is 16.507 from Noya Marita.
And Patrick Chow straight away into the 18.9s bracket.
Solid first lap. I don't think we saw an 18-second lap in the previous heat at all. So Patrick Chow right out of the gate.
Straight to an 18.9. Alvin Ko with a 19.1. Banji Ding with a 19.2. Hideo Kitazawa with a 19.3. William Lee with a 19.4. And Zhu Hao Chen with a 19.4 as well in position 6. Mio Hakamata with a 19.5. These are all coming around to take their second lap. Patrick drops to an 18.7 going to the top of the sheet, chasing a 16.501. So really just outside a 17-lap bracket.
Noya Marita with the fastest time in the last heat, 16.507. And just after 3 laps, the top 3 drivers, Chow, Ko, and Ding, all on pace to break that time. And now Mio Hakamata in the 4th spot under Marita's time as well.
The Hakamata chasing a 16.506 at the moment, which is about 8 tenths faster than Naoya Morita's time. And then just as we say that, Mio Hakamata has a slow lap for a 19.4 that time by, and loses out, drops down, and is now sitting on an estimated 16.507, so about par with Naoya Morita. Patrick Chow is still your leader with an 18.7, but times are slowing already for some of these drivers. Last lap for Patrick Chow is an 18.9. Alvin Ko with an 18.8 last lap. Panji Ding with a 19.3. Hideo Katazawa with an 18.9. Mio Hakamata with a 19.3. William Lee in 6th with a 19.9. And then the rest of our 4 drivers in this heat all sitting in the high 19s. As well as Alvin Ko goes to the top of the sheet only momentarily, though, as Patrick Chow takes it back off him.
This is Patrick Chow here in the purple and pink, weaving through the Dragon. Him up on the curbs a little more than what we saw in previous heats. Chow's lap, a 19.140, drops him 12 hundredths of a second below Alvin Ko, but then Ko again slower this lap, 19.4, gives Chow a 0.3 of a second advantage as we're a bit past the halfway point here. Just over 2 minutes left to go. Chow punched it down the front straightaway. Much better lap than he's done in the last couple of trips by the line. 18.976 gets him back on a 16.503 pace. So no 17-lap run going to happen here in heat number 8. There's no way he's going to pick up 3.7, but on pace to go faster than the previous best. And well on his way toward winning the heat with a 0.6 of a second advantage on Alvin Ko. Ko's last lap, 19.5, loses another 0.4 of a second. The lead up to nearly 1.1 with 1:30 left.
Hideo Kitazawa sitting in the 3rd spot at the moment, only 0.2 of a second down on Alvin Ko. So Kitazawa looking at putting himself 3rd on our overall sheet at the moment, chasing a 16.506.06. And Fanji Ding sitting there in 4th, looking at a 16.506 as well. So pretty tight from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in this one.
Fastest car on the track last few laps has been Hideo Kitazawa at an 18.749 4 laps ago on lap number 8. Since then, 18.9, 19.3, 19.053 on his previous lap, and this time by a 19.027. So he's worked his way past Alvin Ko into the 2nd spot, and he's just over a second behind Chow for the lead.
He's been inside the final 45 seconds of racing. Chow still trying to maintain pace, but has lost a bit of time. Was chasing a 16.501 earlier in the run. Now looking at a 16.504, so losing a bit of pace, but still holding on to the top spot in this race as Hideo Kitazawa chasing a 16.505. So Kitazawa's getting quicker, or more stable towards the end of the run. Alvin Ko dropping the 3rd with a 16.506. Panji Ding in 4th with a 16.508. Mio Hakamata with a 16.509. William Lee with a 16.512. Kokwai Wong with a 16.517. Zhu Hao Chen with a 16.519. And then Thomas Hui looking at a 15.501. So first driver off the 16s, and that would put him 22nd on our overall sheet at the moment. As seeing someone there having to get marshalled on the front straight. But everyone goes through, still going at the moment. And it looks like Patrick Chow may be the only one to go faster than Naoya Morita now, as Alvin Ko. Hideo Kitazawa had a really slow lap, a 24.2 last lap for Hideo. and he's lost a load of time there and going to fall down the order to 5th in this race. It looks like Patrick Chow, the only driver to go faster than Naomi Morita's time from the previous round, and Chow takes his name to the top of the sheet with a 16:504.8. Alvin Coe comes in second with a 16:507.9, going third on our overall timesheets right now. Antonio Caroli, from a few hit to go, still holding on to that 4th spot on our overall timesheet at the moment with 16:508, so a great run from Antonio earlier on. As Fanji Ding, who finished 3rd in this heat with a 16:509.07, only good enough for 5th on the overall sheet thus far, as we're heading into Heat 9 now. Great view of our driver's stand cam looking down as the drivers take their place. Our starting grid on this one, we've got the brothers Jung Yoon and Jong Yoon An from South Korea. We've got Felix Law, Patrick Poon and Young Chung from Hong Kong. Minao Lao taking to the grid as well from China. Dominic Quick from Singapore. Kevin Herrera from Canada. Shin Sawada from Japan. And Sawada, a bit of a surprise from out of Heat 9 in yesterday's qualifying round. Inside the top 20 in the overalls, I believe.
Ow.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Evan Hebert, a former Roar National champion. I'd love to have a better run here in round number 2 than he did yesterday. Just looking for more traction. Struggling to get grip out here in China. The track is really quite loose. He was unhappy with the combination of his car as well as the handout tire and spec sauce, just not working out for him yet. Hoping that he was able to make a couple of changes here for the second round of qualifying and improve his pace. We know Hebert can go very fast.
Yes, Sawada was fast enough for 14th in round 1 yesterday, so a big surprise coming out of Heat 9 of 15. Not quite the seeding run that he would have wanted.
Out of the G group, that is a huge improvement.
G for good, right?
No kidding. G for great in round number 1.
Yeah, stunning run. That put Sawada ahead of Mean V, Hayota Matsuzaki, Mikhail Orlowski, Rick Howard, and Freddie Sudoff, and Viliami Kutfadin, who were both all inside the top 20 from round number 1. So a great run there from Shin Sawada in round 1. We'll see whether he can back it up in round 2 here, as he's currently sitting 7th in this round, or 6th in this round, chasing 16:509.5. Minao Lao is our leader with a 16:503 at the moment. Fast lap of an 18:9 to open up the race. Kevin Herrera, the Canadian, a strong start with an 18:8 going to second, as Dominic Quek, the young Singapore driver, goes to the top with an 18:6 fast lap, chasing 16:503. I believe we're looking at Quek coming onto the front straightaway now.
Less than 0.3 of a second, and now 0.5 of a second faster than Shin Sawada jumping to the second spot. Drops Kevin Hebert to third. Top 3 separated by half a second with 3.5 minutes left to go.
Yes, I thought we were watching Dominic, but we are not. He is orange and white, but that's not him.
That's Jung Hyun An and Felix Lee heading through the fried potato angle and in through the golf club. And for those just tuning in, we'll go ahead and explain that 135-degree right-hand corner that on the right side of the track here. We call it the fried potato angle because that's what the potato wedges are called at the breakfast buffet in the morning. And that's the golf club because it's sort of what it looks like. This is the boomerang because this bloke is from Australia. That's the teardrop because I've seen a lot of people crying about that turn. This is the dragon because it sounded good and because we're in China. That's the S's because we're not very creative. 18.862 for Jung Hyun An, and personal best here on lap number 7 moves him within 0.3 of a second of Japanese driver Shin Sawada. A 16.504 would love another top 20 finish here in round number 2. Maybe a little bit steeper of a potential finish here in the second round. I think the heavy hitters are going to have things sorted out a bit better here in the second round. Jung-Hyun Ahn actually taking over the top spot by now 0.2 of a second. Thanks to that 18.797 2 laps ago, a personal best, followed up with an 18.9. So now on a 16.503 pace. Over 0.3 of a second clear of Sawada.
Well,
And
interestingly enough, Sawada's time from the opening round was in the 17s. 17.514 in round 1. So if that's a good indication of where the track's at in speed, then we're not going to be looking at some very fast times when we get to our faster groups. Either that or Sawada had a great run in round 1.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent throughout this race. 19.3 back on lap number, I believe that was 1. 19.0, 18.8 was his best lap on lap 3. And his most previous 3 laps were 19.1, 19.1, 19.3. So maybe Sawada just had a heater in that first round.
It's quite possible. It looks like we're following
Shin Sawada here in the white, blue, and gray, running in the second spot. 0.4 of a second behind the leader, Jung-Hyun Ahn, down the back straightaway, outpacing our camera through the teardrop. Actually, that may be Jung-Hyun Ahn right behind Sawada in the orange and white.
We can see Kevin Hebert there in the white, green, and orange.
Yep, the team associated driver running 4th in this heat is the 3rd car in this little group. It's Sawada, I believe. Not sure who that is in between them.
But Jung-Hyun Ahn fast enough to take the win in this heat with a 16.503 at the moment. As we're not quite at a finish, about 10 seconds remaining, but not going to be fast enough to take his name to the top of the sheet. As Patrick Chow with a 16.504 from the previous heat is holding down a faster at the moment. Julian Wong, though, jumping up as, where did we lose? Jung-Hyun Ahn? Wow. What happened to Jung-Hyun Ahn? He went from the top of the sheet to the bottom of the sheet.
Yeah, it looks like he's off the track early, unfortunately.
So not the finish that he wanted, and it looks like Shin Sawada gets the win with a 16.506. Goes second on an overall time, so not fast enough to go ahead of Patrick Chow's 16.504. Julian Wong holding down the 2 spot with 16.509. Dominic Queck in 3 with a 16.509. Kevin Hebert in 4 with a 16.509. Felix Law, Patrick Poon, Yan Chung in 5, 6, and 7.
Track is open. 1 minute to the start of the race. Quays Hunt 1. Jordan Cullis. Ray Boone.
Jordan Cullis, one of the Australians coming up here in this heat, has running a clean bet for with fellow Aussie Ryan Maker to see who can do the fastest single lap for the event.
Between the two of them, and
Maker's
Maker
got
had
him
him covered.
covered.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second, the gap between those two from round 1. I think Cullis had a 18.4 and Maker went an 18 flat. So Cullis has got to pull a hat out of the bag if he wants to win the bet over Maker this weekend. The double or nothing version this week at the ISTC Worlds, kicking on from the Asian On-Road Championships, where the bet started between them in Canberra a few weeks ago. So Cullis is going to start from 1 in this heat. Hai Lai in 2, Ki-Hyun Kim in 3, Jackie Shum in 4, Ray Poon in 5, Rocket Zhang in 6, Yahweh Guo in 7, Aaron Rose in 8, Qiusheng Huang in 9, and Stick King starting out of 10.
Interesting, I'm sure, for Rocket Zhang and Yahweh Guo to be about the same speed here in qualifying. The two of them, both RCI V2 locals, I believe, in Shanghai. You know, Rocket is, I believe that's Guo's home track as well. Jordan Cullis starting us off in the all-green car. See what he can do here on his second lap. Good run through the Dragon. If not a bit underwhelming, it sure looks like he could carry a little more speed through there. It was very, very solid line through those corners. But tiptoeing a bit, perhaps saving the tires for later on in the run.
Bit conservative on line going through the boomerang and then the teardrop as well from Cullis. But he put in a fast lap in 18.7, so we're really struggling at picking what the fast lap here.
His car looks good, and it looks like he's really hitting his marks, especially through this section of the track last few laps. Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, the old
This
saying,
lap,
if
so-
it looks slow, it's fast.
Hey,
And 18.6,
yeah.
but not fast enough to go faster than Hai Lai, who is our leader at the moment, sitting on a 16.50.8, so only 0.042 between those two of Cullis and Lai. Fast lap for Lai, though, an 18.5. Cullis
Whoa.
with an 18.6.
Not sure who this is running with Cullis on the track, but he just sent it in on him hard in the antenna corner.
That's not what you want when you're out there trying to drive your own race.
No.
It really messes with your mentality as well. You go, oh, there's a car behind me. Oh, no.
Oh, no, he's going to hit me. He's going to hit me. He's going to hit me. That was Stick King. The Hong Kong driver. His name's Wai Fung. They call him Benny Fung. And then his nickname is Stick King because he uses a stick radio. The orange car, Aaron Rose, crossing the line. It's like Hai Lai cross the line right there. So working through the S-turn section, heading into the fried potato angle.
As Hai Lai still holding on to the lead. Ki-Yoon Kim up to the 2 spot. Rocket Zhang in 3rd. Jordan Cullis in 4th. Qiusheng Huang in 5th. Aaron Rose in 6th. Ray Poon in 7th. Yahweh Guo in 8th. Dick King in 9th. And Jackie Shum down to 10th. Rocket Zhang rocketing up to the top of the sheet. And
I see what you did there.
yeah, it took you a minute.
No. I just had to stop laughing first.
Okay, right. So Rocket goes to the top of the sheet with a 16.502 at the moment. Cullis back to the top of the sheet now, or just below him with a 16.505. Sitting in the 2 spot in this heat, Qiuhyun Kim sitting in 3rd, Qiusheng Huang in 4th. And only Rocket looking at going faster than Patrick Chow's fast time of a 16.504. Everyone else looking a little bit slower. Jordan Cullis with a 16.505 dead, looking only good enough for 3rd in the round overall, as we are at round 10 of 15.
I think Jordan's time is very much alive. I don't know. 5:05 dead. That was pretty funny. I think Jordan had an 18.4 a couple last run last night. So
Yeah, an 18.4 for Jordan in Q1. Only an 18.6 for him at the moment. So
that's not going to help him with his clean bet.
no, definitely not. He's still got to get a bit quicker to cover off Ryan Maker.
Yeah. No, Maker's got him covered. That was a sucker bet on Jordan's part. 50 seconds left to go. Rocket Zhang looking at a 16.503 pace heading down the back straightaway through the boomerang. Oh, actually, this may be Rocket. Yep, Rocket in the orange car. So heading to the S's through the fried potato angle. Going a little wide there, getting a little squirrely before the golf club.
Yeah, a bit wiggly there.
A little wiggly piggly. 4.2 seconds up on Jordan Cullis, who's worked his way back to the 2nd spot. Cullis with a really bad lap, 20.4, actually maybe off the track completely.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a good finish for Cullis there.
Doesn't look like any finish for
No.
Cullis.
No, he's gone red on our screen, so that means he's gone. It's over for Jordan. So Rocket Zhang, the only driver who was looking at going faster than our previous fast driver, Patrick Chow, but just as he crosses the line, just before the timer goes, he drops the seconds. So Rocket looking at a 16.505. Patrick Chow might live to fight another day at the top of our sheet as we're getting ready to finish off Heat 10. And nobody else looking at a fast enough time to go up the order. Second in this heat, Jackie Shum, only good enough for 14th overall with a 16.511.4. So a couple of mishaps and a bit of scrappy racing in this heat. And it's cost them all a lot of time. Jordan Cullis not getting a finish in this one. And Rocket Zhang takes the win with a 16.505. Not good enough for the top of the sheet, but good enough for second.
Rocket, the only driver in the top 13 from that heat. So Group 10, not quick here in round number 2 of qualifying at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Live from Beijing, China here at the Fengtai Sports Center. Our broadcast this week sponsored by Hobby Wing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. And here's one of the big questions of the week. Coming up here in heat number 11, defending world champion and newly crowned 4-time 12-scale world champion, Naoto Matsukura, driving the Tamiya TRF 419 there in the yellow and white.
And the question is, can Naoto pull it together and
No
put himself
kidding.
near the front? Because right now he's a long way off where he wants to be.
Or at least relevant. I mean, down in the D main, he was, 29th, I believe, in the first round of qualifying? Not at all where he wants to be.
No, nothing close to what Naoto wants. And he wouldn't be happy about it either. He'd be spewing,
Yeah.
as we say in Australia.
Spewing?
Spewing.
So like throwing up.
Yeah, it's like disappointed.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, spewing. I'm getting weird looks from Aaron now.
Getting a cultural education, I guess, is what we'll call that this week.
Yeah, but you're getting a cultural education from someone who's a bogan.
Oh, what?
A bogan.
A bogan?
Yeah, it's like a derelict. Another one.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying.
If any of my Aussie friends can back me up on the chat with what a bogan is, I'd really appreciate the help.
I would Google it, but that's blocked here.
Those everything else that's fun, right?
Naoto Matsukura leading us out for lap number 1. 17.895, first 17-second lap of the round, I believe. So this would be a great chance to see what Naoto's got here for round number 2 of qualifying. 17.505 was the fastest run last night.
Whoa, Matsukura looking at a 17.506 after just 2 laps.
Yeah, that would have been second quick in yesterday's practice round. So we'll see if Naoto can keep this up.
Wow.
Right up on the curves through the boomerang and the teardrop.
Coming down through the dragon now. Oh, and someone was there on the apex, nowhere he could go.
Still an 18.7, avoiding disaster there. Matsukura getting lucky on the lap number 3. That does drop him to second, 0.06 of a second behind Shavit Sanagupta. Naoto's car looking quite a bit better than it did yesterday. 18.5. Not the greatest lap.
Wow, Naoto was really good through that S-bend then.
Yeah.
Just clipping the insides of those curves without tipping the car up on them. Really quick through there as he headed into the fried potato angle last time round.
Little conservative through the dragon this lap. Got more traffic ahead through the fried potato angle. Finally gets around that oranger car.
It's good to see them working together, though. They know Naoto is a faster driver, so I'm sure they're aware that he's going to be carving through them pretty quickly.
Well, I think the problem here in the D group is just how quickly Naoto's going to catch them, because the drivers might think like, oh, I have another turn or two, before he comes up on me, and then 10 feet later,
boom,
he's giving him the front bumper.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, like, sketchy letting someone go at the end of the straightaway like that, but the driver really didn't have much of a choice. Matsukura with way more pace through the boomerang. This lap in 18.6. So still a 17.513 in the works, and that would have been around the top 12 or
Yeah.
13 in round number 1. So maybe Matsukura can start speeding up these laps a bit here. 18.6 this lap, 18.6. Maybe the track, whoa, jumping the fried potato angle here on this lap. Not sure if it's the car, if it's the track. Maybe this is the pace of the course here this morning. We do have 4 runs of qualifying to get through today. So we will know what Matsukura's touring car title defense looks like after today.
Whether it's going to be even in the main heat
Yeah.
to defend it.
Right. And would not be the first time we've seen either here at the Electric On-Road or in the case of the Electric Off-Road World Championships where the winner of the first leg of the event does not do well in the second. A lot of two-wheel drive world champions, in the J main of 4-wheels. So
Yeah.
that wouldn't be unprecedented. Certainly the same thing has happened here in Electric On-Road.
Yeah, but Nato's not a stranger to carving up from the rear of the field either. 2013 Electric Off-Road Worlds from like 9th on the grid in 4-wheel drive
Yeah.
in Chico.
Right.
And he was
Ran
runner-up.
the second.
Yeah.
Yep.
So-
Came within a lap of winning the title.
Yeah, it came down to that last lap.
Yep. That was a great race.
That was an epic race between Nato and Stephen Hartson
Yep.
for the 4-wheel drive title.
Both, I think they started like 7th and 8th or something. It was nuts.
Yeah, it was an epic race. So definitely Nato, if he can get himself in the main, will still be a threat for the title because he's one of those guys who can just drive it in there.
He's not going to do it this way, though. 17.515 would have been around the top 20 yesterday. So unless the track's really slow or Matsukura just doesn't have the pace here in round number 2 as well, Matsukura running 1.6 seconds up on Takara Sano in the second spot. Motor King third. Goto Sota fourth. Daniel Sieber rounding out the top 5. And Chowman Chan in the 6th spot, all faster than Patrick Chow's existing best time.
We've got about 20 seconds to go. We've got Arcadia Smith in 7th, Satoshi Bando in 8th, Kyo Chan in 9th, and we lost Shavit Saligupta. I didn't see what happened there with Shavit. He's gone as well.
Following Motor King and Daniel Sieber for a lap there as they go through the fried potato angle to the golf club. Motor King up to 3rd, Daniel Sieber to 5th. Now to Matsukura's last lap, 18.986. Before that, 18.980, 18.736 prior. So a 17.516 pace as he's working on his final lap.
That's about a second drop off from his fast lap to the end of the run.
18,
Just the tyres.
Yep, 18.8.
Whoa, big slide there into the fried potato angle. I think is that Minato?
I think so, but he's done.
Okay.
Yeah, 18.8
Yeah.
for Matsukura. The first 17-lap run of the round, 17.516 as Takara Sano missed it by just 173 one-thousandths of a second. Goto Sauta third, 16.502. Motor King fourth, 16.502. Daniel Sieber fifth, 16.504. Those 5 drivers all faster than Patrick Chan's previous best time, a 16.504.8. Arcadia Smith 7th, Kyo Chan 8th, Satoshi Bando 9th, and Shavit Salagupta out before the 3-minute mark as we wrapped up heat number 11 of the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships live from Beijing, China, here at the Fengtai Sports Center, brought to you this week by Hobby Wing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. Good shot there of the driver's stand, including Juho Levanen shaking it out a bit, getting relaxed for another qualifying run here in China. Heat number 12 hitting the track. This is the D group from yesterday's resort following controlled practice. Jin Sawada from Japan will lead him out for lap number 1.
Cars to the starting grid, please. Cars to the grid. Yes, you can.
So about to get a start in Heat 12 for qualifying round 2. Jin Sawada was the driver I was thinking of who put himself 14th in round number 1.
Oh, that makes a little more sense.
So I apologise for anyone with high hopes of Shin Sawada in Heat 9.
Still impressive here from Heat 12.
Yeah, from the D Heat
Yeah.
to put yourself inside, well, midway the B, that's a pretty solid run still.
That's quite the jump. Lucas Urbane was quite quick in controlled practice. Let's see what he can pull out here in round number 2 of qualifying. Once again, quite a mix of drivers, different nationalities here in this heat. 4 Japanese drivers, a South Korean, a Frenchman.
1 Aussie.
1 from Finland, yep, a German, and one of your mates, Nathan Rees, in the 3 car this heat.
As Youngshan Kim goes to the top of the sheet early on, Lucas Urbane in 2nd. Takahiro Nomura goes to 3rd. Yuho Lebanon in 4th, and Jin Sawada in 5th. Fast time for Youngshan Kim is 17.510.
And Naoto Matsukura's current time to beat 17.516, almost certain to fall here in this heat. As Youngshan Kim has the fastest lap early on at an 18.115, already the entire field in the 18-second lap club. It looks like Kyosho driver Kota Akimoto out after just 1 lap.
And it's really close in this field as well, only about 1.5 seconds covering the top 5 cars who are all looking at putting themselves inside the top 10 so far in this heat. So Takahiro Nomura going to the top fast lap at 18.2. So not a 17 fast lap for this heat just yet.
And as you say that, Nomura with a 20.3 drops him down to 4th, puts Youngshan Kim, the South Korean, back out front with an 18.4 last lap, running just about 0.4 of a second up on Lucas Urbane in 2nd. The top 3 faster than Matsukura's pace at the moment, Kim, Urbane, and Sawada. As we watch, I believe this is our leader, Youngshan Kim, around the golf club. Down the straightaway, through the boomerang, to the teardrop, and into the dragon. His last lap at 18.4. This lap, 18.6. The pace now, 17.513.
As Youngshan Kim holds the fastest lap of the race at 18.115. Still looking at going to the top of the sheet, but only half a second ahead of the Frenchman, Lucas Urbane in the VBC, sitting in 2nd at the moment with an 18.3 fast lap. Both of those drivers chasing down 17.513 and 17.515. And Jin Sawada in 3rd at the moment with a 17.516.07. Just a little bit quicker than Naoto Matsukura's time from the previous heat of a 17.516.6. So the top 3 drivers looking at going to the top of the sheet at the moment, faster than Naoto's previous time. Then Takahiro Nomura in 4th place in this heat, looking at putting himself in 6th on our sheet. Nathan Rees, the Australian, in 5th at the moment, looking at going to 7th, chasing low 16 lap runs, a 16.501.6 for Takahiro and a 16.502.8 for Nathan Rees. As Youngshan Kim still holds the lead and now is pulling away from Jin Sawada, who goes up into 2nd place. And Lucas Urbane loses out, drops to 3rd by just 1/10 of a second. With a minute 20 remaining, Youngshan Kim still your leader. 1.5 seconds up on Jin Sawada, who's taken 2nd from Lucas Urbane, dropping to 3rd, and Urbane really losing a bit more time at the end. Last lap, an 18.6, but before that was a 19.1 and an 18.7, as he jumps back up to the 2 spot, though. Jin Sawada having a 24.8 last lap, drops all the way down to 8th on the road. So a big drop for Jin. As Lucas Urbane goes to 2nd, Takahiro Nomura in 3rd, Nathan Rees in 4th, Yuho Lebanon in 5th, P.Y. Tang in 6th, Hayato Ishioka in 7th, and Nathan Rees dropping at 8th now. Our only driver looking at going faster than Naoto Matsukura is Youngshan Kim, who's chasing at 17.515, but the time keeps falling for Youngshan Kim. 25 seconds left on the clock. See if he can hold on to put himself ahead of Naoto Matsukura's fast time from heat number 11. Yoon Chan Kim gets through for one more, chasing that 17.515 to put himself at the top of the overall sheet. Looks like he's going to get the job done for now to go faster than Naoto Matsukura's fast time from heat 11. 17.516.06, so just sneaks through about 6 tenths of a second faster than Naoto's fast time. Lucas Urbain in second, the Frenchman, going to third on the overall sheet, the 17.518. As Juho Levinen finishes third with a 16.504, and that puts him down in ninth on our overall sheet. So top three drivers on our overalls at the moment looking at 17s. And I think from the first round, I pull up my qual point sheet, the top, what was it? The top 29 drivers all on 17 lap runs in round one yesterday afternoon. The last 17 lap run driver was P.Y. Tang in 29th with a 17.518. Naoto Matsukura in 28th with a 17.517 now. So Matsukura did go a little bit quicker than himself from round one with a 17.516 in round two, but doesn't seem like it's enough to put himself up the pointy end of the field to have a crack at his ISTC world title defense this year in Beijing.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Laurent Alexander, Frederick Sazal, Ryan Maker, Michael Wilowski, Anthony Carati, Yugo Nakashima, Ryan Yamamoto. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
Our Heat 13 drivers taken to the track.
Track is open. Track is closed. Stop, stop, stop. Cars in the starting area, please.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Mikhail Orlowski, Freddie Sudoff, Ryan Maker, Thomas Pumpler, Charlie P, Ryosuke Yamamoto, Simon Nicholson, Yugo Nakashima, Alexandre Laurent, and Anthony Coretti all taking to the starting grid for this one. So we're starting to get towards some faster names, and we've got 3 fast Aussies in this heat as well. Orlowski, as Aaron was saying earlier, not really feeling the pressure this weekend, as he's used to competing more often at off-road events, and he's having a crack this weekend, the ISTC World Championships. But still hunting a little bit from his Schumacher MI6 vehicle. And we'll see how they filter through in just a lap's time. Orlowski dropping straight away a 17.983 to go to the top of the sheet. Ryan Maker putting it at 18.2, but Charlie P goes in 18.1. Yugo Nakashima goes in 18 even to go to second on the sheet. Simon Nicholson goes ahead of Maker. And Nicholson goes to 4 with an 18.1. And we'll let everyone filter through for a couple of laps. But opening up our top 6 drivers, all looking at going to the top of the time sheet overall for this round. With Yugo Nakashima leading the way from Mikhail Orlowski. Ryosuke Yamamoto in third. Ryan Maker in fourth. Charlie P in fifth. Simon Nicholson in sixth. Freddie Sudoff up to 6 now, with Nicholson down to 7. And they're all jumping around as they come around for lap number 3. So we are following along with our leader down the main straightaway. It's Yugo Nakashima coming down through the drag, and he's sitting behind Simon Nicholson, who's in the white, blue, and pink Yokomo as they come down the main straightaway through the antenna and through our S-band. Oh, Nicholson a bit wide and then cutting tight as we go through the fried potato angle. Nakashima holding on to the lead at the moment, half a second up. half a second up on Ryosuke Yamamoto in second, Orlowski in third. Oh, Nicholson has stopped at the end of the straight. Looks like he's broken the left front. I didn't see what happened from that one. So Nicholson will take no further part in qualifying round 2. Not the kind of run he wanted, as Yamamoto now goes to the top of the sheet. Nagashima falling down, a 21.9 for him last time by. Orlowski, though, in hot pursuit, only 0.2 of a second down on Yamamoto. Then we go to Charlie P in third, Frederick Sudoff in fourth, Ryan Maker, the Australian, in fifth, Yugo Nakashima down to 6, Alexandra Laurent in 7, Anthony Coretti in 8, Thomas Pumpler in 9, and of course Nicholson bowing out. Will not get a time for this one. Ryosuke Yamamoto looking at a 17.5.12 to go to the top of the sheet. Our top 5 drivers all sitting atop the sheet at the moment. Yamamoto, Orlowski, Sudoff, Charlie P, and Maker all going faster than Yung Chan Kim's time from the previous round.
Mikhail Orlowski in the Schumacher car running second, about 44 hundredths of a second behind the leader, Ryosuke Yamamoto. Mikhail Orlowski, the former four-wheel drive European champion in off-road racing here for Schumacher this week, of course, and has said he enjoys this weekend because he doesn't feel as much pressure as he does in an off-road race. He's just here having fun, driving his car as fast as he can. Hasn't quite had the pace that he truly hoped for, but he's still having fun and enjoying the trip to China.
So Yamamoto still out front, about 5/10 up now on Mikhail Orlowski, chasing a 17.5.13, which from round number 1, I really need to keep this sheet up on my screen. For now, round number 1 would be good enough for around about 12th or 13th in round 1. Orlowski sitting in second, Maker up to third now, or Sudoff goes to 2. And we've got a Scorpion instant replay coming at you now. I think this is of Simon Nicholson coming down the main straightaway. As he turns in around, oh, a big lose and bam, into the wall. And that was Yugo Nakashima following him into it as well.
Wow.
So maybe was that the wind? No, the wind's died off. I didn't think it was the wind. That was a massive lose from Nicholson, so that explains what happened to him.
I don't get why some of the cars just 3/4 of the way down the straightaway, they just spin out, loop out, and smash into stuff.
Yeah, a bit weird. Maybe just a very light gust of wind picking up the front of the car because Nicholson just, well, it backed in and then it took off. So maybe just turned in a bit too hard. It gets that side dam effect on the car and just lifts the car up.
Ryosuke Yamamoto taking the win, 17.5.14. Mikhail Orlowski, 17.5.15. Frederick Sudoff, 17.5.15. Ryan Maker, 17.5.16. Charlie Fudyotin, 17.5.17. Yugo Nagashima, the final driver to go 17 laps, 17.5.19. Then Alexandre Laurent, 16.5 flat. And Tony Coretti, 16.504. Thomas Pumpler, 9th, 16.5.16. And then Simon Nicholson, as we saw, unable to complete the race, I think would be the polite way to say that one.
A very polite way to do it, yes, for sure.
The top 2 drivers go faster than Yung Chan Kim in that heat.
Yeah, Maker just not exactly quite quick enough, and he splits Yung Chan Kim and Naoto Matsukura's time. Maker with a 17.5.16.3. As our drivers for Heat 14 have taken to the track now, 2 Japanese drivers of Akio Sobui and Aoto Matsuzaki. Now Luke Jasmine, the only French driver in this heat, Mark Reinhardt and Mark Fischer, the both 2 German drivers taken to the track in this heat. JJ Wang, the Chinese-American driver, and Rick Howard, the American, taken to the track as well. We've also got Viljami Kutvanen and Gilles Groskamp. We've also got Mean V in this heat. So getting up towards our fast names, we're now in heat 14 of 15 for qualifying round 2 at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships from the Fengtai Motorsport Center in Beijing, China.
Our sponsors this week, Hobbywing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. As 112 scale world championship third place finisher Akio Sabue leads us out for a lap number 1. One of 2 Japanese drivers, along with 2007, 2005 or 2007 two-wheel drive world champion Ayato Matsuzaki. I believe it was 2005. See what Reinhard can do here from the B heat as well. The 2 Tamiya teammates, Sabue and Reinhard, quickest on lap number 1. Looking for Ryosuke Yamamoto's TQ time in a 17.514. And after 2 laps, top 7 all faster than that.
As Sabue goes through for a fast lap of 17.7 to open up the race. So first flying lap, super quick from Akio Sabue. As Mark Reinhard goes to the top of the sheet momentarily, Sabue takes it back off him. And Sabue looking at a 17.504, which was very quick.
I believe we're following along here with Mark Reinhard as he was working through the drag, and now picking back up with Reinhard through the fried potato angle to the golf club and down the back straightaway. The white, pink, and blue for the German driver. 3-time ISTC world champion, has won the most IFMAR touring car world titles and the most Reedy Touring Car Race of Champions titles. Unequivocally the best touring car racer in history.
As
Trying
he
to
goes
get
down the straight.
Yeah, trying to get something done here from the B heat in qualifying. Now that last lap, not his best. 18.5 actually drops him to third. Akio Sabue, nearly 0.3 of a second clear of Loic Jasmine on a 17.507 pace. Top 9 drivers, all faster than Ryosuke Yamamoto's time. Separated by just 3.1 seconds, separates the entire field as we near the halfway mark.
Wow, so a close field as you'd expect, getting towards the pointier end of our drivers at the ISTC Worlds. So Sabue still holding on to the top spot from Loic Jasmine, Mark Fisher, Mark Reinhard, and Viljami Kutvanen in 5, Gilles Groskamp in 6, Aoto Matsuzaki in 7. As JJ Wang jumps up to 7, puts Matsuzaki down to 8, Mean V in 9, and Rick Howard in 10. Our top 7 drivers all looking at going to the top of the sheet. A 17.509 for Akio Sabue with a fast lap of a 17.783 for him. Well and truly faster than Ryosuke Yamamoto's time from the previous heat of a 17.514. So these drivers getting it done a bit quicker. And JJ Wang, the last of the 6 drivers now, looking at going faster, but only just. Wang looking at a 17.514.1. As this lap he loses out to Yamamoto's time of a 17.514.196. So only our top 5 now looking at going faster than Yamamoto's fast time, and I'm sure that number may decrease towards the end as Gilles Groskamp sitting in 5th with a 17.513.1 for now.
Reinhard giving up a couple tenths of a second to Loic Jasmine and Sabue on the last lap. Top 3 still separated by just 0.6 of a second. As we continue on with Reinhard through the Dragon, Loic Jasmine has jumped to the top of the charts only for a brief moment as Sabue is back by 68 1/1000ths of a second in the bright yellow and blue Tamiya. As we pick up here with Sabue down the front straightaway. This lap an 18.388. And he is still 97 1/1000ths of a second up on Loic Jasmine.
Sabue really not looking overly impressive through that S-bend. Bit way off on the exit of the first section of it. And then had to slow right down for the second section of the S-bend on that lap. But still able to string together some fast times.
Jasmine on this lap, 18.534, gives up a chunk of time to Sabue. So now it's 0.2 of a second lead for the Japanese driver, Akio Sabue, on a 17.510. And again, we see every driver in this heat did his fastest lap in the first 4 laps around the track, and since then they slowly tail off as the tires start to wear out. I'm sure the tire additive has completely worn off the surface of the tire now, and they're just starting to slide around a little bit. Sabue
Well
with
and
an
truly.
18.5 as we still follow along here with Loic Jasmine in the second spot. Jasmine can just barely perhaps see Sabue when the track doubles across itself.
We've got the both in Cameron's shot now as they come down through Dragon. Then we lose Sabui as he comes onto the main straightaway to finish his run. A 17.5, 11.1 to put him at the top of the sheet. Ahead of Loic Jasmine in second with a 11.9. And then Mark Reiner with a 17.5, 13, which would have only been good enough for 13th in round number 1. And are we expecting... Well, it's pretty similar times, really. In round 1, Reiner did a 17.5, 12. So track conditions lending themselves to be pretty similar to what they were in Q1 yesterday afternoon. Matsuzaki not getting a finish, though. I didn't see what happened to
There he
Matsuzaki
is.
there. Oh, there he goes, and he's done. So a long lap at the end for him.
Akio Sabue, 17.5, 11.197. Less than a second up on the Loic Jasmine, 17.5, 11.994. Mark Reiner third, 17.5, 13.099. Viljami Kuppanen, also the ahead of the previous time to beat, 17.5, 14.178. Danilas Grosskamp right out the top 5. JJ Wong 6th, Rick Hort 7th, Mean V 8th. Ado Matsuzaki actually did not end up finishing that race. No, he did. What's the deal? I don't know. And Mark Fisher scored with 10th. So our fastest heat of the second round expected next. And Bruno Coelho looking for 2 straight TQ runs to start off day number 2 of qualifying here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championship. Live from the Fengtai Sports Center here in Beijing, China. Thanks to Hobbywing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated.
You can catch our drivers taking to the track now. And all eyes on the orange and white X-ray of Bruno Coelho, our round 1 TQ with a 17.505.2. Managed to get the job done yesterday afternoon. Take away the top spot right now. We'll see whether he can back that up in round 2 today. This is Friday here at the Fengtai Model Sports Centre in qualifying round 2 as all the drivers are now taking to the starting grid, getting ready for their heat start.
Coelho, Volker, Wilk, Hagberg, and Kropp will be the first 5 cars off the line. And Bruno Coelho put a stamp here, an early stamp on qualifying. I believe we're using the best 3 results of 6. Coelho in the white, yellow, and orange X-ray car into the golf club.
Golf club, yep, onto the main straightaway. As everyone else just getting a start. Last one to take off from the line would be Elliot Harper, who didn't finish the opening round, so Elliot will be looking for a clean start to round 2 to try and fit in what we refer to as a banker to start your day. And first flying lap from Bruno Coelho, a 17.54 to kick it off, so scorching speed straight out of the bat as he exits the Dragon, down the main straightaway and then into the antenna.
So much motor.
He was a little bit wide off the antenna, a little bit wide through the S as well. Nice and crisp through the fried potato angle.
So
Loads
fast
of
through
speed.
the golf club.
He carried loads of speed there, maximum commitment. This is going to be a fast one from Coelho down the main straightaway, or front straightaway once again.
Actually, a 17.9, we obviously have no clue what a good lap looks like. Ronald Volker, 53 thousandths of a second up on Bruno Coelho. Wilk third, Hagberg fourth. Andy Moore rounds out the top 5, so it's Yokomo X-Ray, Serpent X-Ray, and another X-Ray car in the top 5 here after a minute 20 seconds. Ronald Volker leading the way through the fried potato angle to the golf club. He's just a little bit behind Bruno Coelho on the track, 29 thousandths of a second up at the on the clock anyway.
So Volker really looking to stand in the way of Bruno Coelho, and the TQ in round 2 as we watch him exit the golf club and onto the main straightaway now through the boomerang and then into the teardrop. Nice crisp line as he heads down through the Dragon, just clipping each of his apex. There's about half a car off that second apex and down the main straightaway, and 18.2 for Volker that time by. And Bruno, 1/10 of a second behind now as he takes the line for lap number 6. Volker chasing at 17.503 at the moment, which is faster than the fast time from round 1, a 17.505 from Bruno in round 1. Victor Wilk still sitting in 3rd, which is what he achieved in round 1, even after the speed control dramas that he had.
81 thousandths of a second apart on the clock last lap. Volker was 2nd in round number 1 to Coelho's TQ time, looking to return the favor here in round 2 down the front straightaway. 18.3 for Coelho, 18.271 for Volker. Now a full 10th of a second advantage. Volker speeding through the short chute to the golf club. Interesting to watch how that Yokomo car rotates in the center of the golf club
It
corner.
just pivots like a dime, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really the only car I've seen really doing that so far this week, and that could be the corner rotation speed he's looking for. I know a lot of the drivers have been talking about needing extra steering, but right here, let's see if it does again. Just
Boom.
whips around the apex
No
of
need
that
to
turn.
run wide past it like Bruno is. You watch Bruno go through that turn, and he's running wide past the corner, turning afterwards, and then squaring up to get on the power for the main straightaway. But no need for Volker to try and do that in the golf club turn.
And that last lap, though, Coelho 18.052, as it looked like Volker caught the curb coming out of the teardrop down here.
And that could be the little flinch that makes it for Coelho.
Yeah, 7/10 of a second advantage for Coelho now after that last lap. 18.4 this time by. Let's see if Volker can answer back. 18.341. So a 6300th of a second advantage for Bruno Coelho with 1:30 to go. Victor Wilk and Alexander Hagberg, 2 Swedish drivers, 3rd and 4th. And Nicholas Lee from Singapore looking at a potential top 5 finish here for round number 2.
As we're watching Coelho just come up onto the back of lapper of Elliot Harper, the young Schumacher driver from Great Britain, as they head down the main straightaway into the boomerang once more. Coelho holding down that 8/10 of a second lead. For the moment, ahead of Ronald Volker in 2nd, Victor Wilk in 3rd, Alexander Hagberg in 4th, Nicholas Lee in 5th with a minute to go, Andy Moore in 6th, Christopher Krupp in 7th, Atsushi Hara in 8th, Elliot Harper sitting in 9th. We lost Naoki Akiyama in 10th on lap 4. We didn't see what happened there. Currently our top 5 drivers all looking at going to the top of the sheet. Coelho with a 17.506, so about a second slower than his opening round TQ time from yesterday afternoon as it sits right now as he goes down the main straightaway around the boomerang one more. Watching the x-ray of Bruno Coelho, who just touches the curb there, entering the Dragon. A bit wide off that second apex again. He's done that a couple of times. Down the main straightaway now, into the S-bend. Very tight on the curbs now. He cuts across, just gives himself about half a car width through the fried potato angle. And down the main straightaway once again, Bruno Coelho losing time though, down to a 17.507 now, but still holding 1.2 seconds ahead of Ronald Volker in 2nd. Victor Wilk in 3rd, another 1 second back then. Very close as Alexander Hagberg takes 3rd from Wilk. As time expires, they're all going to finish their run. Hagberg sitting in 3rd, Wilk in 4th, Lee in 5th, Andy Moore in 6th, Christopher Krupp in 7, Atsushi Hara in 8, Elliot Harper in 9, and only our top 4 looking at going faster than Akio Sabui's time from the previous heat. So Sabui with a solid time, 17.511. As Coelho TQ's round number 2 with a 17.507 ahead of Ronald Volker with a 17.509. Alexander Hagberg in 3rd with 17.510. Victor Wilk in 4th, just 0.1 seconds back with a 17.510.4 as well. Nicholas Lee in 5th, Andy Moore in 6th, Christopher Krupp in 7, Atsushi Hara in 8, Elliot Harper in 9, and our top 4, Coelho, Volker, Hagberg, Wilk, and Sobui in 5th. Nicholas Lee good enough to take 6th for the round.
I'll get back to it.
All right, let's go.
All right, we've got Aaron Waldron up on this driver stand with a JConsensus pit report to interview our drivers.
Up here with the top 3 drivers here from the second round of qualifying, and Bruno Coelho up front all race long, and then towards the end of it started to be able to push the pace.
Yeah, in the beginning I made some mistakes, some over push corners, but then I just drive a little bit more careful, and I started pulling away, not too much, but pulling away some tenths, and I think it was okay.
What were the track conditions like this morning?
I think the asphalt now is too hot, I think, so in the beginning it's okay, but then the tires start overheating and we start pushing.
How difficult is it to save those tires a little bit for the end of the 5-minute run?
It's a little bit difficult. You need to try to drive carefully in the beginning to save the tire to the end of the qualify.
Thank you so much, Bruno. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
2 straight wins here for Bruno Coelho and Ronald Volker. Second now in the opening 2 runs of qualifying. How did your second round go?
It was similar to yesterday. Like in the beginning, I was able to match the pace with Bruno, like similar. And then towards the halfway, I lose the overall grip. So I had no chance to follow him anymore. So need to see what we can do to just solve the problem. As the speed is there, clearly. I was again a second ahead of the third place, but the goal is, of course, P1.
Bruno said he felt the track was already a little bit warm here in round number 1. Anything you think you can do in round number 2 to help alleviate those issues?
Well, the track will be all day very hot, so I think the grip will be high. The tires for sure are getting hot as well, but it's okay so far.
Congratulations on another great round 2 finish.
Thank you.
And Alexander Hagberg, the X-Ray teammate of Bruno Coelho, third here in round number 1. Happy with this finish?
Yeah, I mean, it was a decent, clean run, and I have to work from there for the next few runs. I solved my electronic problems from yesterday, so now I had no fade in the end, and I could push all the way. But I still need to work on my start, because I lose a bit on the first 3 laps. So,
is it something that you may make a car adjustment for round number 3, or is that maybe pushing a little bit harder at the beginning of the race?
Yeah, I need to be a bit more comfortable with the car in the beginning, and then I need to drive it harder, obviously, as well. So.
Thanks so much, Alex.
Thank you.
There's the top 3 finishers here from the second round of qualifying. We've still got a lot of racing left here. 3 more qualifying runs still left to run.
And that's all the driver interview from Aaron up on the rostrum, dealing with our top 3 from qualifying round 2. And we've just got a small break on track, getting ready to kick off qualifying round 3 with heat number 1 in just a few moments. Thanks to our broadcast sponsors, Hobby Wing, Destiny, Sweet Racing, and Team Associated. And you're on board with us on Live RC, covering the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships from the Fengtai Model Sports Center in Beijing, China.
minutes to the start of the race.
离第三轮预赛的开始还有6分钟，请各位车手做好准备，请第一组的车手做好准备。
5 minutes to the start of the race.
Race number one, start getting ready.离比赛开始还有5分钟，离第三轮预赛的开始还有5分钟。
4 minutes to the start of the race.
Race number one in the driver's stand, race number one in the driver's stand, we're 4-minute call, 4 minutes. Track is closed, guys, track is closed. 赛道还没开放啊，赛道还没开放。Marshals from Group 15. All right, get our drivers out there from 15, please. Group 15, Marshall.
3 minutes to the start of the race.
还有3分钟，离比赛开始还有3分钟。Track is closed. 赛道还没开放，赛道还没开放。Get our Group 15 marshals, please. Group 15 marshals.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
I got a sec now. Did you do anything to it yet?
Yeah, I unplugged it. It was absolutely killing my ears. I can't even put these on.
All right, let's get our marshals out here.
Louder than that.
Did you clean it at all or no?
No, I literally just got here. This
Okay.
like they're gonna go on.
Yeah, I just they
That's
hadn't
what I
even
tell
called.
you. It's just hell.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's just,
Ronald
they hadn't waited
Volker.
until they called the marshals and everything up here. Like I
Thank
looked
you.
at the track, there weren't even marshals.
Good.
I'll go work on it.
There. Track is open. Track is open.
Ryan Lamb, Gen 1. seconds to the start of the race.
Hi, Victor. All right, cars in the starting area, please. Cars in the starting area. Stop, 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 Nika. Cars in the starting area, please.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Starting area, 3, 1, 4, 5, and 2. 3, 1, 4, 5, and 2.
Less than 5.
All right, yes. Order again, 3, 1, 4, 5, and 2. Good luck, drivers. Round 3, group number 1.
Our third round of qualifying for the 2016 ISTC World Championship, live from Beijing, China. Hitting the track right now as Manea Lupu leads out heat number 1. The first of 15 groups to run here in the third round of qualifying. Each round, the drivers are sorted based on their finishing time, assigned a point value based on how they finished. We will do that for 6 rounds of qualifying. Each driver will get their 3 lowest scores or 3 best scores, regardless if they sort it from most points or least points. Wow, Lupu looping out, heading into the Dragon section. Each driver's best 3 rounds will be added together, and then that will be used to determine the finals for tomorrow's World Championship main event, as well as the lower finals going all the way down to the O main. Like, oh dear, I did not do well this week.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the flagship for the O-Main ODR. As Lupu is, well, not your leader, Zhen Wang is your leader out front. 9 tenths per second ahead of Lupu, the fast lap at 19.9. Ahead of Lupu is 19.7. Wang on track for a 15.506. Ahead of Lupu's 5.08. Sorry, I butted in.
Lupu with a 0.6 of a second deficit behind Chinese driver Zheng Wang. Lupu does live here in China, but whoa! Catching the curb, going through the Dragon. Did a 540 on Dragon exit. Yeah, Lupu not having the greatest run here, and that's allowed Zheng Wang to run away with the lead. He's got a 1.4 second gap on new second place driver Jun Liu. But perhaps we can follow Lupu and see if he manages to entertain us once more. I still want to catch a driver, bury it into the wall at the end of the straightaway live on camera.
Yeah, I mean, we got close with catching Simon Nicholson in the previous round. Oh, all sorts of crossed up in that short shoot exiting the fried potato angle. Crossed up, sideways.
Yeah, no, crossed up. Okay.
Yeah.
The all orange car parking himself in the island there on the inside of the golf club.
I believe my slang is starting to really confuse my co-star.
Starting to? You've had my eyes all crossed up since we started.
Oh, it's doing its job then. It's good.
That's true.
With 2 minutes to go, Zheng Wang is your leader, 2.5 seconds ahead of Mihnia Lupu, who's gone back to the 2 spot. Lupu with a fast, quick lap, but not able to put it together with consistency as well. Oh, is that broken? Huh? Just a bit of body tuck or something not quite right on that orange car, all out of shape through the Dragon.
Yeah. Jun Liu was up to the second spot ahead of Manea Lupu. Lupu still 3 seconds behind Zheng Wang for the lead. A couple of the drivers here in group number 1 not having a fun time trying to navigate the Fengtai Sports Center circuit. A little better there through the S's this time into the golf club.
Jun Liu giving himself plenty of room off those curves.
This is stepped out halfway down the straightaway, though, and he somehow managed to save it.
Well, a good save there, but tighten up the curving now. Ryan Lamb up to the 3 spot now as Jun Liu drops the 4. Simon Locke in 5. And then we've only got 5 in this heat as the bottom 5 decided to not be in attendance or not race this weekend. Zheng Wang still your leader, 7.9 seconds ahead of Ryan Lamb in second place now. Wang on track for a 15.506 in qualifying round 3. here at the Fengtai Motorsports Centre for the IFMAR ISTC World Championships in 2016. Ryan Lamb battling it out with Michiao Lupu. Lamb goes to the 2 spot now. Michiao down to 3. And Michiao still with the fast lap at 19.7 as he goes back up to the 2 spot with about 15 seconds left to run. Oh, Jun Liu stuck on the curving at the teardrop, has to get marshalled. Oh, Michiao all out of shape. Just back and forth doing half donut coming out of the teardrop and finally squares it up through the dragon and down the straightaway. Manages to get through for one more by just a couple of seconds.
Are we watching the Heat 1 or ice skating?
I thought the two were one the same.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't seem like a whole lot of grip here for heat number 1 in the heat of the day.
No, you'd expect the heat to be really slowing down the rubber tyre cars. Usually rubber tyre cars prefer a cooler track condition, especially for later in the run. They start to really overheat the carcass and behave, well, like we just saw from Michiao Lupu.
You said carcass. Zhang Wang taking the win, 15.506 to set the time to beat. Michiao Lupu second, 16.517, just 11.1 seconds behind. Ryan Lamb third. And Simon Locke, the only other driver in this heat to complete the run. Now the drivers in heat number 2 approaching the driver's stand. This is the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championship, live from Beijing. Our coverage this week brought to you by Hobbywing Innovation, powered by Passion, Destiny, Quality of Design, Sweep Racing, the Ultimate Competition Tires, and the official spec tire of this year's World Championships, and Team Associated, World Champion RC Cars, manufacturer of more World Champion RC cars than any other brand. Good look at Mike Haswell, the British driver there.
Stick radio user.
Yep.
One of very few. Well, like we said yesterday, common in Britain.
And a hilarious T-shirt on. It's and a modification of the Starbucks logo with a Stormtrooper helmet in the center. And it says Star Wars coffee, of course. And then it says, "May the froth be with you."
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
Not bad from Mike as well. That's good. As everyone's taking to the starting grid now, about to get a start. Well, everyone's still trying to get to the starting grid. I think I've got 3 cars sitting there waiting.
Chonzi Ma was fastest in this heat in the previous round, so he'll be the first car to start his personal 5-minute clock. We welcome everyone watching our Live RC broadcast this week, both on our site as well as on 3 new platforms for us this week: the YouTube live stream, Facebook Live, and Twitch.tv. Reaching out to new viewers around the world on different platforms, those who may not be familiar with radio control car racing, especially at the World Championship level. Only imagine what happens if you may be sitting in America somewhere, or frankly anywhere else in the world, and you didn't realize that this was a thing, and you stumble across a live broadcast of a World Championship race from a spectacular facility here, an incredibly professional, from top to bottom racing facility here in the capital of China. I'd love to say that every track we go to is this awesome,
but sadly not exactly the truth.
No, we do have some wonderful racing facilities in many countries all around the world.
Yes, we do.
But man, they knocked it out of the park with this place. It's awesome.
Yeah. The amount of effort that the local governments and authorities have put in to the Fengtai Motorsports Centre here for the 2016 IFMAR ISTC Worlds, and also the 12th Worlds earlier in the week and last weekend as well. It's been huge, and it really shows in the way this event's running, how professional it looked, all the signage, everything's prepped. They put down a completely fresh layout for this week. No one got a chance to drive on this track before practice started.
And this morning, they were out mopping the footprints from the blue areas in the infield.
Just to make it look better.
When we walked in this morning, they were out mopping those. They have AstroTurf mats down below the driver's stand for the drivers to wipe their shoes off
which they're
before they
spraying
walk out
water
the track.
on
Right.
to keep the dust off people's shoes,
Yeah.
so they don't trample dust across the racing line.
Right. They have
thought of everything.
No kidding. I've never seen this kind of attention to detail to all the little things. And that's every one of these races that we go to, people talk about how they've done a great job taking care of the big factors of planning an event of this caliber. But rarely ever do we see the attention to every little detail. So many things that they've done to take care of the drivers, the racers, the spectators, the media, everyone here that's both from China and abroad at this race. You see the blue tent over there. There's a beverage bar. They've got water. They've got juices, some soda, some coffee. That's just free for the participants and media here. They're across the street. Can't see it from our camera, unfortunately. There's a huge tent.
Massive dining hall for everyone.
Right.
Loads of food available, like full buffet style.
Right.
Great food too.
Oh, it's so good.
Out adjacent to there on the street as well, they've got a hobby expo running.
Oh.
They've actually got a big inflatable pool where they're running little radio-controlled boats in and stuff. They've got a mini Z track where they're running mini Zs.
There's a hobby store like here on the complex that's like 2 floors. Brandon said it was the most impressive single hobby shop he's ever seen.
Yeah, they've got the IFMAR Worlds, the hobby shop, which is located behind the off-road track, which is adjoining the track that we're racing on here at the Fengtai Motorsport Centre. That's it's double story. I went in there the other night to look around and see what I could purchase to take home, and it's just jammed wall to wall of stuff.
Thanks for the invite. I had no idea.
Well, you were in here.
Oh, great. Leave me to slave away behind the table.
I can take you there later.
That
Sure.
works.
That works out. We still got a few days. Whoa! Big slide into the S's. That's not sure who that is in the yellow car, but backed it into the S-band, managed to catch it, and then backed it out. That's actually our leader, Yongzhang Huang. Wow, a big catch from Yongzhang out front, who is looking at the moment at a 15.50 to go to the top of the sheet right now, or 15.502 now as he crosses the line for lap number 11 with a minute left in this run. Looking to go into the top of the sheet ahead of Xiongzi Ma, who goes through for lap 12. Xiongzi looking at a 15.501.7, a fast lap of a 19.1. But Yongzhang still holding on to the lead at 15.501.6 that time by ahead of Xiongzi Ma in second, Jeff Chang in third, and then Xingtung Pai in fourth, who is looking at going through for fifth in the round. Zheng Wang from the previous heat, good enough to hold down fourth in the overall round standings at the end of this race at the moment. Our top 4 drivers all looking at going faster as Lin Wei Ki, Mike Haswell, YY, Halim Hafni, James Chen, and Tony Neo, all looking at losing spots in this round. And it looks like Xiongzi Ma manages to get the win ahead of Yongzhang Huang. So Xiongzi, winner from the earlier round as well, manages to get the win here with a 15.50.08 to go to the top of the timesheet ahead of Yongzhang Huang in second with a 15.501.7. Both of those drivers go faster than Zheng Wang in third, and then Xingtung Pai fast enough for fourth in the round standings as we're heading into heat number 3 in qualifying round 3.
There's an awesome new article on our liverc.com homepage called Numbers by the Chart. We've got statistics from all 144 drivers here this week from 23 different countries, as well as what equipment they're using. So we have the drivers broken down by percentages for chassis manufacturers, motors, speed controllers, batteries, and bodies, all on display here at the IFMAR ISTC World Championships in China. If you want to see what the most popular equipment is here at the race, check out the liverc.com homepage. Awesome new article posted by our journalist on the floor, Thomas Tran, and some statistics collected by my Aussie cohort here in the booth. Because the instant he arrived here, I sent him on a mission. Hey, go talk to all 144 drivers here and find out what equipment they're using. And I don't think he realized exactly what I was signing him up for.
I didn't at first, but my grandma used to tell me there's no such thing as biting off more than you can chew. You just take a big chunk and chew like hell. So that's what I did.
Australian parenting advice.
Absolutely. So I got stuck into it and finally finished it off this morning, which was really nice. And that's, you can go check that out on liverc.com. Check out who's running what this weekend. Small inaccuracies as details may vary. As people,
No, we got it all.
We got it all, I'm sure. But it's a great read to see who's running and what brands are the most popular here this weekend at the IFMAR ISTC Worlds.
The answers may surprise you. Hashtag clickbait. 30 seconds into heat number 3. And Macau driver Nuno Gancho, 19-1 on lap number 1. Interesting to see if the track gets faster here in round 2. Gancho, Zhou, Ropeng, Angus Lung, and Jiawei Huang, top 5 after 2 laps, all on pace to go faster than Chonzi Maz, 15-5 flat.
We got Nuno Gancho, your leader from Macau in the 7th. On a 16-lap TQ time.
19.038 for T1 Zhou back on lap 4 and his following lap at 19.1. Just thousandths of a second faster than Nuno Gancho's 19.057 on his last lap. He's the current leader at a 16.506 with a 68 thousandth of a second advantage on T1 Zhou, though Gancho's lap this time by is going to be a slow one. Still hasn't come by the finish line, so T1 Zhou should take over the top spot. Something serious happened to Gancho's car. No other information at the moment, though he hasn't crossed the line
all the way
in a
down
while.
to 9th.
Yeah, he might be off the track completely. So T1 Zhou taking over the top spot with fellow Chinese driver Jiawei Huang in the 2nd position, and Angus Lung from Hong Kong. Top 3 separated by 2.1 seconds and all on pace to go faster than Chonzi Ma's TQ time.
Archie Tai sitting in 4th, Alex Farr in 5th, Ro Peng in 6th, Justin Wan in 7th, Jimeng Wen in 8th. Now top 3, as Aaron said, all going faster than Chonzi Ma's fast time. Archie Tai just a little bit slower by about 1.3 seconds at the moment, looking at a 15.501.3. And our leader, T1 Zhou, going for a 16.506.4 at the moment with a fast lap of 18.8, who he just set. So setting the fast laps late in the run for T1 Zhou. And he goes through for a 16.506 at the moment with a 3-second lead ahead of Jiawei Huang. And he extends that out to 3.3. The yellow car you're watching on screen at the moment is T1 Zhou, your leader, as he just goes around a lapper coming through the fried potato angle in the golf club and down the main straightaway. Has a big look into turn 1. Whoa, the boomerang
And he's just getting held up there, a bit of a wiggle around. They come out of the drag and he forces the issue. He says, get out of my way. Come on, guys. I am the leader. Let me through. That's right.
Hear my roll. Hear my speed control fan. Through the teardrop, winding his way through the dragon. I've broken my co-star. 3.5 second lead over Zhao Huang in the second spot, now up to nearly 4 seconds. The top three still on pace to go 16 laps and thus faster than Chuan Chi Ma's 15.5 flat with 50 seconds left to go. A fast lap for Ro Peng as well on lap number 11 at 19.2.
Tiwen Zhou still at the top of the sheet. Tiwen Zhou still your leader from Zhao Huang in 2, Angus Lung in 3, Ro Peng in 4, Archie Tai down to 5, Alex Farr in 6, Justin Wan in 7, Zimeng Wen in 8. Our top 3 still looking at going faster than Sean Z Ma's fast time, as they're all looking at a 16-lap run right now. Ro Peng looking at going to 6 on the round on the overall sheets right now.
Tiwen Zhou taking the win here, 16.508 as we wait for a couple of drivers left to finish up. In race number 3, top 3 go faster than Chuan Chi Ma. Maybe Angus Lung still hasn't finished. There he is, and a horrible last lap for Lung. A 27.2 drops him way out. Still a 16-lap run, 16.524. So top 3 still faster than Chuan Chi Ma. Tiwen Zhou, 16.508 for the win. Zhao Huang at 16.514 for second. And a 16.524 for Angus Lung. Finishes third. Alex Fa fourth. Ro Peng fourth. Alex Fa fifth. Archie Tai sixth. Justin Wan seventh. Zimeng Wen eighth. Nuno Gancho ninth. And Ali 10th.
And interestingly enough, Aaron, this run is a used tyre run. Drivers are allowed to use tyres from their first 3 sets they've used this weekend. Sets A, B, or C. All odd-numbered rounds are used tyre runs. So this round is a used run, and then qualifying 5, obviously a used run again. Be interesting to see how much slower or how much faster, possibly, used tyres can be compared to brand new tyres. As we saw the results from round 2, which was a new tyre run in comparison to round 1, albeit a colder track possibly in the morning. Bruno Coelho was 2 seconds slower in round 2 this morning than he was in round 1 yesterday afternoon on new tyres versus old tyres yesterday afternoon. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on that one as we progress through qualifying round number 3 here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships at the Fengtai Motorsports Centre. Brought to you by our broadcast sponsors, Hobbywing, innovation powered by passion, Destiny, quality of design, Sweep Racing, the ultimate competition tyres, and the control tyre this week at the ISTC Worlds, and Team Associated, World Champion RC Cars.
Okay, starting grid 4, 10, 7, 3, 1, 2, 6, 9, 8, and 5. Good luck, drivers. This is group 4. Car number 4, 10, 7, 3, 1, 2, 6, 9, 8, and 5. All right, here we go, guys. Group number 4 off and rolling.
So we are underway with Group 4 for their third qualifying round. Yihao Huang, Wailap Chung, Enso Chu, Gordon Chan, Michael Low, Derek Wen, Lingjiang Chen, Kong Lee, Bowie Ginting as well, all taking to the start for this one. First flying lap, fast one from Gordon Chan, a 19.24 to open it up, and he goes to the top of the sheet early on. Wailap Chung comes through for a 19.15, and he holds the fastest lap. No, he doesn't. Michael Lowe with a 19.08 on lap 2 for the fastest lap of the run so far. But Michael Lowe down in 7th, so a fast lap from our 7th place driver. So Gordon Chan, the only driver looking to go quicker than, or Chan and Kong Lee actually going faster than 2NZO's fast time. We're following the yellow and white car of Gordon Chan. I stand corrected, we're following Kong Lee in the yellow and white, who is now our leader. So that worked out conveniently for us. As Lee comes around the golf club and down the main straightaway. He holds a half a second lead down into the teardrop now. Now down through the Dragon. Coming up on the back of a Lapper car. And down the main straightaway into the antenna. And then the S-bend and now through the fried potato angle. Leaves it itself a bit wide coming through the angle. As he comes down into the boomerang. Your leader Kong Lee holding on by about 4.5 tenths. He's got a quicker fast lap though, an 18.97. And he is the only driver looking to go faster than 2NZO's fast time from the previous heat. Kong Lee on track for a 16.508.5. Gordon Chan on track for a 16.509.7. Yihao Huang on for a 16.515. And Michael Lowe on for a 16.515.1 as well. Kong Lee still out front though, half a second up on Gordon Chan as he comes through the golf club. And he's got some clean air front and rear now. A focus on hitting his marks. He does a nice job there through the Dragon. And we're going to pick up on another driver there. Car 1. Gordon Chan. His body's come off at the front.
The alligator. Chomp, 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 chomp.
I'm sure that wouldn't. Yes, it does. And it looks hilarious when they try and jump.
I agree. It looks just hilarious in general. I think it's really funny when they go down the straightaway and the
goes,
body catches the wind and it makes them do a wheelie. Yeah, that's the, as our producer points out, that was also the sound of Scotty eating a banana in Japan. Chomp, 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 chomp. Actually, it's more like nom, 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 nom. It's still early.
Early like midday.
I like noon.
This is early, apparently. As Kong
just
Lee,
saying
still
that
your leader.
because we have 2 3/4 round qualifying left.
Yeah.
What up?
Thomas is excited. So Kong Lee still your leader from Yihao Huang. 5.5 seconds up on 5.5 seconds the gap between the two. Kong Lee still your leader on fast lap as well, an 18.8 for him, and he's the only driver still to go faster than 2NZO at the moment. Yihao Huang looking at going to 4th on the overall standings. Wailap Chung in 3rd with a 16.5.16, looking for 5th on the standings at the moment. Then Bowie Ginting sitting 4th on the road with a 16.5.17 predictive time, looking at going for 6th on the standings. As time's expired, everyone's told to keep going. We're still following Kong Lee as he crosses the line. He gets through for one more. He comes through the fried potato angle now. Still leaves himself plenty of width off the curb through the fried potato angle. Well, a nice wide exit from the boomerang, giving himself plenty of berth around the curbing. And just as well as he did is he missed that car in front of him that rolled over on that front section in the Dragon and was able to continue on his run and finish off a nice clean run to go 16.5.11, but not faster than 2NZO. So he lost time on the last lap, enough time to still hand 2NZO the overall top spot so far in the round as we're heading into heat number 5 now for qualifying round 3.
Pong Lee taking the win. Yihao Huang second. Bowie Ginting third. Wailap Chung fourth. And So Chu fifth. YZ Chen sixth. Lingshang Chen seventh. Then Michael Lowe, Gordon Chan, and Derek Nguyen out of the race. Heat number 4 completing. Heat number 5 approaching the driver's stand. Here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championship. Brought to you live in basically real time here on liverc.com, as well as reaching out to new viewers on Facebook Live, the YouTube live stream, and twitch.tv. Our coverage this week brought to you by Hobbywing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. And if you are watching on one of our other platforms this week, we do invite you to join our official LiveRC chat room at live.liverc.com and send us a picture of how you're watching the race to fanmail@liverc.com, and we'll show them throughout the broadcast.
It's our drivers for Heat 5, qualifying round 3, taken to the track. Shun-Min Kim, Jesse Davis, who I was instructed by my friend in Australia, Clive Silver, who's keeping in nice solid contact with me over the week, that they spelled his name wrong on our sheet, so it's Davis, not Davies. Jiawei Li, Kit Chow, Antonio Hung, Damien Giddens, Andy C, Ziping Cao, Carlock Joey Chen, and Johnson Tang, all taking to the starting grid for this one. Their time to beat, 2NZO's time, 16.508.9. We'll see if Jesse Davis can have a better run than he did last time out, because that was not good for Jesse, who's seemingly struggling this weekend at the Fengtai Motorsports Centre for the 2016 ISTC IFMAR World Championships. Just a couple of seconds away from a start now, guys.
Car 10, 7, 4, 2, 8, 3, 6, 1, 5, and 9. All right, good luck, everyone. Let's have some fun. Let's have a good, clean, fast, qualified, good sportsmanship. Everybody will get together, and everybody will go fast. It's group 5, group 6 and 7 to 10.
A better start for Jesse Davis in this one, 18.4 opening lap. As we've got a stop car on the back straight, it looks like he got going again. We're following Davis come down through the Dragon in the white and orange X-Ray. Here's your race leader looking at 17.517, so the first of a 17-lap run for Davis. Off to a much better start here than he was earlier on. Jiawei Li in second, Damien Giddens in third, Shun-Min Kim in fourth, Kit Chow in fifth, Carlock Joey Chan in sixth, Antonio Hung in seventh, Johnson Tang in eighth, Andy C in ninth, and Ziping Cao in 10th. Davis and Lee looking at going faster than 2NZL for the top time at the moment.
Davis down the front straightaway with a 18.5 last lap. Just a 200th of a second slower than his best of the race. 5 straight 18s start off as we are 2 minutes into this 5-minute run. Davis down the straightaway this lap. Bit slower, 18.7, just a couple of tenths off of his previous. 17.517, looking to be the first 17-lap run of the round. Little hot into the boomerang there. See him check up on corner exit instead of carrying more speed into the teardrop. 18.685 this last lap.
Jesse in control, 87-17 lap run. Down the front straight to go. Leads that way, second in the four, Damien in the three.
Davis through the S-turn. Down the short chute into the golf club. Onto the straightaway. Legging out that horsepower. Hopping a little bit over all three curves, all four curves in the Dragon.
Managed to keep it rubber side down, though. Good job from Jesse.
18.8, so maybe a little bit, well, no, it was basically the same lap before that, so.
Didn't lose any time out of it.
Nope, 2 minutes left to go, quite a bit faster than what T-Wen-Zo did in the previous run.
Jesse really tight on his curbing lines. Just clipping every apex he can, cutting across the curbing as much as possible.
I think clipping is being kind. He's kind of jumping through some of the turns here.
He needs to take up off-road racing. As he is your leader with a 6.5 second lead, and he's still on track for a 17.517. So a great run from Davis so far with 1:30 left to go. And we haven't seen this speed from him in qualifying just yet. For the Australian, really stepping it up in round 3 as he exits the golf club down the main straightaway. Oh, forces the issue into the teardrop. Still watching Jesse Davis, your leader, come down through the Dragon. He's got a big gaggle of cars to get through. And onto the main straightaway, holding down an 8.5 second lead as he's just lost a little bit of time navigating these cars. So he's on for a 17.518. Whoa! Big skip over the curbing from the car in front of him. He manages to get around and escape the carnage. Car lock, Joey Chan in 2, Damien Giddens in 3, Shunmin Kim in 4, Andy C in 5, Antonio Hung in 6, Jiawei Li in 7, Kit Chow in 8, Johnson Tang in 9, and Ziping Kao in 10. But Davis on track right now for a really hot time. Going to check out the times from round 2 to see where that would put him in relation. And in round 2, a 17.518.2, well, we're actually looking at a 16.50 would be enough for 25th in the previous round. So Davis with a great run, and he's done. He just misses out, 16.500.5. But a much better run as he puts himself in. Well, it's going to be a hard one to beat over the next couple of rounds. 16.5 even. Good enough for 25th, ahead of Jin Sawada in round. Actually, I think that's wrong for me. I need to look at that. But Davis with a 16.50, the only driver to go faster than T-Wen-Zo's 16.508. As I am going to start flicking through the times from round 2 to see where that would have put Jesse Davis on track. So 16.50 would have been good enough. It was faster than Juho Levinen's time, who was in Heat 13. So coming out of Heat 5, a great run from Jesse Davis. And it might show us that the track is starting to improve as now the sun's out over Feng Tai Motorsports Centre here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Our broadcasting sponsors here with you this week: Hobbywing, innovation powered by passion; Destiny, quality of design; Sweet Racing, the ultimate competition tyres; and Team Associated, world champion RC cars. As you can see our view of the driver stand, just watching Antonio Caroli there in the green car going slowly down the straight to start his warm-up lap. Everyone getting in position to take to the starting grid for qualifying round 3 in heat number 6. The man to beat, Jesse Davis, 16.500.5.
seconds to the start of the race.
All right, we're going to go. Got all our marshals. Marshals are ready. Marshals are ready. Marshals are not on their telephones. Marshals. Jim, can you help me?
Motion number 9.
Marshall. Oh. Oh. Well, it's okay. Forgive him. All right, guys, ready to go. This is group 6. 7, 8, 3, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, 10, and 9. All right, good luck. Here we go. All right, time to qualify, everybody.
We are underway with Heat 6 for qualifying round 3. Antonio Caroli out front at the moment with an opening lap, an 18.45 on lap 2. Looking at going just a little bit quicker than Jesse Davis's time, 16.5, 00.5, as Jerry Dyer jumps into the top spot by just less than 1/1000th of a second. So very close indeed between these two, as Dyer with a fast lap of a 18.6, and then RAI in third with an 18.6 as well. It's only 2/10 down, so we've got a hot field here. The top 3 drivers battling it out. Jerry Dyer in 1, Antonio Caroli in 2, RAI in 3, Tian Min in 4, Xiaofeng Zhu in 5, Jackie Lau in 6, Barry Wu in 7, James Pong in 8, Byungwan Kim in 9, and Pansik Yoon not taking to the starting grid.
7 and 4 are the front runners. Work together, guys. Do not race. Antonio Caroli back to the point. In green and a white, number 7. Ryan Moore carrying the 8. Ian 10. Now he's moving up to the 3 spot. And Jackie. Zhu Zhao Feng. Followed by James. Young Wan Kim. And Barry. Work together, guys. Do not race each other.
Antonio Caroli still leading the way ahead of Jerry Dye in 2, RAI in 3, Kian Min in 4, Jackie Lau in 5, and no one going faster than Jesse Davis' time now. Antonio Caroli on track for 16.504.6, which would put him second overall for the round. As we're watching Antonio Caroli come through the S-bend and into the fried potato angle, nice and tight on the apex in the potato angle, and follows the curving around, coming on the main straightaway through the golf club, and now into the Dragon in the green and white X-ray. He's assisting Alexander Hagberg this week. Had the pleasure of sitting down with Antonio in the hotel lobby a couple of days ago as we were preparing out here at the Fengtai Motorsports Centre for the ISTC.
Antonio Caroli, Young 807, Jerry Dye in the 8, Orion in the 4.
Caroli out front, still with a 1.9 second lead. Holding on to a 16.504 at the moment. RAI in 2 now. Down Min dropping a 3. Jerry Dye bombing out. Didn't see what happened to Jerry there, but he's not taking any further part in this race. Tian Min in 3, Byungwan Kim in 4, Jackie Lau in 5, Barry Wu in 6, James Pong in 7, Xiaofeng Zhu in 8. And then, like we said, Jerry Dye not taking further part, Pansik Yoon not taking to the starting grid. So, looks like Antonio Caroli putting in some nice consistent laps as he goes down the main straightaway into the antenna with about 25 seconds left on the clock. Now through the fried potato angle. God, I love that corner name, fried potato angle. It doesn't get any better than that. And now through the dragon. Area I holding down the 2 spot at the moment. 4.1 or 4.5 seconds adrift, but only 1 second back to Kian Min in 3. Then 0.8 back to Byung-Hwan Kim in 4. So Caroli looking at going to 2 for the round so far. So a solid run from Antonio Caroli, but not fast enough to put the pressure on Jesse Davis' time, who just missed out on the 17-lap run.
PM is third. Keep going, drivers. That time, all stop, all cars finish. Antonio gonna win that 14 or 16 lap 505. Arias 16 and Byung-Hwan Kim 16 laps.
Caroli taking the wing there ahead of Area I. Caroli with a 16.505.7, going to second on our time charts. Jesse Davis' time lives to fight another day. We'll see whether he stacks up in round 3 of qualifying here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships at the Fengtai Motorsports Center in Beijing, China. The sun is out and the skies are clear. It's a great day here at Fengtai Motorsports Center. It looked beautiful when we arrived this morning. And it's holding true still. The wind's died off again, so the flags, we can tell the wind by looking out the window to see the flags just hanging there dormant. And a great shot here on our driver stand. You can see our drivers lining up for the next heat. You can see Australian Ed Clark there looking ready to rock and roll.
Track is open. Easy, everybody. Slow down.
Wade Tadboy. David
Need our marshals, please.
Max Park. Chi Hon Long. Ka Wan Lun. Na Du Chu. Jimmy Sung. Megan Williams. Aaron Club.
Please, if you would, thank you. That gentleman unfortunately had to go home. Family health.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Track is closed. Cars to the starting area. Thank you, Leonard. Cars to the starting area. Slowly on the front straight. And I love that paint job. That looks sharp. Well done. Huh? Yeah, exactly. Starting grid 5, 7, 2, 8, 6, 10, 9, 4, 3, and 1. We got all the marshals. Here we go, guys. Group number 7. Car number 5. 7, 2, 8, 6, 10, 9, 4, 3, and 1. All right, good luck, everybody. Let's have a good qualifying run. Everybody go fast. Good sportsmanship.
So we are underway with Heat 7 qualifying round 3 at the IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Brought to you by our broadcasting partners, Hobbying Innovation powered by Passion, Destiny, Quality of Design, Sweep Racing, the Ultimate Competition Tyres, and Team Associated, World Champion RC Cars. David Erber out front right now. Ed Clark in the 2 spot. All just dropping down from Derek Hung in, who goes into 2. Ed Clark down to 3. Yao Kung Chu in 4. Ed Clark with a really slow lap to kick off. And it looks like, yeah, he's falling down the order. Ooh. He drops to 4. Wai Tat Hoi in 5. Jimmy So in 6. Chi Yong Ong in 7. Ka Wang Lung in 8. Max Park in 9. And Naoya Morita in 10. Our top 2 drivers, Derek Hung and David Erber, on track to go faster than Jesse Davis' time at this point. It's still very early days in this heat as Derek Hung's your leader with an 18.6 fast lap. 2 laps to go on lap 3.
Derek Hung, your leader in 2, followed by David Ehrbar in the 5 from Germany. Chu Yao Tong from Taiwan is 3rd in the 6. Liam Taiwan from Hong Kong in the 9 spot. Hu Jian from Malaysia now up to the 3 spot. Fast run, 16.500 for Derek. Jesse Avey, 3rd TQ, 16.500. Derek, David, and Young Kyle White. Fast start, 16.500 now. Airbar with the lead. Airbar through the sweeper he goes in that white. Green number 5. Black coming down the front straight. He'll be coming up on the 3 car here in a moment. Excellent, well done. That's the way to do it. Great driving, guys.
Couple more minutes into this heat. Jesse Davis' time looks to be staying intact as David Erbo drops to a 16.501. Holding down the lead, though, in this heat with Derek Hung in 2, Kai Wang Lung in 3, Naoya Morita in 4, Chi Yong Ong in 5, Wei Tat Hoi in 6, Jimmy So in 7, Max Park in 8, Ed Clark down in 9, and Yao Tung Chu taking no further part after 3 laps in this race.
16.509, Naoya Morita, 16.513. Chi Young Ong, 16.514. Boy, Wai Top. And Macau is on the 16.515. Jimmy Soap on a 16 lap run. Max on a 16. Whoa. Trouble the end of the straightaway for Ed. Looks like he's all right. Marshall, Jackie. Walking guys after the turn. Good job, Jackie. Thank you. Track is clear.
Inside the final minute, David Erba still your leader, but only 0.8 of a second up on Derek Hung in 2. As Derek Hung, whoa, dropped to the back of the field, so he's out as well by the looks of it. Big sideways from Erba as he entered the teardrop there. Managed to catch it, so he's drifting around. Maybe got his geographical locations mixed up. We're in China, not Tokyo. But Erba out front, 7.5 seconds up now on Ka Wang Lung as he does a donut going into the teardrop. So maybe something wrong with David Erba's Serpent as he's sideways coming through the drag and he's just trying to limp it home, get it to the finish. He's losing his lead slowly as Naoya Morita goes to the 2 spot. Kai Wang Lung in 3. Max Park in 4. Wei Tat Hoi in 5. Chi Yong Ong in 6. Jimmy So in 7. And Ed Clark in 8. Erba on track to go 16.505, which will be fast enough to go second on our overall sheets. As I'm not sure what's going on there at the antenna corner. Something definitely wrong with Erba's car, but he managed to get the finish, get the win by 6.2 seconds. And he'll be done. So he goes second for the round. Naoya Morita holds down second in this heat and goes 9th on our sheet for the round. Max Park in 3rd. We'll go 21st. Wei Tat Hoi in 22nd. Jimmy So in 23rd. As we're getting ready to go racing in almost the second half of this qualifying round 3. Group number 8 up on deck now.
Another great shot from our driver, Stan Cam. You can look at our drivers taking to the grid. Patrick Chow, Fanji Ding, Kokwai Wong, Alvin Ko, Hideo Katazawa, the Futapa designer, and a great driver in the 12 scale ranks, William Lee, Joihao Chen, Thomas Hui, Miu Hakamata, and Nicholas Ko taking to the starting grid.
All right, they're starting
10
right now.
seconds to the start of the race.
Starting grid 4, 7, 6, 1, 10, 5, 9, 8, 3, and 2. Good luck, drivers. This is group number 8. Car number 4, 7, 7, 6, 1, 10, 5, 9, 8, 3, and 2. All right, good luck, everybody. Here we go, off and rolling. This is group number 8, number 9, and 10. Start rolling the test.
Off to a start in Heat 8 for qualifying round 3. Patrick Chow out front early with an 18.3 opening lap. Hideo Katazawa in 2 with an 18.4, just 0.6 of a second down on our leader. Then Kokwai Wong in 3, Alvin Ko in 4, Fanji Ding in 5, Miu Hakamata in 6, Thomas Hui in 7, Nicholas Ko in 8, Joihao Chen in 9, and William Lee in 10. Had a car stopping on the front straight just a moment ago. Looks like it's all sorted out now, and not sure who we're following. We are following your leader, Patrick Chow, in the black and pink entry. Coming through the golf club now, down the main straightaway he goes. He's got a 1 second lead over Kokwai Wong in second, then 0.1 back to Hideo Katazawa in third, Alvin Ko in fourth, Fanji Ding in fifth, Mio Hakamata in sixth. As Patrick Chow holding down a new fast lap of 18.29 from a couple of laps ago. As we're getting closer to drivers executing 17-second laps in this qualifying round. Hideo Kitazawa into the 2 spot again. As Kokwai Wong loses a bunch of time, so does Juhao Chen, dropping down the order. Mio Hakamata after the 3 spot, Fanji Ding in 4, Thomas Hui in 5, William Lee in 6. Our top 2, Patrick Chow and Hideo Kitazawa, going to the top of the time sheets at the moment, good enough to go faster than Jesse Davis, 16.5 even. As I say that though, Hideo drops off that time and goes for 16.50. So Patrick Chow, the only driver on track to go faster than Jesse Davis at the moment. With 2 minutes remaining, he might be able to hold him off. Currently on track for a 17.5.15, the first 17-lap run we may see in qualifying this round. We're still following Patrick Chow, your leader. Patrick Chow driving his pink and black Yokomo with LRP power coming through the Dragon now. And onto the main straightaway, heading up to the antenna. Still on track for a 17.5.16, so he's lost a little bit of time. But still looking to go faster than Jesse Davis' fast time at 16.50, which has held the TQ spot in this round for the last couple of heats. A great run from Jesse, finally getting one sorted out in Q3, which is really crunch time for him to get it done. Hideo Kitazawa still holding down the 2 spot in this heat, but 3.2 seconds down
looking at going 16.502. Mio Hakamata in 3, another 2.3 seconds back, looking at a 16.505. Hideo and Mio currently looking at going 3 and 4 for the round so far on our overall timesheet, ahead of David Urbar, who ran a 16.505.6. Mio's time looking at a 16.505.2. Pretty close in a few of these drivers, and we go back to Fanji Ding, sitting in 4th, looking at going 7th for the round at the moment on our overall sheet with a 16.506.0. Only 0.3 of a second slower than Antonio Caroli from our previous header, who had a great run, putting in a 16.505.7, who's currently holding down the 6th spot on the overall timesheets. As time has expired, Patrick Chow gets through for one more by just 1.2 seconds, and is going to go 17.517 according to our screens, and that will put him on top of the timesheets as the new TQ in heat number 8 for qualifying round number 3, and he goes 17.5, 17.6, and goes back to the top of the timesheets to finish off his race. So a great run from Patrick Chow ahead of Hideo Kitazawa in 2nd, Mio Hakamata in 3rd, Fanji Ding in 4th, Alvin Ko in 5th, William Lee in 6th, and Zhou Hao Chen in 7th, Nicholas Ko in 8th.
Patrick Chow going to be a winner, 17 laps for Patrick.
Just looking at the overall times from that round, Patrick Chow, the first one in the round to go 17 laps, as Jesse Davis almost did, but managed to just miss it out by about half a second and went 16.50.5. And we just had a shot there of our driver stand cam as the drivers take their place on the stand, ready to kickstart their heat for qualifying round 3. Heat number 9 up on deck now. And you're watching our live RC coverage of the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. We're available to be seen on our website, live.liverc.com. We're also live on YouTube, Facebook Live, and on twitch.com across multiple platforms this week to bring you all the coverage from the Fengtai Motorsports Centre. Thanks to our broadcast sponsors, Hobbywing, innovation powered by passion, Destiny, quality of design, Sweet Racing, the ultimate competition tyres, and Team Associated, World Champion RC Cars. And we're getting ready for a race start in just a moment for Heat 9. Felix Law, the brothers Jungyun and Jongyun An, Shin Sawada, Julian Wong, Dominic Kwek, Kevin Hebert, Patrick Poon, Yan Chung, Minao Lau. Some great drivers getting ready to start their race as we progress through the rounds and start getting our way closer to the pointy end. And we are currently looking at what is known as the G heat at this point. Drivers about to, or just starting their run now.
All right, good luck, everybody. Here we go. This is group number 9. Julian Wong from the United States coming out past that first.
Kicking off the opening races, or the opening few laps in this race, Heat 9 of Q3. Shin Sawada out front from Minao Lau in 2. Dominic Kwek in 3, Zhongyun An in 4, Felix Law in 5, Kevin Herbert in 6, Zhongyun An in 7, Julian Wong in 8, Patrick Poon in 9, and Yang Chung in 10. The only driver to go faster than Patrick Chow right now is Shin Sawada, looking at a 17.5.13 with a fast lap of 18.253.
3 minutes, 30 seconds to go, drivers. Race number 10 is next. Shinzo Abe, your leader, car 10.
We're following your leader, Shin Sawada, in his blue and white shell.
Leader blue and white, 0 car, crew sweeper. Now, Min Ho, second in the 3.
So Shin Sawada out front with his Yokomo going down through the boomerang now down into the teardrop as we speak. We've got a 0.3 of a second lead on Minhao Lau in second, then back to 1.1, back to Felix Law in 3, and then 0.4 back to Kevin Hebert in 4. Sawada with an 18.2 fast lap, but now off of the top time, looking at running a 17.5.17. The only driver looking at a 17 lap run in this heat as well, but not quite as fast as Patrick Chow's 17.5, 17.6. So it's only about a 1/10 of a second off it right now on predictive time as he exits the golf club. A bit of a wiggle there coming onto the main straightaway. Nice and wide through the teardrop, giving himself plenty of room off those curbs, not trying to upset the car's balance at all. Down the main straightaway, takes a nice optimised line. Nice and tight through the second half now into the fried potato angle. It's a very fast corner with such a grand name. Have to try and squeeze the name in there. Still holding on to a 1.7 second lead at the moment ahead of Minhao Lau in 2. Dominic Quek now up to the 3 spot, just half a second down on Lau. So Quek, although a slow lap for him this time round, a 19-second lap for Quek. He still holds on to the 3 spot though, just 0.2 of a second ahead of Felix Law in 4, Kevin Hebert in 5, Zhang Yun An in 6, Zhong Yung and his brother in 7, Patrick Poon in 8, Yan Chung in 9, Julian Wong in 10. Currently Sawada looking at going 2 for the round, Minhao Lau looking at going 4 for the round, Quek in 6 for the round, Law in 7, Zhang Yun in 8, Kevin Hebert down in 9 for the round as Hebert elevates himself up in 7 for the round behind Dominic Quek. Then a long way back to Zhong Yun An, looking at going 14th for the round. Ooh, something happened there to Dominic Quek, and he drops a bunch of time and drops down now. Quek on track for 16.507.6 as Shin Sawada lost a little bit of time just consistently over the last couple of laps and falls off of a 17-lap run, now looking at a 16.50.4. Kevin Hebert having a great run in the later stages of this session. Heat 9 for qualifying round number 3. Hebert up to the 2 spot. Currently looking at putting himself 5th in the round so far. So Hebert on a better run, 16.505. Not quite enough to send him up towards the A main though. But a 16.505 will put him inside about the top 40 drivers. So somewhere inside an D or E heat. As Sawada finishes with a 16.50.5 even to go second for the round behind Patrick Chow, the only 17-lap driver we've seen so far in qualifying round number 3. Everyone has finished now on our screen. Kevin Hebert, yes, got a finish. You can see there on our screen, Sawada getting the win, 16.50.5 ahead of Kevin Hebert in second, 16.505.1. Felix Law in third, 16.505.3. Zhang Yun An in fourth on a 16.505.7. Dominic Quek in fifth on a 16.509.3.
Drivers out the marshal, please. Track is open.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Track is closed. Cars to the starting area, please.
30 seconds to the start
Slowly
of
on
the
the front
race.
straight.
Seconds to the start of the race.
Was there a 7?
Marshal number 7 from the last race. Yep. Starting grid, 2, 5, 9, 1, 4, 10, 6, 8, 3, and 7. Good luck, drivers. This is through 10. 2, 5, 9, 1, 4, 10, 6, 8, 3, and 7. 7 car, please wait until I call your number. All right, good luck, everybody. I got Rocket, your early leader into 1 car. Wang Qisheng, second into 7, followed by Jack into 4. Xiao Yaoi into 6. Ki Hung Kim into 9. Then Ray High, followed by Aaron, Ray.
Underway with Heat 10 for qualifying round 3. Well into it now. And Qiusheng Huang out front from Rocket Zhang in 2. Jackie Shum in 3. Yahweh Go in 4. Ki-Hyun Kim in 5. Hey Lai in 6. Ray Poon in 7. Aaron Rose in 8. Stick King in 9. Jordan Coolis in 10. Following your leader now. Coming around the golf club down into the teardrop now. In the white and yellow, Qiusheng Huang in 1. Looking at going. He's putting in 18.9s. There's some solid lap times from Qiusheng. It's just coming up on some lappers now down the main straightaway. That's to navigate his way around them as he comes down through the teardrop into the dragon. Whoa, right up onto the back of him. And just sends in the message to move aside. Down into the antenna now through the S-bend and into the fried potato angle. Nicely done through the potato angle. It was very fast from Qiusheng Huang, your race leader.
Wang Qisheng going to be the car number 7.
2 minutes left.
Leader down the front straightaway.
2 to go. Qiusheng Huang still out front at the moment. We're watching him come through the golf club and onto the main straightaway.
Rocket in second. Jackie Shum third. All on time to beat the current DQ. Minute 40 to go. 140 left.
Qiusheng running a Hobbywing powered X-Ray to lead this heat right now.
Wang, your leader, car number 7. All alone on the red track, down the front straightaway. Rocket second into 1, Jack into 4. 105 to go, drivers.
Gusheng Huang out front, looking at putting himself atop of the timesheet for the round with 45 seconds left to go. Rocket Zhang going with him too. So Huang out front looking on a 17.5.15. And Zhang in 2 on track for a 17.5.16. Jackie Shum in 3 on track for a 17.5.18. Hai Lai in 4 on track for a 16.5.01. So our top 3 drivers looking at going 17 laps, but only our top driver, your leader, Gusheng Huang, looking at going faster than Patrick Chow's fast time from the previous round on for a 17.5.15.8 to beat Patrick Chow's 17.5.17.6. Rocket Zhang and Jackie Chum looking at going 3 and 4 for the round, behind Patrick Chow, but ahead of Shin Sawada. As we're following Rocket now, rocketing down the mountain straight away. It's orange. It's an orange rocket coming through the dragon, and he's going to cross the line. Should get through for one more. Yes, he does. And Rocket's on track for 17.5, 18.1 now, as Jackie Shum missed out on the extra lap by 7 thousandths of a second. So bad luck there from Jackie. Not able to get the 17th lap in, but it's still going to set him in the same position for the round. And it'll be the first driver on 16 laps in this round so far, as Gusheng Huang crosses the line to take the win. Jordan Cullis keeping track of his bet with Ryan Maker, and I don't think he went faster than Maker's 18.0. So Jordan still has some work to do if he wants to win the clean bet that he has with Ryan Maker, which is the double or nothing, continuing on from the AOC round in Canberra a few weeks ago. Typical Australians. If there's something they can bet on, they'll bet on it. Just watching our driver stand cam as everyone takes their place ready to start the next round. And this one, well, we're watching Naoto Matsukura in the E heat. Oh, in the E heat.
Naoto Matsukura, Sahara Saino, Chavit Salahita, Satoshi Bando, Gogo Suzuki, Chao Man Chen. 1 minute to the start of the race. Motor King, Hugh Chen, Daniel Siebert, Arcadius SNYK. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
Max Lim, cars are starting here, guys. Max Lim to the announcing area, please. Or Rick,
Our drivers looking at taking to the starting grid. Naoto Matsukura is going to be first off the line. See if Matsukura can put in a better one this time, as he didn't go too solid in the previous round. And really still not showing the pace that he would be expecting to have as your current reigning and defending world ISTC champion from 2014 in Florida. But he will take off first in the white and yellow Tamiya, ahead of Takara Sano, Daniel Seba, Moda King, Shavit Saligupta, Gotu Sauta, Chao Man Chen, Yu Chan, Arcadius Smith, and Satoshi Bando, all taking to the starting grid. That's a great shot there of all our cars sitting there ready to go. Matsukura off to his opening lap and kicking into it hard as he comes round the golf club onto the main straightaway into the teardrop. Just ticking off his lines nicely, real tight on the exit of the teardrop. Nice and tidy through the dragon. And down the main straightaway to pop out a 17.8 opening lap. So we'll see if Matsukura can hold on to this pace, and maybe he can turn his luck around in qualifying round 3 to put himself inside a potential of an A main. And personally, it doesn't seem like Matsukura's had the greatest run since he moved to Tamiya from Yokomo, where he won the world title in Florida. And currently on track for a 17.502 is Matt Sakura ahead of Sally Gupta, looking for a 17.510. So Matt Sakura on track to turn his run around. The winning time from Q2 earlier today was Bruno Coelho, a 17.506. Keeping in mind the track's probably going to be a bit faster in the middle of the day as the additive is now well and truly worn into the track. The spray additive they put on in the morning seemed to be a little bit slick first thing, as it has been the other 2 days of competition and practice we've had here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC Worlds at the Feng Tai Motorsports Centre. Matt Sakura, though, still sitting on a 17.505, so he's lost a little bit of time. But as we've seen, those times start to stretch right out towards the end of the run. And I'd say, betting early, Matt Sakura might be looking at a 17.510, maybe 512 by the end of the run, as the times will drop off into the 19s and mid-19s later on towards the run. Matt Sakura still on track for a 17.507 at the moment, though. The fast lap of a 17.8 on lap 3 ahead of Shavit Saligupta. In second on track for a 17.516. Daniel Sieber from Germany on track for a 17.517. Motor King, the Chinese driver, in fourth on track for another 17.517. Our top 2 drivers, Matt Sakura and Saligupta, looking like going faster than Qiusheng Huang's time from the previous round, a 17.516, as Saligupta just drops down behind that. Matt Sakura, the only driver on track to go faster than that, with a 17.508.9 predicted time last time at the line, with a minute 45 to go. So this looks like it could be a strong run from Matt Sakura, but if he drops just a couple more seconds, he can fall down the order very quickly, as it's pretty tight from about 8 through to 15. The Japanese ace, leading his way through the fried potato angle, just dive bombs the car that is lapping there at the golf club. It leaves the door seemingly open, almost leaves himself open to be cleaned up by the same driver in the teardrop, but manages to get through cleanly. And Matt Sakura has now dropped to a 17.510 with a minute 10 to go, so starting to slip little by little. Goes through the boomerang and the teardrop. The driver giving him plenty of room there. He'll be saying thank you later on. Everyone giving Matt Sakura plenty of room out there. He's still on track for a 17.5, 10.5. Looking to go faster than Qiusheng Huang's time of a 17.5, 16.3. And can Matt Sakura seek redemption in qualifying round 3 to try and move his way up the qualifying order and have a chance at defending his ISTC world title here in Beijing at the Feng Tai Motorsports Centre with 30 seconds left to go? Looks like his pace has leveled out around a 17.510. Whoa, a bit sideways there through the dragon for Matt Sakura, just a little bit too quick. Grabbed a little bit of extra throttle to correct himself, and his pace drops to a 17.5, 11.3 now with 15 seconds left. So he's going to sneak through 4 one more time as he goes down the front straightaway into the antenna now. And that'll be his last time over the line before the finish. Looking at a 17.5, 11.5. He needs to capitalise on this final lap. Ahead of Shavit Saligupta in second, who's looking to put himself third in the round. And Matt Sakura through the dragon now onto the front stretch and into the antenna. And he runs 17.5, 11.6. So a better run from Matt Sakura in round 3. But we'll see over the next 4 heats whether it's good enough to move his way inside the top 10 to score some points towards an A main berth later on tomorrow, on his way to trying to defend his 2016, or to defend his world title here in 2016 at the Feng Tai Motorsports Centre. Takara Sano finishing in second with a 16.501.4. Motor King in third with a 16.502.1. Hugh Chan in fourth with a 16.502.9.
And Daniel Siever, the German driver, in 5th with a 16.503.1. Watching our driver stand cam as the drivers for the next race make their way into position. Got Jin Sawada, Lucas O'Bain, Jung Chan Kim, Kahiri Nomura, P.Y. Tang, Stephen Weiss, Kota Akimoto, Juho Levanen, Hayato Ishioka, and Nathan Rees all taking to the starting grid for this one.
1 minute to the start of the race. Lucas Urbane, Juho Levanen, Haitang, Nathan Rees, Yung Chan Kim, Takahiro Nomura. Track is open. Track is open. Hayato Ishioka. Track is open. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Track is open. Track is open. 30 seconds to the start of the race. All right, bring the grid, guys. Start the grid, please. Seconds to the start of the race. Starting grid at 264, 591, 87, 10, and 3. Good luck, drivers. This is grid 12. Car 2, 2, 2, 6, 4, 5, 9, 1, 8, 7, 10, and 3. All right, good luck, everybody. This is group number 12 off and running. Have a good qualifier, good sportsmanship. Everybody do some fast 17-lap run.
We are underway with Heat 12, qualifying round 3. Jin Sawada out to front early on with Lucas Urbane in 2, Takahiro Nomura in 3, Jung Chan Kim in 4. Aoto Ishioka going to the 4 spot now, puts Kim down to 5. Juho Levanen dropping down to 7 as Stephen Weiss takes it off him. And then Levanen jumps up to 5, Ishioka up to 4. Changing around as they come around, but it looks like Nomura opening up to be looking on track for a 17.508. We're following Nomura around now as he goes through the fried potato angle onto the main straightaway, exiting the golf club. He's in the white and yellow car. So Nomura's white and yellow Yokomo on LRP power, exiting the fried potato angle once more through the golf club and down the main straightaway. He's on track for a 17.508 at the moment. Jin Sawada in 2, on track for a 17.510. Lucas Urbane, the French VBC driver, on track for a 17.510. Aoto Ishioka in 4, Jung Chan Kim in 5, Juho Levanen in 6, Stephen Weiss in 7, Kota Akimoto in 8, Nathan Rees in 9, and P.Y. Tang in 10. Our top 2 drivers, Takahiro Nomura and Jin Sawada, on track to go faster than Naoto Matsukura's time from Heat 11, but we still have 2 minutes 45 left to run. As we know, that predictive time starts to really drop off towards the end of the run due to the tyres falling away from the drivers. And the belief here seems to be that that's caused by the additive not having or not being able to take to the tyres as easily due to the chosen additive here this week at the ISTC Worlds. There's the same for everyone. So it is what it is, right? As as Nomura still your leader. As he drops now, so Matsukura seems safe on his 17.511. Nomura dropping right down to 4th. And really slow that from Nomura. Well, not really. We're following now Jin Sawada in the white and orange, I believe.
2 minutes left.
And Sawada driving his white and orange Yokomo onto the main straightaway and into the antenna now, exiting the Dragon. Sawada now down, or up to the 2 spot, only 4/10 of a second down on your leader, Nakamura. Oh, Nomura, sorry, Takahiro Nomura, your leader.
but Urbane takes it off him. Sawada goes to the lead now. Namura is out, so something happened to Namura a couple of laps ago. Now Sawada, your leader, on track for a 17.5, 13.1, ahead of Lucas Urbane in 2, Hayata Ishioka in 3, Youngchan Kim in 4, Juho 11 in 5, Stephen Weiss in 6, Nathan Rees, the Australian, in 7, Kota Akimoto in 8, P.Y. Tang in 9, and of course we lost Takahiro Namura earlier on in the race. You're watching Sawada now coming through the Dragon. Oh, what happened there for Sawada? Just trying to put a passing maneuver on a lapping car, got hung up. No, something went wrong for Sawada, and he has stopped. So that's going to give Lucas Urbane your race lead. A very peculiar end to Sawada's race, so we're going to follow, I believe, Urbane in the green. Coming out of the golf club now is Urbane, the French VBC driver. Coming down through the Dragon onto the main straightaway. With 15 seconds to go, he's on track for a 17.5.14, which will put him second on the sheet overall right now, ahead of Youngchan Kim in second, Hayato Ishioka in third, Joho Lebanon in fourth, Stephen Weiss in fifth, Kota Akimoto in sixth, Nathan Rees in 7, P.Y. Tang in 8, and we lost Sawada and Namura earlier in this race. Urbane gets through for one more, as expected, still on track for 17.5.14. That'll put him second for the round, so not fast enough to better Naoto Matsukura's time from Heat 11, but Urbane looking strong in this one. It was a bit of an unknown coming into this weekend, but he put in some fast runs in practice earlier and showed us that he could be a contender for the higher heats this week at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. But that said, he lost out on that last lap to Youngchan Kim. So Youngchan Kim gets a win from Lucas Urbane in Heat 12, qualifying round 3. Youngchan Kim taking a 17.5.15.08 ahead of Urbane with a 17.5.15.274. Stephen Weiss in third with a 17.5.17.9. Juho 11 in 4 with a 17.5.18.2. And Kota Akimoto in 5 with a 16.504.6. Nathan Rees in 6 with a 16.504.505.8. P.Y. Tang in 7 with a 16.507.0. And we lost Ishioka, Sawada, and Namura, all three drivers bowing out before the race had finished. Coming up on deck now is Heat 13. Ryusuke Yamamoto, Mikhail Orlowski, Freddie Sudoff, Ryan Maker, Thomas Pumpler, Charlie P, Yugo Nakashima, Simon Nicholson, who had to make some repairs to his car after flying off the main straightaway, smashing the wall at the end of the main straightaway in the early heat. Alexandra Laurent and Anthony Coretti all taken to the starting grid for Heat 13, qualifying round 3. Here we are on day 2 of qualifying at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC Worlds. Our broadcast sponsors this week: Hobbywing, innovation powered by passion; Destiny, quality of design; Sweep Racing, the ultimate competition tyres; Team Associated, world champion RC cars. And we're about to get going for heat number 13. The track seemingly gaining some speed as the sun's out. The skies are relatively clear now, a little bit of smog around in the place, but it's still nice and bright, not overcast and cloudy like it was earlier during the week here at the Feng Tai Model Sports Centre. And it looks absolutely beautiful out here. Nice outdoor circuit and an amazing facility as our drivers are now taking off to start their run.
7, 1, 2, 10, and 8. All right, here we go, everybody. Group number 13. Turn TQ for a round with 17.5.
We are watching Ryusuke Yamamoto, who took off your first starter for this qualifying heat right with him as he comes through the teardrop. Now through the dragon section, nice and tight on the apex. There's a little bit of a wobble coming out of that right-hander. And down the straightaway for a 17.8 new fast lap of the race. He just gets beat, though, as Freddie Sudoff goes through for a 17.808. And Yugo Nagashima goes through to the lead. Ryosuke Yamamoto in 2. Freddie Sudoff in 3. Mikhail Orlowski in 4. Ryan Maker in 5. Thomas Pumpler in 6. Anthony Coretti in 7. Alexandra Laurent in 8. Simon Nicholson in 9. And Charlie P in 10. Just over a minute in.
Quickly into this 5-minute qualifier group 13, round 3. Freddie, Yugo now back to lead. Yuski, then Freddie, then Mikhail, Ryan, Thomas, Anthony, Alexander, Simon, Charlie.
So Yamamoto out to the point now, just 1/10 of a second up on Frederick Sudoff, and then Mikhail Orlowski 2 1,000ths down from Sudoff. As Sudoff now goes to the top, Yamamoto drops to 2, Orlowski down to 3, Maker in 4, Nagashima down to 5, Pumpler in 6, Coretti in 7, Alexandra Laurent in 8, Simon Nicholson jumping 8 now, Laurent down at 9, and Charlie P in 10. Our top 6 drivers all looking at going to the top of the sheet ahead of Naoto Matsukura's time. We are following fast Freddie Sudoff. Okay, we're following Frederick Sudoff as he comes through the teardrop. Currently your leader, the German driver. On board with his LRP-powered Automatics. Coming through the fried potato angle around the golf club and onto the main straightaway. He has a 1.4 of a second lead on the Australian Ryan Maker. Well, no, he doesn't, as Ryosuke Yamamoto goes back to the point. 6 1,000ths up on Sudoff. Yamamoto goes to the lead now, 1.7 up on Sudoff. Maker in 3. As Sudoff goes back to the lead. Maker now goes to the lead. Nagashima goes to the lead. All switching around here, so it's very close. Less than a second covering the top 6 cars. As all 6 drivers are looking to go faster than Naoto Matsukura's time. Fastest driver on track with the fastest quick lap is Freddie Sudoff with a 17.808. But it's Yamamoto showing as your leader at the moment. Nagashima in 2, Maker in 3, Sudoff in 4, Orlowski in 5, Pumpler in 6, Charlie P in 7, Alexandra Laurent in 8. We are now following Yamamoto, Ryosuke Yamamoto coming out of the fried potato angle into the golf club and down the main straightaway. Here's your race leader with 7 100ths of a second lead over Yugo Nagashima in 2 from fast Freddie Sudoff, the German in 3. And the Aussie Ryan Maker in 4. Top 5 drivers now looking at going faster than Naoto Matsukura's time from Heat 11. Yamamoto still out front though. And he's starting to stretch away that lead from the Australian Ryan Maker. It looks like Maker still beating his mate Jordan Cullis for the clean bet, as Cullis did not go sub 18.
No, Cullis isn't even close.
Nowhere near it, so Maker still way in front. And I really think Jordan Cullis made a fool's bet. As I welcome back Aaron Waldron back to the booth.
I just destroyed a mountain of food from the buffet.
Well, it's glad to have you back, as I'm about to destroy my food in just a moment.
Well, good luck with that.
Yamamoto is still your leader with just a couple of seconds left in the heat. Maker in 2, Nagashima in 3, Sudoff down to 4, Orlowski in 5, Pumpler in 6. Our top 2 only drivers now looking at going faster than Naoto Matsukura. So Matsukura looks like he could have a time well worth being inside the top 25 drivers.
Oh, he's absolutely, yeah.
So he had a great run in his heat.
17.511 looking better than we originally thought.
Yeah, 17.511, great time for Matsukura. as Yamamoto comes through with a 17.5, 11.009, and Maker, the Australian, with a 17.5, 11.5. Yugo Nagashima coming through with a 17.5, 12.08. Freddie Sudoff with a 17.5, 12.2. Thomas Pumpler with a 17.5, 13.3. Mikael Orlowski with a 17.5, 15.5. Charlie P with a 17.5, 16.1. Alexandra Laurent with a 16.502.2. Anthony Coretti with a 16.5, 11.0. And we lost Simon Nicholson again. I didn't see what happened there.
Akio Sabue was the fastest driver in heat number 14.
Track is open. Track is open. Track is open.
45 seconds for the
Track is open. Track is open, guys. Track is open. Track is open if you want one more lap.
Akio Sabue was fastest in heat number 14 in the first round. And so he will be the first car off the line here in round number, well, I'm sorry, that was in the second round. This is round number 3. The second we've run today, Sabue was 5th quick overall in round number 2. And so he will be the first off the line. Loic Jasmin, the Frenchman, will start second. Mark Reinhardt and Mark Fisher, 2 Germans named Mark with a C. Interesting. 2 Americans in this heat, J.J. Wong and Rick Hort. The Finn, Viliami Kuppinen. The Thai driver, Min Wedlock. The Japanese former two-wheel drive world champion, Ayato Matsuzaki. And the Dutch 2012 ISTC world champion, Jillis Groskamp, in this heat. Akio Sabue starts off with an 18.099 in that all yellow and blue. Tamiya TRF 419X around the golf club and onto the back straightaway. Viliami Kuppinen actually with a flyer of a first lap, 17.896, but we'll see what Akio has as this time. He was 5th after lap 1, 18.065. He drops a spot here after lap number 2, so Sabue not showing quite the pace that we saw from him in round number 1. Mark Reinhardt leading after 2 laps. Last lap is 17.807 is the fastest of this young run so far. Reinhardt coming by the line right there, so he's a little bit behind his teammate Sabue. Viliami Kuppinen, 15 thousandths of a second up on Reinhardt after 3 laps. A 17.846 personal best for Kuppinen. Akio Sabue here on lap number 3, 17.669, new fast lap of the race, and then a 17.899 after that. He's just 11 hundredths of a second out of the top spot. Reinhardt back to the top. Reinhardt, Kuppinen, Sabue, Fisher, and Wong as we follow along with Viliami Kuppinen, the young Finnish driver, across the finish line. Was the leader after 4 laps, but an 18.20 drops him to 3rd. Kuppinen around the fried potato angle to the golf club and down the back straightaway. Was just 32 hundredths of a second out of the lead after that last lap. Another good lap for Sabue, 17.849. Puts him now 4/10 of a second up on Tamiya teammate Mark Reinhardt, with the Capricorn of Mark Fisher running 3rd and Kuppinen down in 4th. J.J. Wong 5th. The top 5 still within a second of each other with 2:50 left to go. 4/10 of a second lead now for Sabue. 18.1 on the last lap for both Sabue, Reinhardt, as well as Mark Fisher and Loic Jasmin. Top 4 drivers, all with nearly identical laps last time by. Top 7 on pace to go faster than what Ryosuke Yamamoto did in the previous heat. That was a 17.511. Right now, Jillis Groskamp in the 7th position, 17.508. So now Naoto Matsukura looking at potentially sitting 10th with 1 heat left to go. He might make the top 20. Here's Mark Fisher in the Trion-powered Capricorn. Mark Fisher switching car and electronics teams here for the 2016 season. And in the B heat, looking at a potential top 20 finish at the World Championship. May not be able to make the final. In fact, he wasn't in the top 20 in round number one either. Round number two, excuse me. It's throwing me off that we did one round yesterday. Akio Sabue less than 0.8 of a second up on teammate Mark Reinert as the two of them looking to go to the top of the charts. Loic Jasmine 0.6 of a second back. Fisher through the Dragon. 1.1 seconds now separates Sabue and Reinert. And again, we see in this race, no one's gone fast after lap number 4. So the tires going away quickly. Akio Sabue here from the new camera angle through the golf club. A good view from the far right side of the driver's stand. Sabue through the teardrop. No one crying in this run. Excellent look at the Dragon car looking, coming straight toward the camera, snaking its way through there. And an interesting perspective on the S-turn as well. Sabue keeping up a lot of speed through two very tricky corners, perhaps the slowest section on the track coming up right here. Double apex right, weave to the left and right, and then onto the front straightaway. Sabue's last lap, 18.1, before that 18.2, before that 18.2, before that 18.0. So yeah, Sabue, 17.506. His fastest lap was a 17.669 back on lap number 3. And it's been about 10 laps since he's been in the 17s, but still very quick since. And just as I say that, his slowest lap, I believe, of the race in 18.3 as the master clock coming to a close in about 15 seconds. Akio Sabue stretching his gap over Mark Reinert to 1.5 seconds. Still the top 6 drivers, all separated by less than 4. Sabue through the S's to the fried potato angle around the golf club. That is the strangest looking golf club I've ever seen. Sabue 18.2 on that last lap, and then let's see what he has as he finishes up is 17.507. Last lap at 18.1. New TQ with 1 heat left to go. 17.507, and that is faster by 0.3 than what Bruno Coelho set in the second round of qualifying that we ran earlier this morning. So the track definitely faster than it was. Let's see if Akio Sabue can hang on to a TQ run here in round number 3 of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships, live from Beijing, China, here at the Fengtai Sports Center. 1 heat left to go in the third round of qualifying. Our sponsors this week, Hobbywing, Destiny, Sweet Racing, and Team Associated, as we get ready for the fastest heat after the resort of international scale touring car qualifying competition. Bruno Coelho, the fastest driver in the first 2 rounds. If Coelho can set the fastest time here in the third round as well, he would secure at least a tie for the overall TQ.
And our driver's taken to the stand, ready to take to the track for 8:15, qualifying round 3. Bruno Coelho, Ronald Volker, Victor Wilk, Alexander Hagberg, Christopher Krupp, Nicholas Lee, Andy Moore, Tsushi Hara, Naoki Akiyama, and Elliot Harper all taken to the starting grid for this one. It's great to have Aaron back. I had a bit of a few lonely heats there, mate.
Yeah, I kind of underestimated how long it was going to take me to eat that mountain of food. Here, I will show you. I've been taking pictures of my food, not for Instagram, but just to show. No, seriously, not a single one. But just to show my fiance when I get home. Look at this delectable spread.
Wow, that is a mountain of food.
I've never had
perfectly described mountain of food.
I've never had Mount Fuji. Oh no, we're
Mount
in China.
Futurama.
There you go.
Yeah.
What's a big mountain in China?
You're asking me?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, the most vegetables I've ever had on an RC racing trip, I think, this weekend. It's been spectacular.
And yet I just ate McDonald's.
Yeah. I'm very disappointed in you, Chris.
We've got to do it once.
Bruno Coelho in the white, yellow, and orange X-ray, looking for his third straight TQ run.
To lock it all up, too.
It's been the Coelho show so far, through the teardrop and into the Dragon for lap number 1. So much pace through these tight corners.
Coelho's really got this thing under control.
17.559,
For
excuse
your
me.
first flying lap, wow. But Volker goes faster.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Volker stepping up.
Whoa.
He's been second behind Coelho in both rounds of qualifying.
We're
as we
following
pick up.
Volker now through the Dragon.
Yep.
From our far right section of the driver's stand.
Volker's been very subdued in his post-race interviews. Happy with the pace, but would like to challenge for the top spot. And we did see, especially earlier this morning, he was a little bit faster than Coelho at the beginning of the run, but wasn't able to maintain that pace throughout the heat. So the track temperature is a little bit warmer than they were this morning, which Volker said would maybe exaggerate the problem. And here we go, a cool little split screen action with Bruno Coelho and on the left side and Ronald Volker on the right.
Great view of our split screen, our two cameras on the driver's stand, following our top two drivers at the moment, Volker and Coelho. As they lead out, Volker still has the upper hand, so Volker taking the fight to try and stop the Coelho show as Coelho comes down through the Dragon onto the main straightaway. Volker following him now down the main straightaway as well. So they're separated 1 and 2 on the road, and 2 and 1 on time though.
By just 2/100ths of a second. Nicholas Lee, the Singaporean, running third.
Having a great run.
Excellent run for the Yokomo driver. Alexander Hagberg fourth, and Christopher Kropp and another Tamiya rounding out the top 5.
It's definitely heating up here in qualifying at the Fengtai Motorsports Center.
Coelho with an 18.011 takes over the lead by 14/1000ths of a second over Ronald Volker as we watch Coelho on the left side of your screen through the Dragon and onto the front straightaway. A nice wide entry down into the antenna, carrying a lot of speed into that
Volker
S.
takes back the lead though.
He did by 47,000ths of a second. They are extremely close with just over half the race to go. Volker's been hanging on, trying to keep pace with Coelho. They're nearly tied. Oh, and look at that. Coelho with an 187, excuse me, dropping 1700ths of a second behind Volker. This is Volker's perhaps largest lead of the race. Top 6, all on pace to go faster than Akio Sabue, now top 5. So Sabue from the B heat looking at another potential top 10, maybe even a top 5 run.
And the biggest lead we've seen from Volker, 0.146 of a second. So we say a biggest lead, but it's absolutely nothing out there for Volker at the moment. But he is at the moment trying to deny Bruno Coelho of a clean sweep of the first 3 rounds of qualifying to try and force it to the 4th and 5th rounds. If Volker can take this one, he'll stop Coelho from locking it all out in round 3.
1:45 left to go.
And Volker's stretched out that lead, 7/10 of a second now. So Volker looking in control. I heard a rumor that Volker's running a prototype spec of what's going to be the BD8 model of the Yokomo with an alternative belt design.
They have not let us look under the body, so maybe something new in there.
Volker still leading out, 0.8 of a second ahead of Bruno Coelho, then 0.7 back to Nicholas Lee, Andy Moore in 4, Alex Hagberg in 5. So we're watching this fight at the front as they're the only 2 drivers set to go faster than Akio Sobue in the 3 spot on the round at the moment. Volker on track for a 5th, 17.505, 1.1 ahead of Coelho. So the Coelho show not quite as strong in round 3. Volker really taking it to him. And he might have to get close enough to ask him to move over in just a moment. And wouldn't that sit well on Coelho's shoulders on the driver's stand? I'd hate to be a fly on the wall in that one.
Top 6 drivers separated by less than 2.5 seconds. And that's still separating 1 through 6th overall as Akio Sabue.
Now Coelho has actually fallen behind Sabue's time. So Volker looked to be the only driver. And that'll put Sabue on a 2 for the round if it stays this way with 20 seconds left to go. We're going to bring you through to the end. Volker still your leader, a 9.5 of a second up on Coelho in 2. Then Hagberg now up to the 3 spot. So the 2 X-ray drivers, 2nd and 3rd, but they can't quite take it to the Yokomo out front of Ronald Volker, who's sticking it to him right now, stretching out that gap. No, he doesn't. Coelho closes it to 0.7, so Coelho's fighting back hard in these final stages of the run.
as that is time expired, they're going to come around and they're going to take a finish. They didn't have enough time in hand to get away with one more.
Keep going, drivers. Keep going. Keep going.
And we're going to see it should be Volker to take the win from Bruno Coelho. Yes, it is. And Ronald Volker takes the round 3 TQ from Bruno Coelho in 2. Alex Hagberg in 3. But Coelho not fast enough to beat Akio Sabui's time.
Jensen, I hope you got us. I don't have headphones.
And time. Everybody's done. Winning it.
So Volker, round 3 TQ from Akio Sabui in the round in second. Bruno Coelho going third for the round. And Volker denies Coelho of a round 3 TQ lockup.
Very, very close there at the end.
The German taking the fight for the Portuguese driver right here at the Fentime Motorsports Centre. And it's heating up in qualifying.
Does he have us? No.
Fourth round. Ronald Volker is going to take.
I'll give you a countdown. Alex.
Bruno Coelho third. Alexander Hagberg fourth. Mark Reinhardt 5. Nicholas Lee 6. Mark Fisher 7.
Well, let's go, Jensen.
All right, we've got a pit interview with Aaron Waldron dealing with our top 3 drivers up on the driver's stand.
Standing up on the driver's stand with round number 3 top qualifier, Ronald Volker. You were really close in the first couple of rounds and getting it done here in the third one.
Yeah, I'm happy to get finally a GQ one. It's important, even if I would lose out to GQ. Overall, it's an extra point, so this is important. We got a better car setup for the whole run. But I think because Bruno made a couple of mistakes, it was I was not so much under pressure. I still knew I had to beat Akio's time, and the car improved, but still it was difficult to drive. So we need to make further improvements to challenge Bruno for TQ.
What kind of changes did you make to the car, and what were you looking for specifically?
Make some shock adjustments, and yeah, we'll have a look at what we do for Q4.
Thank you so much, Ron.
Thank you.
And then finishing up second here in this heat, but third overall for the round, Bruno Coelho. It seemed that you had the pace to run with Ronald at the beginning there, but a couple of mistakes in the center of the race knocked you out of contention.
Yeah, the pace was there, but just some small mistakes make me lose the round. But I mean, it's just a mistake. The car was there.
Did you make any changes from the previous round this morning?
No, just the same. Yep.
And then I'm assuming same thing for the next one as well?
Yeah, the car will be the same for the next one. Yeah, just no mistakes.
What part of the track did you find most difficult in that heat?
Difficult? As if maybe this chicane here in the front, on the right side, I think is pretty difficult.
Thank you so much, Bruno.
Thank you very much.
And Akio Sabue, actually, from the B heat, second quick for the round here. Congratulations on a great run.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you change anything from your car from earlier this morning?
A little bit setup change, but first lap, super good after spin. Make no mistake, maybe pass.
Is it difficult being in the B heat, not knowing how fast you have to push?
No. Big hit, I think lucky. Super easy.
Easier to get through traffic?
Yes. No pressure.
Do you have a plan for next round?
Need more driver push. Car is better, driver push.
Thank you so much, Akio.
Thank you.
Akio, second qualifier from the B heat, and then Alexander Hagberg taking third here in heat number 15. Some of the best run we've seen from you so far this week.
Yeah, it was another solid run. Nothing spectacular, but just try to get some good points, and hopefully I can improve my car to challenge for the top position in the next runs.
Have you and Bruno compared setup at all to see what direction you may want to go?
Yeah, we're pretty similar at setup with some minor changes to suit our driving styles, but we're pretty similar on setup.
It seems that everyone's car sort of fades off at the end of the race. How difficult is it to adjust your driving skill as the race goes on?
It's really hard because you can feel the tires getting hotter and hotter, and you lose a bit of traction. So you need to be careful to try to preserve the tire temperature as the run goes on, and yeah, it's hard.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the top 4 qualifiers here for the third round of qualifying, and we got another one coming up right after this.
Thank you.
Do I need to take that?
That's all from Aaron up on the driver's stand, interviewing our top 4 drivers from that round. Of course, Ronald Volker snatching the TQ from Bruno Coelho in that heat.
actually from Akio Sobue overall at the third round of qualifying for the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Our broadcast sponsors this week: Hobbywing, innovation powered by passion; Destiny, quality of design; Sweep Racing, the ultimate competition tyres; and Team Associated, world champion RC cars. We're going to take a very short break. We'll be right back with you to kick off round number 4 of qualifying here at the IFMAR ISTC World Championships from the Fengtai Model Sports Center in Beijing, China. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
minutes to the start of the race. Two minutes to the start of the race.
Mazut from grid 13.
One minute to the start of the race.
Tracks open.
Zheng Wan, Ryan Lam, Jun Liu, Simon Long. 45 seconds to the start
Get our
of the
marshals
race.
out there, please. Nicholas Lee.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Gotta be top, maybe 5 or 6.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Nini Alumno. Less than 5.
All right, cars in the starting area, please.
Welcome back to Live RC's coverage of the 2016 IFMAR ISTC International Scale Touring Car World Championships, live from the Fengtai Sports Center in Beijing, China. Our sponsors this week, Hobby Wing, along with Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. We welcome all of our viewers on liverc.com as well as Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Twitch.tv. My name is Aaron Waldron here with my Australian counterpart, Chris Mitchell.
Welcome, good afternoon, and I hope you are enjoying the show. What we just witnessed in qualifying round 3 from Ronald Volker was nothing short of spectacular to deny Bruno Coelho a round 3 lockup.
He hit the pause button on the Bruno show.
Definitely hit that pause button with a big fat denied to Bruno Coelho.
And in fact, Coelho, with a couple of mistakes at the beginning of the run, was actually third for the round as Akio Sabue, the podium finisher, finishing third in 12 scale, has been rock solid from the B qualifier here in touring car.
A solid drive from Akio Sabue and just proves that Tamiya TRF 419X is working. So surely Mark Reinhardt and Naoto Matsukura might be going over to Akio and saying, hey, what are you doing with our car, man? Wow.
How are you going so fast? Akio has been...
Because they need it if they want to get in there, especially Naoto. If he wants to defend his world title, he needs something now.
Yeah, with 3 rounds left to go, and each driver's best 3 scores of 6 counting toward their overall qualifying position for the main event. Naoto basically needs to run the table here with 3 straight top 10 runs to even have a shot. So we are less than 2 hours away from finding out if Naoto's even going to have a chance.
Yeah, for sure. Naoto really needs something special out of the hat to be able to pull himself back into the A main if he wants a chance at defending his title. We know he can drive from the back, so it's not really a problem for Naoto. We witnessed that in 2013 at Chico for the Electric Off-Road Worlds. But he needs something just to be in the show. Otherwise, he's automatically not going to be in contention, really, for a solid title defense. And that's what he needs if he wants to take it away.
Minea Lupu in the all pink, the Canadian living here in China, has been the fastest car here in race number 1, though perhaps not always the most consistent as we see him jumping.
But he's entertaining.
Yeah, that's very true. Jumping through the dragon, getting a little out of shape.
Whoa!
Drilling the car
into
ahead
that
of him
car.
in the antenna. He has done a couple of pretty spectacular slide maneuvers. It's been
good fun to watch. Minea Lupu, like I said, the Canadian living here in China, as he leads away in Heat 1, qualifying round 4, ahead of Zheng Wang in 2nd, Jun Liu in 3rd, Ryan Lam in 4th, and Simon Locke in 5th.
Lupu, Wang, Liu, Lam, and Locke. Only one driver in this race whose surname does not start with an L, interestingly enough. Lupu's fastest lap of the race in 19.6. Zheng Wang, just a couple laps ago on lap number 9 in 19.5, fastest lap of the heat. Ryan Lamb is a 20.1. Down in the 4th spot. He did that just a lap ago. Since then, a 20.6. So Lupu trying to set the early time to beat. He's on a 15.5 flat .1, and with 30 seconds left to go, with 2 more good laps, he could be on a 16-lap run, no problem.
Here we go, guys. Still your leader. 16 lap run, step it up.
Mineo Lupu getting on to that 16-lap run. And so he will set the early time to beat, as Zheng Wang already done with a 15.505 in second.
I think that's a first 16-lap run from Vishnia, so a great run for him.
Nice.
Solid to put in a 16-lapper from Heat 1. Zheng Wang in second, Jun Liu in third, Ryan Lam in fourth, Simon Locke in fifth. Fast lap not going to Vishnia Lupu though, going to Zheng Wang instead. Great look from our driver stand cam as the drivers for Heat 2 walk up into their positions ready to start their race. You can see there Vishnia Lupu taking the win with 16.519, 806 to kick off our round. That is the time to beat for these drivers in Heat 2. You've got Shanzi Ma, Yongjiang Huang, Tony Neo, Shin Tung Pai, Jeff Chang, Lin Wei Ki, Wei Wei, William Hafney, Mike Haswell, and James Chen all taking part in this one. Chunzi Ma will start from the first, as he was the fastest driver from the previous heat.
Mike Haswell, 45 seconds to the start of the race. Chuan Zima. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
Cars to the starting area, please. Leo June, Marshall, position 1. Thank you.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Need a volunteer to 8, please. 1 volunteer.
Leslie Butt.
Starting grid 5, 8, 1, 2, 4, 7, 10, 9, 6, and 3. Good luck, drivers, group 2. 5, 8, 1, 2, 4, 7, 10, 9, 6, and 3. All right, here we go, everybody. Good luck, group 2, round number 4.
We are off and underway with Heat 2, qualifying round 4. Shanzi Ma setting the time straight out of the bat, 19.341 to kick off the heat. Yongjiang Huang from 2, Chin Peng Pai from 3, Jeff Chang in 4, Tony Neo in 5. Mike Haswell jumps into the 5 spot, and straight out of the bat, Shanzi Ma and Yongjiang Huang. Ooh, no longer Yongjiang Huang, but Shanzi Ma and Xingtong Pai both looking at going faster than Vishnia Lupu. Looking at a 16.507.5 and a 16.516.8 for both of those drivers.
Sean Zima was the fastest car in this heat in the last round. One of 2 Chinese drivers here in this heat. And a 2.1 second lead of just a minute and 15 seconds over Chin Peng Pai, with Yongxing Huang in third, Tony Neo fourth, and Lin Wei Qi rounding out the top 5. Top 2, Ma and Pai ahead of Lupu's time. And Huang and Neo in third and fourth would go into fourth and fifth on the provisional position chart. With 3 minutes and 20 seconds, still a lot of time left here in race number 2. This is the 4th round of qualifying. We've got one more yet coming up today. Tomorrow morning, we will have the 6th round of qualifying and our finals, including the AAA mains that will determine the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championship. Two minutes and 10 seconds down. Now 45 left to go. The IFMAR 112 scale and ISTC World Championships for 2018 announced today will be held in South Africa, which has hosted both the Electric Off-Road Championships Electric Off-Road World Championships twice, and will now be holding the Electric On-Road World Championships for the second time as well. So 2 big announcements from IFMAR this week. The next year's 2017 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships for 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive buggies will be held here in China, in Xiamen, and the 112 scale and touring car world championships for 2018 in South Africa. Never been to South.
No, neither have I. I'll be looking forward to go.
Yeah. 2018, I believe. 8-scale Nitro Off-Road Worlds in Australia.
In my backyard.
Yeah.
Welcome to my town, mate. Literally 5 minutes from my house.
That's awesome.
I can wake up at the latest possible time and still be at the track before round 1. Perfect.
Sounds good to me. Chuan Zima, the only driver ahead of Manea Lupu's time at the moment, a 16.510. He's the only driver in this heat on a 16-lap run. Yongxing Huang is Chinese compatriot, running in the second spot. Is now 7 seconds back. Just 2 laps ago, a new personal best, 19.374. After that, a 19.6. Chuan Zima is the only driver with an 18-second best lap here in this heat, and considerably faster than everyone else. Here in heat number 2, the N group, if numbered by letters, as if that makes sense, right?
Sure. To anyone who's clued in, maybe. Everyone else there, no, they got no idea.
Yeah, so after qualifying is over, this is true since we have people watching on Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch.tv this week that may not be
Absolutely
too familiar. Right. So just a quick breakdown again. In each of these 6 rounds of qualifying, drivers will be put in order by their finishing times.
And then scored and given points based on that order.
Right. And then at the end of 6 rounds, their 3 best point scores
will be added together.
And that's how they'll be sorted for the main events.
Top 10 go into the A final. They get to fight for the World Championship.
And they'll run 3 legs with their best 2 finishes counting. And then qualifiers 11 through 20 will go into the B main. Qualifiers 21 through 30 go into the C main, and so on. And
Please stop me if you're lost.
Yeah, right. Because
it gets confusing,
right.
And it's sometimes hard to follow, especially when we're trying to work out like who's going to be in what main while we're working out qualifying. And always in that last round, someone pulls something out of the bag and they go, boom, up into another main, and it throws it all out of the order.
So with 15 groups, we're going to have an A, B, C, D, E, blah, 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 all the way down to an O main. So when we say that heat number 2 is the N group, that's because N is the 14th letter of the alphabet. So this is the 14th fastest of 15 groups.
Does the N stand for not quite in the O?
N stands for not fast.
Not fast. Not bad. Yeah, I like that.
I said that sounds kind of rough. I mean, we are watching some of the best drivers in the world.
Yeah, I probably couldn't drive half as good as these guys.
Right. So in order to race in the World Championships, you generally have to qualify at your home country's national championship or their biggest race, or the block's biggest race. In that class, usually in the previous year's nationals or whatever the championship for that region happens to be, and you are invited. Basically, you earn an invitation to the World Championships. And then, of course, not everyone that gets an invite is able to make it. So then the countries usually have some sort of fallback plan where you can send in a resume that shows you're qualified to go and not just look silly and get people's ways, and that you understand how the racing program works, and that you'll do your best to represent your country.
Your intention is that you are exactly that, representing your country. So you usually need to show wherever the governing body is in your country that you are going to be worthy of having there to represent them at a world titles, and you're not going to make your country look like a bunch of clowns.
Right. Not that there haven't been Americans that have resumed their way in that didn't make them look like clowns at World Championships, but it's just something that we're good at.
I think there's been instances of many drivers over the years in similar circumstances.
Yeah, that's true.
Very true. As we're about to get underway with the M group. So Heat 3 out of 15 in qualifying round 4. Tuen Zhou, Jiawei Huang, Nuno Gancho, Angus Lung, Ro Peng, Alex Farr, Archie Tai, Justin Wan, Zimeng Wen, and Ali Li, all taking to the starting grid.
3 drivers here from China in this race, 3 from Taiwan, 3 from Hong Kong,
1 from Macau.
Yep. Among the 144 drivers from 23 different countries competing here at the World Championship. Say this is a large and diverse international field would be putting it very mildly. Whoa, someone looping out coming onto the front straightaway. That was Jiawei
Huang.
Jiawei Huang.
He was one of the fast drivers from the earlier rounds in this heat.
Nuno Gancho has been as well. I believe last round he lost out on the win on the last lap. And he's the first to jump into the 18s here in this round. 18.970 here on lap number 3. Looking for Chuanzi Ma's previous best time in the heat prior to this, a 16.518. And right now, Nuno Gancho on a 16.505, a lot faster than what Chan Zima did in the previous round. 8800th of a second advantage over Tuen Zhou, with the Ro Peng third, Archie Tai fourth, and Jiawei Wang in fifth.
Just interesting to look if you are able to check out our website, liverc.com, and check out the latest article posted by Thomas Tran, which covers the numbers of the 2016 IFMAR ISTC Worlds. You can see we've got a bunch of pie charts. If you like pie, it's entertaining. I like pie. Aaron's got that lustful look in his eye for pie. But you can see pie charts which break down all the countries attending the Worlds, chassis, speed controls, motors, batteries, and body shells, along with a full list of all the drivers in attendance this weekend, all 144 attending drivers. And the most represented country here this week, Hong Kong, making up 20% of the drivers in contention, with China making up 15% of the drivers, and Japan making up 13% of the drivers here in contention. Then it's a three-way tie between Taiwan, Korea, and Germany, each with 6% of sharing the drivers here in contention for the IFMAR ISTC World Championships at the Fengtai Motorsports Centre. So a bit of interesting knowledge and a bit of useless knowledge if you want to get around it. Other things like the chassis makeup and speed controls, motors, bodies, and everything else is covered in the same article. So head on over to liverc.com and check it out.
Interestingly, between Yokomo and X-Ray, 49% of the drivers here at the race.
Oh, yeah, it's a stranglehold by those two manufacturers, for sure.
X-Ray's
and they're battling it out at the front of our field as well. Yokomo for Ronald Volker, and X-Ray for Bruno and Alex.
And interestingly, even perhaps more interestingly, going by the speed controls used at this race, our title sponsor, Hobby Wing, has 38% of the speed controls in use here at the race,
and 33% share in the motors used here at the event as well.
By far the most popular, and if you include manufacturers that use Hobby Wing OEM components, both motors and speed controls, their percentage of use here is even more dominant.
Yeah, which it just grows even further. LRP being the most common battery used here.
26% of the field.
Followed by Orca, 18%. And then by a total landslide, body shells used here at the Worlds.
My gosh.
Protoform, for sure. Like, they've got it covered. 86% of all the body shells used here at the IFMAR Worlds are made by Protoform. other bodies are Montec, Blitz, and Sweep. I think there's only one Sweep body here. But that said, each to their own. Everyone likes to use their products they like. Whoa, someone just getting all sorts of sideways through the teardrop. Launched it over the curb, managed to keep it going as we're back onto our racing. Nuno Gancho is your leader, on track for a 16.508.6. Leading the way from Ro Peng. Both of those drivers looking like they're going to go faster than Sean Z Ma from the previous heat. Sean Z sitting down in third on our overall listing right now. Tiwen Zhou, not as fast as we've seen him in these heats earlier. Currently sitting third in this round. Xiaowei Huang sitting in 5. Justin Wan in 6. Archie Tai in 7. Ali Lee in 8. Angus Lung in 9. Oh, we got a car on the roof on the front straight as well. As everyone's taking the finish now. Nuno Gancho.
All cars finish. Warm-up, please.
Michael
Slowly, guys.
Yihao Guan, Jordan Chen, Linxian Chen, and Sochu. 1 minute to the start of the race.
Marshall, let's get out there.
Hong Li, Wei Zhechen, Bowie Jinting, Derek Yu.
Track is open. Track is open. Track is open. Track is open. Track is open.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Cars to the starting area. No more laps, no more laps. Cars to the starting area, please.
About to get underway with Heat 4 for qualifying round 4. Hong Li, Yihao Huang, Bowie Ginting, Wai Lap Chung, Enso Chu, Michael Low, Wei Zi Chen, Lingjiang Chen, Gordon Chan, and Derek Yuan all taking the starting grid for this one.
Less than 5.
All right, starting grid is going to go 4, 5, 8, 3, 10, 7, 9, 6, 1, and 2. We got all our marshals out there, guys. Let us have a good qualifying work together. Here we go. Go car number 5, 4, 8, 3, 10, 7, 9, 6, 1, and 2. All right, good luck everybody else. And we're rolling. Group number 4, round 4. All right, work together out there, guys. Don't race. We got Michael leading on the first lap. Michael driving the 7 car. Now Bowie out of the lead in the 8. Come by lap in the 3. Wow. Yeehaw. Wow, Michael. And Gordon. Good fast start, guys. 16 lap runs here for top 7 drivers.
So we are following Bowie Ginting out front, your leader in this heat ahead. Oh, he was your leader, and he still is, ahead of Wai Lap Chung in second, Gordon Chan in third, Enso Chu in fourth, Michael Low in fifth, Derek Yuen in sixth. Oh, Yihao Huang jumps into 6 now, knocks Derek Yuen down to 7. Wei Zi Chen, Lingzhang Chan, and Kong Li dropping down to 10. No one able to go faster than Nuno Gancho's time, which will hold solid at the top of the sheet, as it looks like Bowie Ginting's not going to be able to go quicker than that. Ginting currently on track for a 16.510.2. Nuno Gancho looking, well, has the 16.509 from last heat. Bowie Ginting. Gordon Chan showing on your screen as leader now. Wailap Chung in second. And so Chu in third, as we now following Gordon Chan around the golf club onto the main straightaway with the boomerang. Then the teardrop up into the dragon now, coming down through the dragon section. Nice and tight, keeping tidy lines down the main stretch into the antenna. And across, doubles back into the S-bend and around the fried potato angle. Aaron Waldron still loses it when we say fried potato angle. It's great. It's absolutely great. Gordon Chan still your leader out front. Derek Nguyen in second. Yihao Huang in third. Wailap Chung in fourth. Enso Chu in fifth. Wei Zi Chen in sixth. Ling Jiang Chen in seven. Bowie Ginting down to 8, showing us a 39.3 second lap for him earlier on. I'm not sure what happened to Bowie. Kong Lee in 9, and Michael Lowe bowed out after just 4 laps. Ooh, whoa, big one there. Now, leader just forcing the issue to try and get around lap driver and just barely touches him, and the car completely inverts itself and skids off into the wall. As you watch our leader going through the fried potato angle now into the golf club. Down the main straightaway with just 15 seconds remaining in our race clock. Gordon Chan holding a 2.7 second lead over Derek Yuen. He's on track for a 16.5.14. Not as fast as Nuno Gancho's time. So Nuno will hold on. Oh, it looks like... Oh, and Gordon Chan is broken again. 2 rounds in a row that's happened to him.
That turn marshal's working on a collection.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a nice fancy collection to take home with him. So Gordon Chan, a non-finisher, will not get the win. That'll give Derek Yuen the win in this one once it corrects as Derek takes the line.
Give Yuen the win.
Yuen the win? We've got a Scorpion action replay here.
Around the last turn of the dragon. Down. Oh, dear.
Oh!
Blammo!
And that's why Gordon Chan's broken.
Wow.
Well, that explains it.
And the car wasn't even broken.
It must have stopped.
Well, it was clearly stopped.
It must have had some sort of power failure to just stop and sit there.
Needed
Marshall
a little
wasn't quite
push
paying
start.
attention.
That was perhaps.
That's really bad luck for Gordon Chan. Like doing everything right, hitting his marks, goes down the straight, thinking sweet round win, and then boom, in your face, broken left front end. Sorry, mate, you're not getting that one. And so it goes. Gordon Chan, 2 DNFs in 2 heats. I believe he DNF'd the previous heat when the body shell came off the car at the front. That was the alligator.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
It's exactly like that. As we're getting ready to go racing for Heat 5. Jesse Davis, who had a decent run in the previous round, round 3. Looking to take the track and back it up with another solid 16 or 17 lap run. Jesse just missed out on a 17 lapper previously, so we'll see whether track conditions lend themselves to Jesse having a 17 lapper in qualifying round 4. Damien Giddens, the British driver, starting from 2. Carl Lockjoy Chan, Xiuman Kim, Jiawei Li, Andy C, Antonio Hung, Kit Chow, Johnson Tang, and Zipeng Cao, all taking to the starting grid.
4 drivers in this heat from Hong Kong, 2 from here in China, then 1 each Aussie, Brit, South Korean, and Macau.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
just got handed a Team Orion pie.
8, 2, 9, and 1. Marshall number 10.
And just broke Chris again. It's actually called an Orion pie, and it's something that back home we would call like a hostess treat of some sort. It's like a...
If I didn't know it was all soft and squishy, we would call this a wagon wheel in Australia.
Like the Darius Rucker song?
No, like a wagon wheel. It's like a chocolate biscuit with marshmallow.
Yeah.
But it's soft and squishy.
And squishy. Not sure why squishy requires a lift, but yeah. 18.469 for Australian Jesse Davis. Out front on a 17-lap run after just 2 laps. This would be a spectacular turnaround for Jesse Davis this week. Antonio Hung had a good first lap and a not good second lap, so he's going to drop down to 9th. Jesse Davis out front, 18.264 on lap number 2. 3 straight 18s to start off the race for Jesse Davis, with Jiawei Lee running 2nd, Zipeng Cao 3rd, Andy C 4th, and Kit Chow 5th.
A solid start for Davis, looking to capitalise or back up his previous run. In the white and orange car is on screen is the Australian Jesse Davis out front, who just missed out on a 17-lap run in round number 3. Now looking at going at 17.511.4 according to our timing screen, and he's put in a faster lap time than I believe he's done all weekend as well, with an 18.219 for Jesse Davis fast lap. Zipeng Cao in 2, 4.3 seconds down. Then Kit Chow in 3, Damien Giddens in 4, Joey Chan in 5, Andy C in 6, Antonio Hung in 7, Jiawei Lee in 8, Johnson Tang in 9, and Shung Min Kim in 10. Davis and Cao looking at going to the top 2 of our timing sheet, faster than Nuno Gancho's time of 16.509. And Davis looking like being the only driver to go 17 laps if he can hold on to his current pace.
He is moving, but he's also coming up on a lot of traffic. Looks like he's got 4 cars.
Oh, and he
cars.
almost
Oh,
just got turned
man.
around there, just trying to get around that slower car. Lucky for Davis, didn't lose much time out of that one.
That lap, though, was a 19.3, so he's barely holding on to.
He's really struggling to navigate these lap cars as well. He's managed to get around a couple of them, and he's coming up on the back of this orange driver now, who does the right thing, lets him go, which is nice.
Yeah,
but it seems like a big zigzag just going around behind him, so he's lucky to get through.
The first couple were like a moving chicane. The orange car did pull way out of the way, if not in a slightly awkward spot, but that's where Davis had approached him, so he moved over and let the faster driver go. And as we've explained a couple of times here, the drivers are not competing for position during qualifying. They're on their own individual 5-minute clocks, so it does not behoove them to race for position because it would actually slow them both down. So that's why you'll see a slower driver, and they're supposed to move over and let the faster drivers go by because, well, the only reason that a faster driver had approached them in the first place is because
they're faster and they caught them. But it's interesting to watch Davis go through that S-band, really tail happy through that S-band. But it changes direction fast, and he's been able to hold on to the car. So maybe a tail happy car is exactly what Davis has wanted.
You
just
see
looks
it
to
step out
waggle
there a
around.
little bit as well at the end of the dragon. The car just looks a little bit loose, and that's something that the drivers have said they've been battling with all week here, especially as early in the morning when the dew is still on the track. Oh! Hard into the wall.
I missed that one. So I missed that one. Someone went flying into the wall at turn 1. We'll go back and we'll follow Jesse Davis, still the leader with 40 seconds left on the clock. He's on track for a 17.518. So he's just sitting on the edge of being on the bubble between making a 16 or a 17 lap run. He comes through with 30 seconds to go, still looking at a 17.518, but he might be able to just lose out on that 17 lap run, and as much as he would like to have it. We'll see whether he can hold on to it. Zipen Cow in second place, 8.6 seconds down. Damien Giddens in third, Andy C in fourth, Antonio Hung in fifth, Kit Chow in sixth, Joey Chan in seven, Johnson Tang in eight, Shungmin Kim in nine, and I'm guessing the car that we lost at turn one a moment ago was Jiawei Lee.
I think that's probably a excellent deduction there, my dear Watson. Oh, you mean the car that smashed into the wall at the end of the straightaway and left
And the only
pieces?
car that's not showing up on our timing screen anymore. Yeah, I figured like I'd be pretty safe with that assumption.
There might be a correlation there as we go to a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay of Jiawei Lee, who's not the car exactly that we're following.
Watching the red car behind him.
Yeah, and
wow! Oh,
whammy!
Completely forgot there's a corner there.
Didn't really slow down.
Didn't turn.
The car
Nothing.
didn't yaw 1 degree to the left. He just buried it straight into the fence.
But I like how the fence is a little bit lifted there. So instead of just hitting the fence, it's gone under the fence and wedged itself in. Did you see the body shell in that thing? It was folded up inside itself on the chassis. It's mad.
Oh.
So a big crash there for Jiawei Lee. And, I mean, it's for our entertainment, I guess. But a big one for him. He won't be happy with that.
No, he won't be happy with that.
But a man who is happy from that run, Jesse Davis, managed to come around with a 17-lap run at long last after just missing out on a 17-lapper previously in round 3. There you go, 17.518.3. Zipan Cow, 16.509.6. And Antonio Hung lost it. He goes 16.515.08 as we're just looking at our driver stand cam. Antonio Caroli has been the class of this heat. He'll be starting out at one, the South African driver, the only South African driver in attendance. Jerry Dai, Araya Ai, Byungwan Kim, Kian Min, Pansik Yun, and Jackie Lau, Barry Wu, James Pong, and Xiaofeng Zhu taking to the starting grid.
Chris, this Himalayan pie is delicious.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
So Chris and I have a little control unit with buttons that we use to talk to both our live audience as well as our producer. And both buttons are appropriately named because the one that we use to talk to the producer, the button says talk back, which is exactly what I do to the producer. I talk back to him, like in a rude 17-year-old kind of way.
Did we draw the line between talk back and talk down?
Yeah, we should. We should change that to say talk down, yeah. And then the other button that we used to talk to you guys, for some reason, is labeled cough, which a cough button usually is something that we can hold down if, we have to cough. But it is appropriate because Chris is sitting next to me, hacking up a lung as though he's been a 40-year smoker.
I've been suffering from my asthma pretty bad this week.
Yeah.
We could blame the Beijing air, but I came here with a cold, thanks to the lousy Perth weather. Thanks, Perth.
Yeah, came here with a cold and proceeded to destroy the entire Live RC crew in one fell swoop.
If I go down, I'll take everyone down with me, right?
Yeah. Took all of about 12 hours to infect all of us in this metal box.
Except Brandon. Brandon was sick before I got here.
Brandon's always sick. Brandon's the only person I've ever met that.
It's because you made him sleep on the floor.
I didn't make him do anything.
Well, he was sleeping on the floor. He was happy to sleep in a bed last night.
Brandon will sneeze 11 times in a row.
It's been funny to watch that.
Yeah, Chris, I don't think was ready for the fact that the rest of us on the crew
start counting as soon as he starts sneezing, and you count him through it, and it's hilarious.
Taking the opportunity to regale you with stories of our boss sneezing his brains out because he's not in the studio right now. Jerry Dye out front by 37/100th of a second over Antonio Caroli as we follow along with the Chinese driver Jerry Dye down at the end of the straightaway, sliding through the teardrop. Looked like the car stepped out a bit into the boomerang but he got it back under control for the Dragon. Coming up on some traffic through the S's and into the fried potato angle. And we haven't explained this in quite a while, so we probably should explain why we have this perhaps most obscure corner name on planet Earth. It's because there's an awesome breakfast buffet at the hotel that we're eating at every morning, and they have engraved metal placards to denote what all the different foods are, which is great because some of it I would not be able to identify if not for...
Because it doesn't look exactly the same as what you'd expect it would from the same food you have at home.
Right.
But the translation isn't exactly perfect either.
Right. So the fried potato wedges, which...
They're like hash browns.
Yeah, like a hash brown, basically. They call it a fried potato angle.
Which is awesome.
Yeah. And they are right next to the fried egg files.
I had some fried egg files this morning for breakfast.
In fact, Corey made himself a fried egg file sandwich.
Fried egg file sandwich.
And it's supposed to be.
We call that a fried egg folder.
Fried egg floppy disk. But it is, of course, fried egg fillet. And there is something allegedly, I haven't seen it yet. I've been told there's something called the hard package.
Yes, I've heard about this as well.
I don't believe it.
We've got to get a photo of it.
Oh.
I think Bob's got a photo of it. He's trying to dig through his phone to show us. He's nodding.
Oh,
jeez, Jerry Dyer stopping on the straight. And he's
into the
trying
wall
to pull it
again.
off. Yeah, something's not right with Jerry Dyer's car, so he's pulled it off.
Oh, Bob's going to show me a picture of a hard package on his phone. And it looks like a small cylindrical muffin. Interesting. Thank you, Bob. Byun Wong Kim leading the way. Had a fast lap of the race back on lap number 10 in 18.966 as we follow along here with second place driver Antonio Caroli, the only South African in the field. He does have the fastest lap of the race all the way back on lap number 2 in an 18.464. With 50 seconds left to go, no one on pace to go faster than what Jesse Davis did in the last heat. Partially because Davis had a really good run. A 17.518 is not slow. So we'll have to see how many heats that holds up through. No one in this heat close. 7 seconds clear of a chance at a 17-lap run. Antonio Crowley's last several laps have all been 19s, just not fast enough to have a shot at breaking Davis's time. Only 2 drivers here in this heat have gone under 19 for a single lap, and one of them was Byun Won Kim back on lap number 10, which is really late for a fast lap. And just as I say that, Kim moves up to the second spot, a half second behind Caroli. And that's dropped Shofeng Zhu to the third spot. He's now 1.9 seconds behind Byung-Won Kim. As Antonio Caroli finished up with a new he won the race. I don't know what the heck I'm saying. He's 64 thousandths of a second faster than Byung-Won Kim. Those drivers go to second and third provisionally, as Nuno Gancho will hold on to fourth. Zipeng Cao hangs on to fifth. And a great shot of the driver's stand as the competitors here in group number 6 walk off the driver's stand. Antonio Caroli taking the win. Byung-Won Kim second. Shofeng Zhu third. Araya Ingweto Bingza fourth. Kian Min fifth. Barry Wu sixth. Barry Dice seventh after running up front most of the race. Jackie Lau eighth. And then James Pong and Pansik Yoon out of this one. You are watching the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championship live from the Fangtai Sports Center in Beijing, China. Our coverage this week brought to you by Hobby Wing. The most popular motor and electronic speed control choice here at the World Championships, Hobby Wing. Innovation powered by passion. Destiny, a new Japanese touring car platform also being used here at the Worlds. Destiny, quality of design. Sweep Racing, the official spec tire of the World Championships this week. Sweep Racing, the ultimate competition tires. And Team Associated, World Championship RC Cars, the maker of more World Championship platforms than any other brand in RC history, including the first ever World Championship all the way back in 1977.
Before I was a twinkle in my daddy's eye.
That is the creepiest thing you've said on the microphone all race long. Thank
It
you.
was a long time ago, by the way.
Yeah, it was.
You have to excuse me. I'm now back after almost dying. Hacking up a lung, thank you.
I may have
Thanks, Aaron.
at least started that.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not.
I'm
0% sorry.
blaming you for that. And we're about to get underway with Heat 7 of qualifying round 4. David Erber, Naoya Morita, Derek Hung, Chi Yong Ong, Yai Tong Chu, Max Park, Wai Tat Hoi, Jimmy So, Ai Wang Lung, and Ed Clark all taking to the starting grid. As we're off and underway, Morita is going to cross the line first. We'll let them all filter through to see who takes the line. So a couple of laps in, David Erber, the German driver, running the Serpent out here this week at the IFMAR ISTC Worlds, leading the way from Naoya Morita, Derek Hung, Yai Tong Chu, Max Park, Jimmy So, Ed Clark, Chi Yong Ong, Wai Tat Hoi, and Ka Wang Lung. Erber has a 1 second lead over Morita, and he's looking like going faster than Jesse Davis. Last time right now, looks like Erber's on track for a 17.5, 15.8 right now. We're following David Erber now in the white, black and green Serpent Project 4X as he comes through the teardrop round. The Dragon, wow, straight lines the second part, or the first part of the chicane, and the Dragon, a great line through there. From this perspective on the camera on the right-hand side. And a driver there in the green and white car doesn't seem to know how to let him go through. Just tags him on the way through, and Erber just checks up a little bit, but is now back on his way, still trying to get or hold on to a 17-lap run. But I believe this time, yes, he drops to a 16.50 after that last lap. So Erber onto a 16.50.9. So Erber still your leader, 16.501 for him at the moment, with a fast lap of an 18.3. So about similar fast lap to Jesse Davis we saw a couple of heats ago. Now I think Davis is in heat 5. Derek Hung in second, Max Park in third, Wai Tat Hoi in fourth, Yai Tung Chu in fifth, Chi Yong Ong in sixth, Ed Clark in 7, Naoya Morita in 8, Jimmy So in 9, and Ka Wang Lung in 10. Yep, so excuse me, I am enjoying my delicious Team Orion pie.
They're so good.
They are. They're yum.
Basically like what we call a Hostess moon pie back home. I think I like Orion pie as a name better out of principle.
Because it's RC related?
No. I don't know.
You just like it.
Sounds fancy.
Sounds
celestial.
Celestial. That's the word I haven't heard in a long time.
You're welcome.
I'm feeling all intellectual now. We know that's entirely not true, though. As we're still following Erbo, your leader in the white, black, and green Serpent with about 30 seconds left in Heat 7 and qualifying round 4. Almost halfway through our qualifying 4th round here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. So 1.5 more rounds of qualifying coming at you today live on liverc.com. We're also streaming live on YouTube, Facebook Live, and twitch.com. You can tune in on any of those platforms to watch all the action here from the Fengtai Motorsports Centre. And you can also join us in the chat on our Live RC page. It's been a bit quiet lately. I guess all the Australians being Friday are at work, and all the Americans, they're a fair way behind us. So I guess a lot of them would be asleep.
Yeah, it's 2:30 a.m. on the East Coast right now, 11 p.m. on the West Coast in California.
Yeah, so not many people up watching the World Championships right now, but it's all available online if you'd like to join in with the show.
And, of course, we'll all be archived on Facebook and YouTube, so people can log in and watch the entire day as though they were watching it live.
Fantastic. It means I can get to watch it back and see all the things that I missed as well.
Don't do it.
No, I hate watching myself back.
I hate listening to myself. And, like, I know my fiance doesn't like listening to me either. But, yeah, anytime I hear, like, any of the replays or anything in our studio, which, of course, we're constantly monitoring, you know, our sound levels and everything in here, so it's often impossible for me not to hear it. But it just sounds like nails on a chalkboard. I can only imagine what everyone else in the world thinks.
Should we be feeling sorry for our patrons watching online?
No, they're getting free entertainment this week.
Sure, yeah. And they get to hear about you looking at pictures of Bob's hard package.
Yeah, a hard picture of a really delicious-looking hard package on Bob's cell phone.
So wrong. It's so funny.
Along with some fried egg file, fried potato angle. What were we calling it? Chamfered paper ham?
Yes.
Chamfered ham paper, that's what it was.
Chamfered ham paper.
They had some bacon at the breakfast buffet this morning. It was
sweet.
delicious.
The bacon was sweet.
Oh,
it was good.
So good.
Wasn't as crispy.
No, it was not crispy.
You're a fan of crispy bacon?
I don't discriminate.
Bacon's
between
bacon.
Yeah.
Gotta eat it anyway.
Yep.
Either way, you're gonna eat it.
I took a couple pieces to go. Wrapped them up in a very lucky napkin and drug them onto the plane with me and ate my bacon on the road.
Onto the plane?
Plane?
You said plane.
Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah,
whatever.
Okay, great.
Just finish your Orion pie.
I said plane. Yeah, I'm going to go back to eating my Orion pie now.
We're out underway about to get underway actually, with Heat 8 for qualifying round 4. Patrick Chow, Hideo Kitazawa, the Futaba staff member, Mio Hakamata, Branchi Ding, Okwai Wong, Alvin Ko, William Lee, Zhui Hao Chen, Nicholas Ko, and Thomas Hui all taking to the line for this one. Last time to beat is still Jesse Davis with the 17.518.337. I think that might still stand till we get to about Heat 10.
Yeah,
I reckon.
I know. We'll see.
So a good run from Davis, from way further down in the order. Didn't have the greatest of seeding runs this week at the Fengtai Motorsports Centre. But maybe some redemption in qualifying round 4 for him, as there's only 2 more rounds after this. One today and one tomorrow morning before we kick off into our finals. Triple A mains and single lowers going all the way down to the O final.
As in, oh dear, I did not do very well this week.
No, and currently there would only be 5 cars in the O final as well.
Oh, yeah. Sure, that'll be a riveting race.
A riveting race?
Yeah, super exciting.
That sounds cool, a riveting race.
After 2 laps, we've got 2 drivers ahead of Jesse Davis's TQ time. Davis had a 17.518.3, and after just a couple of passes by the line, Kokwai Wong 0.02 of a second up on Patrick Chow, both drivers on a 17.516. So this last lap, Kokwai Wong 18.965, now 0.4 of a second behind Patrick Chow. 18.388 on lap number 2 for Patrick Chow is the fastest lap of the race so far. Hideo Kitazawa down in the 3rd spot, the Futaba engineer, and 18.546 on this most recent lap was a personal best for him. Patrick Chow still on the 5:15.7. Top 3 drivers all faster than Jesse Davis's time, so you were wrong. Chris thought that perhaps Davis's time would hold up to around heat 10, and it looks like it's going to crash and burn here.
Give it 3 more minutes. Give it 3 more minutes. Times start to drop off towards the end of the run, and the tyres start to really overheat the carcass. And
Maybe.
I reckon. Well, there we go. So one of the drivers drops off, and it's only Patrick Chow
All
left
right, fine.
holding on.
Yeah,
Hey.
so you're probably correct. Here's the blue and pink of Patrick Chow down the line. Still in a 17.516 pace. An 18.6 for his last lap as we approach the halfway mark. He's less than a second up on, well, he was less than a second up on Alvin Ko, but he's only less than a second up on Hideo Kitazawa in the 2nd spot. Kokwai Wong 3rd, Alvin Ko 4th, Banji Ding 5th, William Lee 6th, Jihao Chen 7th, Nicholas Ko 8th, Mio Hakamata 9th, Thomas Hui from Hong Kong did not make the start. 3 Hong Kong drivers in this race. They do have more team drivers here than any other country.
As we're just watching Patrick Chow go through the fried potato angle around the golf club and onto the main straightaway. It's almost like a game of straight faces now. One of us is going to chuckle when we say that.
I'm so proud of us.
Getting up close and personal with Patrick Chow's Yokomo as he comes around through the dragon onto the front straightaway into the antenna now.
So the wonderful young lady who was introduced to us by the name Din.
Din? Right. Cool name.
Yeah.
Like
she
Rocket.
Is, what?
Like Rocket. Rocket Zang and such one.
Oh, yeah. Except Din, I don't know as an English word at all. But anyway, super, very nice young lady. Has been, was very instrumental in organizing the whole race here. And just popped her head into the LiveRC.com broadcast studio and asked me if I wanted ice cream.
And, of course, we said, oh, yeah.
My first thought was, why on earth would you ever ask someone if they want ice cream?
Do you need to ask?
Right, yeah, of course I want.
It looks like she's taking orders from all the event staff, though. Just saw Den walk past our booth.
Yeah.
And she's got a big piece of paper with all these writing all over it.
And so, of course, everyone in the studio, their eyes all light up. I would like some ice cream too, please.
Oh, it makes me think of Days of Thunder. Ice cream!
6 orders of ice cream to the LiveRC.com broadcast studio, post haste.
Thank you.
Yes.
And see you later, ice cream. Get in my belly.
The best track food I've ever had at an RC race.
What, all the food here?
Man.
Oh, yeah.
Is that buffet amazing?
Yeah, a buffet and
Right,
fully air-conditioned tent.
Yeah. An air-conditioned tent with a very wide assortment of food options at a buffet.
Like yesterday they had deep fried pork chops.
Yeah.
And these awesome meatballs. Like, that's cool.
Today they had like a vanilla chicken sausage.
Vanilla? I'm trying to comprehend this.
You can't. It was so good. Yeah. Along with, I mean, like, I don't know that I've ever seen vegetables at for track food ever either. I had like steamed broccoli, sauteed spinach, like a mountain food. It was
Mount Budarama
So,
for
yeah.
Aaron's plate.
Wrong country. Anyway, Patrick Chow taking the win with a 17.518. So Jesse Davis's time still holds up, and Chris is not wrong yet. Hideo Kitazawa finishes second, 16.501. Bangji Ding third, 16.504. Alvin Ko fourth, 16.505. William Lee fifth, 16.508. And Nicholas Ko sixth. Juhao Chen seventh. Mio Hakamata eighth. Hakwai Wong ninth. And Thomas Hui 10th. Wong and Hui were out race early. In fact, didn't start. And I'm going to save the rest of my Team Orion pie and break it up and put it into my ice cream.
Not a bad idea, but mine's too tasty and I want to finish it. Like, you can't trust me around food. Definitely not. I'm no good around food. Especially when it's free.
Felix Long, Patrick Good, Zhonghai Mei Chen, Yunghai Mei Chen, Kevin Aguirre, Dominic Yu Yi, Julian Long.
Track is open. Track is open. Track is open. Track is open.
Start of the race.
Track is open. Track is open.
15
Track
seconds
is
to
open.
start of the race.
Track is closed. Cars to the starting area, please. No more laps. Slowly on the front straight. Look out. Slowly. Starting grid is going to be 10, 4, 9. Oops. Corey? Starting grid 10, 4, 9, 8, 6, 2, 1, 7, 3, and 5. Good luck, drivers. This is group 9. 10, 4, 9, 8, 6, 2, 1, 7, 3, and 5. Here we go, group 9.
Welcome to the LiveRC.com broadcast studios. We are working on qualifying round number 4 here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. My name is Aaron Waldron. I'm joined here in the booth by Roar official and USA team manager this week, Alex Sturgeon. How you doing, Alex?
I'm good. Kind of hanging out here in the Live RC booth. Pretty happy.
Yeah. This, we understand, was your first ever international trip, and it got off to a great start, didn't it?
Yeah, I checked with the hotel ahead of time to see if my my Discover card was going to work there, and it turned out that when I got there it didn't, and so then I had no way to pay for my hotel, and it just kind of went on from there. Luckily, I got bailed out pretty quick.
Yeah.
There was 20 Americans around, so it was fine. I was freaking out for no reason.
Yeah, you looked pretty happy.
Yeah.
We should maybe head back out trackside, but you can stick in here and talk about the race with me, as we've got race number 9 of 15 going on.
Cool.
So we're going to head back out. Our sponsors for the week, of course, Hobby Wing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. And we got Dominic Quick out front by 0.14 of a second over Shin Sawada with Felix Law 3rd, Julian Wong 4th, and Minhao Lau 5th. And Alex, you are the manager of the Hobbytown USA Hobbyplex in Nebraska. We were there, I guess that was, 2 weeks ago now?
Yeah, it feels like yesterday, sort of.
For the Roar Electric Off-Road Nationals. And your track has hosted several different national events, but nothing quite like this.
No, not at all. The last national, the off-road national felt like a national, and it had a really big vibe to it with 330 entries, so it was good. But you come out here and just all the different languages being spoken, all the different teams. You know, I was in a room the other day and I had Jorgen from LRP, and I had X-Ray Martin Hootie sitting right next to me over here, and I had Masami's father behind me, and I just looked around and I was starstruck just by the international feel of it.
Yeah, my favorite part of these races is, walking to a restaurant or sitting down at the hotel bar or something. You've got people from a dozen different countries all trying to English their way through a friendly conversation, and we all share a love for toy car racing.
Yeah.
You know, every one of us is here for the same reason, and then we get to come back to the track and watch the best drivers in the world battle it out, you know, for the biggest and most prestigious title in radio control. And it's a really awesome opportunity. If you have a chance to visit an IFMAR World Championship ever, it's something you should not pass up.
I think I'm going to do more of these, for sure.
Yeah, just get a different credit card first.
Yeah, we're going to have my wife talk.
325 down, 135 left to go, and this is a good one up front. Dominic Quick, a.k.a. DJ Quick, 91 thousandths of a second. And just as I say that, he came by here with a good 18.650 and 18.993. Shin Sawada's last couple laps, 18.9, 18.8. Now 7/10 of a second behind Quick, as Felix Law was the driver who had dropped from second to third. The top three still separated by just 9/10 of a second as Law jumps back into second ahead of Sawada. No one going faster than neither Jesse Davies nor Patrick Chow. Queck on a 16.5 flat would put him third. Queck at the finish line, 18.653 for his last lap. 40 seconds left to go. Alex, do you guys have an on-road track, Hobbytown?
Carpet.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's right. And then you guys do a little bit of dirt oval too, right?
We do.
That's a lot of different sort of racing disciplines all in the same place.
Yeah, and carpet oval once a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
You ever run touring car?
I have, actually, but not lately.
How many decades ago?
I gave it up about 2005-ish.
I raced a touring car back in, I think I was done by 2000.
Every once in a while, I pick one up and I race it for about 3 or 4 weeks, and then I'm like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
Nothing against touring cars, just I'm an off-road.
Right.
I like to jump.
They have some pretty steep curbs here.
They do.
You probably double through the dragon there.
I went out there and marshaled, and I was surprised by how tall they were.
Some of them are pretty steep. Dominic Quick taking the win here, 16.5 flat, missing out on a 17-lap run by 96 hundredths of a second. 8/10 further back to Felix Law in second. Shin Sawada 16.501 in third. So the top three separated by just 878 thousandths of a second. Jung-hoon On in fourth. Kevin Hebert fifth, 16.502.7 for On, 16.503.277 for Kevin Hebert. Then Julian Wong sixth, Minhao Lau seventh, Jung-hoon eighth, Yan Chung ninth, and Patrick Poon 10th. And Alex, what do you think has been, for those of you just tuning in, I've got Alex Sturgeon, the competition director for Roar back in the United States, who is serving as the U.S. team manager here this week, is joining me in the broadcast booth. I kicked Chris, the Aussie, out of here. Alex, what's been the most maybe difficult part of your position as U.S. team manager this week?
To be honest with you, there's only 3 guys, so it hasn't really been that hard. Like the first day really was just tracking them down. I didn't know who Julian was. So finding his pit spot and finding JJ's, and then Rick's got Sean Cochran over there anyway, so it kind of there's not really, to be honest, there's not really a whole lot to do.
I was just going to ask, what's the team manager responsibility at a world championship like this?
Well, every morning when they have a team managers meeting, they debate stuff, and then whatever comes out of that, I have to go tell my guys so that they don't screw something up. I guess the most important thing that I wanted to make sure they didn't get in trouble for or miss something out of yesterday was how they were going to tech the car with the stickers that need to be applied to their badge. And I didn't want Max to yell at him, if they started putting sauce in their tires too early. That's the main thing I wanted him to make sure that they did not do. And they all went through just fine.
Yeah, for those watching back at home, the tech inspection process for this race includes making sure that all drivers are using batteries that have been approved by IFMAR, or one of its smaller sanctioning bodies, as well as motors. I believe they have to tech chassis.
Their chassis have to be stickered, bodies, and then their tire process has to be done a certain way. Luckily, the tire thing they're kind of taking care of for you.
Yeah, the tires are impounded.
Yeah,
and they can only be sauced, X amount of time before the race, and they have a special tire saucing area. So, a lot of strict rule enforcement here.
Day one, it looked complicated, but as usual, once you get the guys through it once or twice, it's not really that big of a deal. It's just getting them to understand the process that they want you to go through.
Sure. And it's always a little bit different because we're always at completely different facilities in completely different parts of the world.
Yeah.
So things change from, year to year.
Yeah.
Jesse Davies still holding on to the top spot here with a 17.518. So Chris, the Australian, is right, and I'm looking for something here in the studio to throw at him across the room. He said Davis' time would hold up to race 10, and the bloke was correct. But it looks like 5 drivers on pace to go faster than them at the moment, including the new leader, Quisheng Hong, one of 3 drivers here in this heat from China. We got 4 from Hong Kong, 1 from South Korea, Jordan Coulis from Australia, and Aaron Rose. And I'll tell you the stipulation of the bet after this race because it's hilarious, just not appropriate. Jordan Coulis has a bet with his mate, Ryan Maker, one of the other Australian racers. He knows that Maker's going to smoke him, overall. But Coulis thinks he can hot lap him and hasn't been close.
Right.
So, of course, they've got a bet, and it's double or nothing this week because Maker had the faster lap at the AOC race back in Canberra. So we've had fun at Jordan Coulis' expense because he's going to lose. Rocket Zong from Shanghai here in China on a new Tiki run, 17.513. He's just 12 thousandths of a second up on Quisheng Huang. Now 4/10 of a second lead for Rocket with Quiheng Kim, the South Korean, running third. Jordan Coulis up to 4th. Nope, Yahweh Guo, also from Shanghai, running 4th, and Jordan Coulis in 5th. We've got Alex Sturgeon, the manager of the Hobbytown Hobbyplex in Nebraska, the competition director for Roar, and UST manager here in the LiveRC.com broadcast booth with me. Alex, what do you think has been the biggest surprise of the race for you?
Wow. That's a good question.
Because there have been a lot of surprises, or because you're struggling to come up with a good answer?
I'm struggling to come up with a good answer for you. You asked me a question in the 12 scale about who I thought could win, and I said Reinhardt. So I guess for me the surprise has been that he hasn't been higher up in the order. However, I only answered that because I totally blanked on every single European touring car driver that is out there that's just as fast or faster. So I remembered. I was like, oh, dummy. Could have answered that question so much better. All I had to do was say Bruno. That's all I had to say, And, so there you go.
Yeah, Bruno's been lightning quick here so far this week. TQ'd the first 2 rounds. Yokomo's Ronald Volker, European champion, taking the 3rd round of qualifying. So this isn't totally over just yet. We do have we're working on round 4 and then round 5 later this evening. So we might know who is overall top qualifier before the 6th round runs tomorrow. What do you think of the track here?
I was just about to say the track today looks totally different than yesterday. I mean, like complete reversal. I went out there and marshaled a spot just to volunteer because I hadn't had a place, and the track was hot and sticky, like it should be. Yesterday it wasn't like that at all. It was cold and kind of just dusty and slow.
What do you think of the layout?
Oh, I love the layout. Layout's awesome.
We got just 25 seconds left to go. Quisheng Huang with 75/100th of a second advantage on Rocket Zong in 3rd. Quiheng Kim in 4th. I'm sorry, Quiheng Kim in 3rd. Yahweh Guo in 4th. top three, Huang, Zhang, and Kim, all faster than Jesse Davies' TQ time. So Chris Mitchell was dead on the money in terms of how long Jesse Davis's TQ would hold up. It's almost like he's got lucky. And master clock is expiring, so these drivers will continue finishing up. Got a pink and orange cars rounding through the Dragon section. And onto the front straightaway should be the last couple of cars to finish up. Kuisheng
curb hop there.
Yeah. Kuisheng Huang taking the win by a second over Rocket Tong, and top two go faster than Jesse Davies. 17.5.15 for Huang, 17.5.16 for Zhang, 16.5 flat for Quang Kim, 16.501 for Yahweh Guo, 16.502 for Jackie Shum in 5th, and Haile 6th, Stick King 7th, Jordan Coulis 8th, Aaron Rose 9th, and Ray Poon out of this one at the 3:10 mark. Got Roar Competition Director, U.S. Team Manager Alex Sturgeon in the booth. Alex, we've got a right-hand turn on the track that we've been calling the fried potato angle, named after one of the funniest menus or funniest items in the breakfast buffet at the hotel. What do you think of the food here on your first international trip?
I'm actually pretty well fed. Like, I was surprised how well I've eaten here. I expected not to eat this good. The hotel food's not terrible. I mean, it's
not terrible. It's delicious.
It's actually really good. The breakfast is really good. I mean, if you can find eggs, you can find bread, you can find cereal, you can find milk. The only thing they don't have is syrup. They have French toast
and honey.
And it's like, it's just not the same. But
they use they actually call the
American toast,
the French toast, it's West Toast.
West Toast, yeah.
Which I think is hysterical.
The bread section during dinner, they have a section called soft package and a section called hard package. I took photos of that. I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, well, we just showed.
I have a really dirty mind, so.
Yeah, well, we showed a picture of the hard package on. Well, actually, no, we didn't show it, but Bob showed me the picture of the hard package on his phone. That I thought was hilarious.
Yeah, no, the food buffet at the hotel.
6, 1, 3, and 4. Your lap drivers, this is Group 11.
Naoto Matsukura, defending world champion, down here in Heat 11, and frankly, this heat will decide whether or not he's got even a remote shot at defending his world title. He's been quite off the pace, at least of the top 10 drivers so far, and without a good run here, with each driver's 3 best runs of the 6 counting toward the overall qualifying order.
Time's running out.
Yeah, he's got to put in a good run here, and I don't get it, because his car looks fine. It's just slow.
Yeah.
2:17s right out of the gate, though. Matsukura 17.566 on his first lap, 17.893 on the second one. And Kyo Chan second, Satoshi Bando third, Goto Sota fourth, Motor King fifth, Shavit Salakupta sixth, Daniel Sieber seventh, Arkadiusz Smike, the Polish driver, in eighth, Chowman Chan ninth, and Takara Sano 10th.
I like how even at a world championship, you still have guys signed up under nicknames.
Like what?
Motor King.
Oh, Motor King.
That's not his real
King?
name, right?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, in the States, it'd be like, Bubba Bob or something like that.
Yeah, but this is a little different, I think.
Yeah.
I imagine Motor King, I don't think I would be able to pronounce
He probably has an unpronounceable name. I
right. Yeah, like Araya Ingwithobengsa, I think is his name. Thai driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've just been calling him Araya I because we're nowhere close. Naoto Matsukura on a 17.506 pace, and that's
not terrible.
No. But it's not, he's going 5 seconds faster than Goto Sota. So we have to imagine that by the time we get to Heat 15.
Yeah, they're doing flats and 01s and 02s.
Right, and they might, in this round, it seems the track may be getting a little bit better. I wonder if we're going to see an 18-lap run.
Yeah.
Just as we say that, too, Matsukura's last lap, an 18.3, slips him down to a 17.507 pace. Oh, and a donut there in the Dragon. So, yeah, Matsukura may not be making the final here this year. 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. I've got you Roar, competition director, U.S. team manager Alex Sturgeon in the booth with me here for a little while, just because he was looking for something to do. Who's been of the front runners? We've got Bruno, Ronald, Akio. Which of those three drivers do you think was the biggest surprise for you?
I don't know. I mean, Volker, he does really good at the Reedy race every year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really think I was surprised by any of it.
True.
You know?
I think it's cool that the three of them are all from different teams.
Well, yeah, and plus, Audio, is that his name?
Akio.
Akio? I mean, he did really good in the 12 scale sector, too, right?
Right, yeah, he's on the podium in 12 scale,
Yeah.
and then one of the three fastest drivers we've seen so far in touring car. Yeah, I'd agree. It's been really cool seeing him. He's a really cool kid. Seen him in a lot of these races. He's definitely matured into a heck of a driver.
Yokomo, X-Ray, and Tamiya, right?
Yep. Yeah, Akio driving the Tamiya car, which that's what Naoto Matsukura is driving, though. I was talking to Naoto, and then, of course, talking to a couple of drivers who are pretty good friends with Naoto. Our photographer, Thomas Tran, jokes that he is Naoto's agent. But Naoto's saying that he feels like, especially his teammate Mark, but also Akio, their driving styles are a little bit more malleable. Just saying that he can, or they can make a car work that's not quite to their liking, whereas he feels like he's a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
And he didn't really say what he hasn't been able to get his car to do. They've just sort of been chasing the setup a little bit. Naoto Matsukura in the white and yellow Tamiya car. Oh, someone upside down or broken. Nope, that's the 7 car. So that was Shavit Sadagupta. Wow, and someone flipping over. That was. Yeah, I think that was Arkadiusz Smike in the 6th spot. Naoto Matsukura working on his final lap. Actually, 17.513 looks like he's finished up. So that is a new fast time of the round, is 17.513.221. He did have the fastest lap of the race. The only 17-second lap was 17.566 back on lap number 1. And he was a little over 2.1 seconds faster than Qicheng Wang from the previous heat. But can't imagine that's going to hang on for certainly not a TQ run. I don't know that that's going to be a top 15er.
Yeah, down there a little bit.
So unfortunately, doesn't look good for Naoto Matsukura to even make the show here this week. But the good news is we might have a cool story and potentially a new ISTC World Champion. There are a handful of drivers in the field that have won before. That being Andy Moore at Tsuchihara, Mark Reinhardt, and Yillis Grosskamp. Hara running the new Kyosho car this week. Have you taken a look at that thing at all?
I walked by it. It's red.
It's cool.
Yeah.
I think the red anodized aluminum looks awesome.
Yeah, I like how Kyosho stuff always looks.
It is. I think that's the best color for aluminum anodizing.
I had a plasma, full scale.
Oh, nice.
So I had some red stuff on there.
Got Juho Levinen, one of the Team Associate drivers here this week. Team Associate is one of our sponsors as our coverage this week brought to you by Hobby Wing, the most popular motor and speed control here at the World Championships. Hobby Wing, innovation powered by passion. Destiny, a new Japanese touring car manufacturer competing here at the World Championships. Destiny, quality of design. Sweep Racing, the ultimate competition tires. Sweep Racing, maker of the official spec tire for this year's World Championship, and Team Associated, maker of more World Championship winning RC cars than any other manufacturer in RC history by a lot. One of those Team Associated drivers here in this heat, Juho Levonen from Finland, will be the 6th car off the line, as Jin Sawada, one of 4 Japanese drivers in this heat, will lead him on turn number 1, lead him off the grid. If there was one change you could make to RC racing, what would it be, Alex?
How long we spend at these races. That's something that's been on my mind for a while.
You mean like number of days
Yeah.
or length of the day?
Number of days. I don't care about the length of the day. I mean, I do to a certain extent, but I mean, if you have 340 entries and you got to spend 15 hours at the track to get qualified in, that doesn't bother me as much as being somewhere for 5 or 6 days, away from family, away from the job, Here it's 9 days.
Oh, I know. There's Juho Levonen going through the fried potato angle and then into the golf club. Yeah, I'd agree. These races are too long.
I understand why they want 6 qualifiers, I guess.
I don't.
But at the same time, I don't. Like the cream is going to be at the top regardless of how many qualifiers you're going to have.
Yep.
The number of practice days, with the number of practices, there's ways to make it shorter.
2 practice runs, 2 qualifiers, bump ups.
Yeah,
1, maybe 2 mains.
In the States,
crown a winner, go home.
In the States, that's something I would like to see us do at all of our nationals, is have bump ups and eliminate a qualifier.
Yeah, at least.
I mean, because I was in the C main. No, I was in the D main. Darn it. I was in the D main at the off-road Nats, and it's fun to race your main, but there's no real reason to.
Right.
If there was bump ups, there would be a point to it. There'd be a reason to go out there and do your best.
Sure.
Sometimes those lower mains turn into
a crash fest.
A crash fest, or just there's half the guys want to race, half the guys don't. Because there's nothing really to race for.
Right.
Some people don't respect the plaque that they get, for first, second, third. They care less. Some people do. If you had bump ups everywhere, it would maybe change that.
Oh, and they do bump ups for the re-race every year, and everyone loves it.
Yeah.
So why we don't do that for every other race in the United States makes no sense.
Yeah, I do it at all mine. I mean, the J-Const race, the Novak, well, not the Novak race anymore, but yeah, I do that at all my stuff.
Young Chan Kim in the 2nd spot, who we're following along with right here. Pretty cool looking paint job on that thing, at least from this distance. Purple, white, and orange is what it looks like. Running 1.159 seconds behind the race leader Takahiro Namura. And both Namura and Young Chan Kim on pace to go faster than what Naoto Matsukura did on that last heat. So, yeah, looks like Thomas is going to have a talk with his driver. 9/10 of second advantage now for Namura. 17.511. The pace is Namura leading the way. Young Chan Kim 2nd, Weiss 3rd, Levonen 4th, Tang 5th, Ishioka 6th, Urbane 7th, Akimoto 8th, Reese 9th, and Jin Sawada not making the start here of this one.
Yeah, you asked me what I was surprised about at this race more than anything, and I just thought of the availability of alcohol here. Like, you could go over there and buy some beer and bring it to your pits.
You can go to the buffet and have unlimited free beer.
Free beer, yeah. At a roar race, that's a big no-no.
Yeah.
Here, it's like, yeah.
Well, that's because the U.S. has a really crooked, broken view on alcohol, like we do on a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1.7 seconds between Takahiro Namura and Young Chan Kim, as Namura pulling further away. He does have the fastest lap of the race as well at an 18.036. He is the only driver ahead of Naoto Matsukura's time at the moment. Matsukura did a 17.513, and Namura is on a 17.512.083, so he's about 1.15 seconds up. And oh my goodness, ice cream just got delivered.
Is that ice cream?
Oh, yeah. Den popped her head in here and was like, "Do you want ice cream?" Like, hell yeah, I want it. Thank you so much.
Do I get some? Oh,
Rum raisin flavor.
chocolate flavored. Oh.
And the
And a
spoon.
spoon. This just made my day.
Yeah.
I was gonna buy ice cream over at the KFC that I walked to, but because there's nobody there spoke English, and I didn't want to sit there and try to point at ice cream for 5.
I've never heard of rum raisin, but I'm about to eat ice cream that's flavored that way. Takahiro Nomura looks like may hang on to the win and set a new time to beat with 3 heats left to go here in the 4th round of qualifying. Takahiro Nomura finishing up. 17.512.8 for the win and new time to beat by 42 hundredths of a second. Young Chan Kim finishing 2.46 seconds behind. Alex just spilled his first bite of ice cream all over his Roar official shirt. Well done, sir.
Oh well. So
Takahiro Nomura taking the win. Young Chan Kim second. Lucas Urbane third. Ayato Ishioka fourth. Stephen Weiss fifth. P.Y. Tang sixth. Yo 11 and seventh. Nathan Reese eighth. Kota Akimoto ninth. And Jin Sawada didn't make the start.
I've been making money the last couple days doing food runs for Scotty. So he'd give me a 20, and I go and I get him
20 RMB or
20 RMB, and
Okay.
then I go and I get 2 Cokes and 2 Snickers, which is like 18 RMB. So I make like 60 cents a run.
Right,
I just
yeah.
keep his $2 every time.
For those back in the U.S., and then everyone else can do this conversion from USD, $1 US is like 6.2 RMB. So if Sturgeon's making 2 RMB on a run, yeah, he's really making a lot of money.
I'm tipping myself like 40 cents.
Here's a good shot at a couple of people there sitting in the stands, shielding themselves from the sun.
It is pretty hot out.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal here, but it's nice. And there's a nice shot of the indoor pit area. A temporary building set up along the side of the track here. It is air conditioned in there. On our Facebook site. We've got 2 Japanese drivers, German, an Aussie, an
There's
Austrian, a Polish driver, a Thai driver, 3 Aussies, I think I said that already, and a Frenchman. International field here in race number 13, the C group of ISTC qualifying here at the 2016 IFMAR World Championships. Brought to you by Hobbywing, Destiny, Sweet Racing, and Team Associated. And I'm about to take a bite of rum raisin ice cream.
Is it good?
I haven't tried it.
Oh.
6, 4, 7, 2, 10, and 8.
No, it's not good. It's absolutely amazing.
Nice.
This is delicious.
They just gave me bland chocolate. Whatever. Still.
Well, because they heard how you talked about the food here. You're
hey.
walking to KFC for crying out loud.
Dude,
Of course they're gonna give
yeah, but here's the thing. The buffet is 80 RMB, and the food in there is, in the buffet here at the track is,
It's amazing.
Really?
Bite your tongue. It's awesome.
It's okay.
No, it's spectacular.
Their chicken wings are good.
All of it has been nuts. The fish they had the other day, the beef and like the braised beef and potato they had earlier.
I didn't eat yesterday either because I went to KFC instead.
Here they have
Yeah, I know,
braised
here.
beef and potato in here today.
Oh, they did?
And it's ridiculous.
Well, see, yeah, that's 80 RMB. And so I the other day I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm just gonna go walk around. Ended up finding the KFC and I was so happy. It's 19 RMB for a combo meal.
Gross.
Oh, so good though.
Gross.
Oh.
Ryan Maker leading the way by 38 hundredths of a second after 4 laps. And he had 2:17s to start off, then an 18.2, 18.3, 18.3. Currently on a 17.506 pace as they're looking for Takahiro Nomura's previous time to beat, a 17.512. And after coming up on 2 minutes, the top 4 drivers in this one, Ryan Maker, Yugo Nagashima, Simon Nicholson, Thomas Pumpler, and now 5th place driver Ryosuke Yamamoto, all under Nomura's time to beat. Maker's last lap at 18.267. Stretched down another tenth of a second on Yugo Nagashima. So the lead.
And his car looked really sketchy. And I think.
Uh-oh. That was Ryan Maker heading into the Dragon section. Yeah, that's going to be a bad one. 24.590 drops him all the way down to 8th for the run. And he would be 32nd, if 29th now, I guess, if he finished up on this pace. So it's fellow Aussie Simon Nicholson moving out front by 55 hundredths of a second over Yugo Nagashima now in the second spot. Thomas Pumpler third, Ryusuke Yamamoto fourth, and Charlie P fifth. Now, what do you think of the tire additive they've been running here?
I don't know. I've kind of heard and overheard that it's not exactly rubber compound tire additive, so you know that's probably adding to the weirdness of the tire getting used to it yesterday for these guys. But it's the same for everybody, so I guess just how they deal with it. I was gonna say if I was trackside when the A main drivers were out there, and you could barely hear their tires squealing when they're going around the track. And then if you're out there for some of the lower main guys, you could really hear their tires squealing. So I think car setup and how they drive their car has a lot to do with why they're up there as well and taking care of those tires, like you said.
A Scorpion Power Systems instant replay. As Ryan Maker heads down the straightaway, nice and easy through the boomerang. Went way wide and left door open for a slower driver to punt them onto his lid. And he almost breakdanced his way back onto his wheels. But unfortunately, no. I think that was maybe Thomas Pumpler or Antoni Coretti that hit him. It looks like Ryan Maker now off the track completely. So tough break there for the Aussie. With 5 seconds left to go, sounds like Mikhail Orlovsky may have dropped out of this one as well. So a lot of people struggling here in this one. I think we got 3 cars out with just 7 left on the track as Master Clock fires. Takahiro Nomura's time will hold up for another heat as Yugo Nagashima finishing up right here with a 17.513.809, and actually that's going to be 92 tenths of a second slower, 81 thousandth of a second slower than what Simon Nicholson did. So Nicholson taking the win on the final lap, a 17.513.728 to Yugo Nagashima's 17.513.809. Ryusuke Yamamoto in third, 17.515. Going to a Scorpion Power Systems instant replay? No, never mind.
Hey, Rick is in this. So is JJ.
Yeah. So half of Alex Sturgeon's team here in heat number 14. So we've been joined here in the booth for a handful of races by U.S. Roar Competition Director and U.S. Team Manager here this week, Alex Sturgeon. Alex, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on surviving your first international trip so far.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Thank you very much. This is really cool.
Yeah, well, maybe have you back later today or tomorrow.
Oh, I'd love it.
That was Alex Sturgeon. Hope you enjoyed the additional voice. As we get into our 2 fastest groups of the program here. Heat number 14, what we call the B group. And what a B group it is. Former ISTC World Champions Mark Reinard and Yilis Grosskamp. Akio Sabue, a podium finisher just a handful of days ago in the 12 scale program. JJ Wong, a 200 millimeter nitro touring car and 1 12 scale world's finalist. former 200mm Nitro Touring Car World Champion, Mean Wetlock, former two-wheel drive World Champion Ayato Matsuzaki, and multi-time, multi-discipline IFMAR Worlds finalist and former Reedy Off-Road Races Champions winner Rick Howard. All here in group number 14.
Look at our drivers taking to a start. We'll pick them up as they filter through for a couple of laps. WA, the one to beat in this heat last time round, putting in a time that ended up being good enough for second overall in the round behind Ronald Volker, who set out to deny Bruno Coelho of a round 3 TQ to try and lock up the overall TQ early on in the event. Well, one of our drivers getting a bit out of shape there coming onto the main straightaway, having to recorrect it and get back on track. I'm not sure who that was.
I don't know, but that was JJ Wong that also did a donut through the dragon. That
So JJ's really not looking
good.
happy. No, whoa. Really sketchy going through the fried potato angle. Almost became the fried potato file. Almost became the potato file. As Mark Reinhard goes to the top of the sheet. And now with the fast lap 17.352, looking at an 18.516.8. Akio Subue chasing down a 17.503. So the track's looking really fast right now. We're following around Luke Jasmine, our fourth place driver at the moment, the Frenchman, currently looking at a 17.505.2. Reinhard dropped off an 18-lap pace, looking at a 17.502.3 now. Sabui looking at a 5.03, and looks like the times are faster than the previous round. Aaron, what do you think?
I think the track does look quite a bit quicker, and it'll be interesting to see if we do see an 18 as Mark Reinhard on a 17.502.3 at the moment. We are following along with... Actually,
we're following Reinhard right now. We're not following Reinhard. That's Mean Wetlock.
Mean V down in the 7th spot.
Exiting the fried potato angle onto the main straightaway now. Currently running in 7, yes, you're right there. But Savui goes to the top of the sheet now, looking at a 17.504.4. Reinhard with a 17.504.6. Mark Fisher in the 3 spot with a 17.504.9. Luke Jasmine in 4 with a 17.505.8. Julius Grosskamp with a 17.508.6.
Picking up here with Akio Subue, who's got a 0.15 of a second advantage on his teammate Mark Reinhard.
The two Tamiya drivers as Sabui comes through the Dragon down the main straightaway, looking at a 505.7 as Reinhard goes to a 505.9, so just 1/10 of a second advantage at the line.
Top 3 separated by just 183 1/1000ths of a second. Very close up front. Sabue on a good one, too. 17.5. Oh, just as I say that, Sabue with an 18.483, so not even a horrible lap.
But he drops a 3 as Fisher goes to the top of the board now. The Capricorn driver by just 3/100ths of a second. So Mark Fisher, the sole and only Capricorn driver here this weekend.
And I think the only Trion motor and speed control as well.
He is. He's the only one using the Trion power systems here this week as well.
Now
and
Jasmine
he goes
drops
to the top of the sheet.
Oh, yeah. Jasmine was up top for a brief instant as we pick up here with Mark Reinhard, who's just 119,000th of a second out of the lead, but he's got some traffic ahead. Next one being Rick Howard. And then a couple of drivers just about one turn ahead of that. So Reinhard's going to have a little bit of traffic to contend with as he's now in the 3rd spot, but still just a half second out of the lead with 1 minute left to go.
Sabui back to the 2 spot now, 0.3 of a second down on Fisher. Fisher doing a great job holding down that 1 spot, looking at a 17.507.1 at the moment, as Sabui's dropped to a 17.507.6. We're following Mark Fisher now in the white and red Capricorn down the main straightaway through the boomerang and then down into the teardrop. He's coming up behind Reinhard and Howard as they come through the Dragon.
Can't imagine what Reinhard is thinking, knowing that Fisher's catching up behind him. He knows that that means he's not going to be contending for the race win, as he's 1.2 seconds out of the lead and 67 behind his teammate Akio Sabue.
And even Fisher, so he's pulling away from Sabue, but closing up on the back of these two cars might slow him down as Howard goes around, lets Reinhard and then lets Fisher go through. So great driving there from Rick Howard.
Will Reinhard let him go?
Well, it comes down to who's got a bigger ego and who can maybe
threaten to use the bumper if it's going to come down to that one.
Yeah, I don't know if
I
Fisher
don't think
would
it'll get
try
to that.
move him. I mean, they've only got a lap or two left, but, you know, if that starts causing Fisher time.
Well, it has, because Sabu is now within 2.5 tenths, and
But
it was out to half a second a lap ago.
Right, but that last lap for Fisher was an 18.3. It was actually faster than his previous lap.
That's true. Sabu went an 18.2, though. So we're going to see how it pans out in just a moment's time as we're coming out. Time has expired. Sabu crosses 17.508.6, and Fisher gets a win, 17.508.4. Mark Fisher, the Capricorn driver, and the the German driver, going to the point and holds the new current TQ time as he just gives up in the Dragon and drives it into the wall.
Top 5 go faster than Takahiro Nakamura. Mark Fisher, 17.508.483. Akio Sabue second, 17.508.672. Mark Reiner third, 17.509.515. Viljami Kupanen fourth, 17.511.618. And Jillis Groskamp, the Dutchman, 17.511.643 in fifth. And Loic Jasmine sixth. Ato Matsuzaki seventh. Amin Whitelock eighth. Rick Howard ninth. And J.J. Wong 10th. And Naoto Matsukura holding 7th going into the final heat. Don't think he's going to be in the top 20 here for this round, so we will have a different world champion here in 2016. We don't know if it'll be a new one because we're going to have at least one former ISTC world champion in the final.
But it's definitely not going to be Naoto Matsukura. Nope. Don't even think he's going to be in the show. So Matsukura, 7th at the moment. You think his time with 17.513 would be good for about 15th by the end of the round, which is nowhere near enough to get you into the A final. As now our top seed group heading out for their qualifying heat round 4. Coelho, Volker, Wilt, Hagberg, Lee, Andy Moore, Naoki Akiyama, Christopher Krupp, Atsushihara, and Elliot Harper all taking to the track.
Track is still open if you want another lap. Track is still open if you want another lap. Caution on the front straight. Track is still open if you want another lap. And track's closed. We're in the starting grid.
Our cars lining up to take a start. And we get to watch now and witness and see whether Coelho can take TQ here in round 4 at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships, or whether Ronald Volker can make a repeat of his round 3 efforts and force a tie between the two drivers coming into the final 2 rounds. We have one more round to run today in qualifying round 5, and then the final and ultimate round of qualifying to be run tomorrow morning before we head on into our finals. 3A finals and then a series of lower finals, single ones, of course, all the way down to an O final. As the drivers have opened up and started their runs. We're going to see who's going to come through first. And really looking for Volker to take it to Coelho as we're following Volker now as he comes through the golf club onto the main straightaway behind Coelho on track. But his opening lap wasn't very astonishing for Volker. It was a 17.7 to Coelho with a 17.5 opening lap. Coelho goes faster again, but now Volker goes with him to a 17.5. Only 1.5 tenths down, so it's Coelho from Volker, then Akiyama, Hagberg, Moore, Krupp, Lee, Hara, Harper, and then Wilk in 10. So Bruno Coelho looking to stamp his authority in round number 4, but Ronald Volker wants to stop him in the gap, 1.6 tenths that time of the line. We're following Coelho as he comes around the golf club onto the main straightaway. Here's your race leader in the orange and white X-ray through the teardrop, around through the Dragon now. Down the front straightaway in just a moment's time. Here he goes into the antenna. He crosses the line, a 17.53. He goes faster, no, slower. But Volker sets a new fast time, but still the gap stays 1.9 tenths of a second. We go back 8 tenths of a second to Naoki Akiyama in third. Then 8/100ths back to Alexander Hagberg, who just jumps up in the third now. As Volker and Coelho go by, and Coelho goes through, still your leader by 2.3 tenths. So Coelho looking too strong right now for Volker. Volker's really going to step up the pace if he wants to catch Coelho just that little bit. It's very close in the top of the field, though. 1.5 seconds covering the top 5 cars at the moment.
but it's Coelho with the lead in hand, 0.2 of a second back to Ronald Volker in second, then Alexander Hagberg 1.5 seconds down, and now get our split screen. Following Volker on the left-hand side, Coelho on the right-hand side. You can see where they are on track. Coelho's stretching that out though from Volker, 0.3 of a second now behind. It's opening up little bit by little bit by little bit every time they come on by our timing line. And it's Coelho looking like he wants to stamp his authority on Q4 here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Volker trying to go with him though, 0.3 still the gap. Volker falls back a tiny little bit. These guys are dropping almost fast laps in the late stage of the run. It's heating up really hot here as we've got a stop car. That's Harper. Stopped on the front straight. Luckily, he didn't clean anyone up on the way through.
If Coelho gets this round, he would win at least a share of the overall TQ, and then it would come down to whether or not Volker could TQ the 5th and 6th rounds with a faster combined time than what Coelho did in his 3 TQ runs. So this round could really put the pressure on the German.
3.5 tenths still.
Yeah.
Coelho's still stretching a little bit out each lap.
0.04 of a second there on that one. Putting the pressure on the German. Coelho looking for the front spot on the grid and a chance at adding the Touring Car Championship to his 4-wheel drive off-road buggy world title from last year.
Alexander Hagberg going to the 3 spot, 2.1 seconds down on Volker. Andy Moore in 4th, and Naoki Akiyama going to 5th. Christopher Krupp in 6th, Azuchi Hara in 7th. Elliot Harper in 8th, Victor Wilk in 9th, and Nicholas Lee going to 10th. And Bruno Coelho still stretching out that gap just bit by bit. He's managed to pull out a 4.5 of a second gap with a minute left on the master clock. Aaron, I think this could be it. Coelho show might be back, but it's very close still.
What's more interesting to me, only 0.6 of a second of course, separating Coelho and Volker up front, but then it's less than 3 seconds from Hagberg in 3rd down to Atsushi Hara in 7th. It's actually 2.1 seconds. So a lot of close racing up at the top of the field, and I'm going to run up onto the driver's stand and get ready for our interviews.
And I'll carry you through to the end of this qualifying session. 35 seconds left on the clock. Coelho now broken away, a 1.7 second lead over Volker. So it looks like Coelho's got it all in hand to take Q4 here, which will give him 3 TQ runs. He needs one more to absolutely 100% secure the overall TQ here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. And you can see Volker's nowhere in sight on track as we follow Coelho through the teardrop, then around through the dragon, zigzagging left and left again onto the main straightaway to take his 16th lap at the line. With 5 seconds left on the master clock, he's going for a 17.505. Volker to a 17.507. Looks like it's going to be all for Coelho to take away as time has expired. Coelho coming around the dragon now. And it's going to be Bruno Coelho, I think, coming across the line. He finishes with a 17.505 as we're just waiting for our timing screen to tick over.
Gents, I have my headphones again, so you're going to have to communicate to Bob.
Whoa, Ronald Volker dropping right off. Down to 6 on the last lap. Alexander Hagberg takes 2nd. Naoki Akiyama goes to 3rd. Christopher Krapp in 4th. Atsushi Hara in 5th. Ronald Volker down to 6 with a 23-second last lap, so something happened to Ronald there. Andy Moore in 7, Elliot Harper in 8, Nicholas Lee in 9, and Victor Wilker, non-finisher, in 10.
Second with a 5.09. Akiyama goes 17.510.
Alex and Naoki, please step here, please.
Mark Fisher to the podium upstairs.
Naoki.
So 3 TQ rounds for Bruno Coelho, the IFMAR four-wheel drive buggy champion
All right,
of 2015. All right, we're going to Aaron Waldron upstairs with a pit report now.
Stand up here with round number 4, top qualifier, Bruno Coelho. Now your 3rd TQ run in 4 tries.
Yeah, the car now, I did no mistakes now, so everything was perfect. I think the car was just a little bit tweaked. I don't know if it's the set of the tire is not good or not, but I have less steering for the left side and the right side.
Is that, how far into the run did it take you to figure that out?
In the beginning it was a little bit difficult, but then I figured it out, I think, pretty well.
Did that make any particular section of the track more of a struggle?
Yeah, on the chicanes that you go fast and you need to make left and right fast, and it was a little bit difficult in the beginning.
And now you feel, I'm sure, that the pressure is a little bit off. You know that you're going to be starting at least in the first couple of spots on the grid.
The pressure is still the same because the race is not finished yet. It is only the qualifiers. It means nothing.
Thank you so much, Bruno.
Thank you very much.
Bruno taking his third TQ run in 4 tries. And we've got Alexander Hagberg was second for the round. Looks like we missed him. We do have Mark Fisher. I'm sorry. Hagberg was second for the heat, but Mark Fisher second for the round in the Tryon-powered Capricorn. Mark, how you doing?
Hey, yeah, it's fine.
That was a great run from the B group there, and really powered to your best run of the weekend.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was a little bit like I take it easy in the beginning just to save a little bit tires for the end, and yeah, it was fine.
You're the only Capricorn car in the field. Has it made it difficult trying to find the particular setup and what adjustments to make without teammates to bounce off ideas?
Yeah, it's not so easy for sure, but I sit next to the Tamiya team, and we talk a little bit, and for sure it helped. So.
The Capricorn electric car making a splash here in the world scene. It's got to be kind of cool to be carrying the flag for the Italian company at the World Championships.
Yeah, right. We have some just optional parts here, but not so much. But I really have to say, I mean, the rest of the car is quite standard, so I'm really happy. So just looking forward to the last 2 qualifyings and hope I can make the A-main.
You foresee yourself making any adjustments for the 5th round?
No, not really. I think I stay with the car like it is.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
And Naoki Akiyama. Can you translate for me? Okay. Congratulations on a very good run.
Thank you very much.
Did you make any adjustments to your car?
Setting?
That's okay. What part of the track is your favorite?
Yes, I like.
You like the whole thing?
Yes, I like.
What is your strategy for the next round? It's okay. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
It's okay. Naoki Akiyama with his best run of the weekend so far here. A great finish in round 4 of qualifying. We've got 1 left to go for today, so I'm going to send it back to Chris in the liverc.com broadcast booth and then go meet him there. Happens. Thank you.
All right, back here in the booth. Thanks, Aaron, upstairs, taking a couple of statements there from our top drivers. Bruno Coelho scoring TQ here in round 4. That gives him 3 to Ronald Volker's 1 with 2 more rounds to run. 1 more round to run today. The final round to run tomorrow morning before we head on into our Triple A mains and single lower mains all the way down to the O main. 15 full heats of racing here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships at the Fengtai Motorsport Center in Beijing, China. We're going to take a little break here before we get underway with qualifying round number 5. And hope you're enjoying the coverage. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Nine minutes to the start of the race. Eight minutes to the start of the race. 6 minutes to the start of the race.
Okay, you got 5.5 minutes, guys. 5.5 minutes. Field group number 1.
Five minutes to the start of the race.
第五轮的比赛开始还有5分钟，请第一组的车手做准备。
4 minutes to the start of the race.
Got 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes.
To the start of the race.
还有3分钟，第一组的第5轮预赛还有3分钟。
open. Drivers out the marshal, please.
Chen Wan, Ryan Lamb, Jun Lu, Simon Locke, Mini Labu. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
Cars to the starting area, please. No more laps, no more laps.
To the start of the race. Less than 5.
Starting grid is going to be 3, 4, 1, 5, and 2. 3, 4, 1, 5, and 2. All right, here we go. Round number 5. Car 3, 4, 1, 5, and 2.
Kicking off the 5th round of qualifying of 6, but the final one for today here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Brought to you this week by Hobbywing, our title sponsor for the week and the most popular motors and speed controls here at the World Championships. Hobbywing, innovation powered by passion, as well as Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated, our sponsors for this week's ISTC World Championships, live from the Fengtai Sports Center in Beijing, China. Just 5 drivers here in what was the slowest heat from the practice resort. Heat number 1 of 15, and we welcome all of our viewers on Live RC, as well as Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch TV. Mineo Lupu has been the fastest driver in this heat, just as he did in 12 scale earlier this week. Had a rough go in practice, and so is mired in the slowest heat. It'll be interesting to see just how far Lupu is able to climb in qualifying. He's been the fastest here and the most spectacular, doing some of the most wonderful pirouettes and curb jumps that we've seen, frankly, all week. Not the most spectacular crashes, though, because we've had a couple of cars stuff themselves under the fence.
Stuffing yourself under a fence?
Yes.
It seems to be a common one for some of these guys, but Missionary Lupu doing a good job out there, keeping us entertained.
Are you not entertained?
There's a term I would use. I don't know whether it's offensive under what you guys say, but I would call Mishnah somewhat of a missile.
Sure. Yeah, that's what we'll call it.
Do we understand that one?
Yeah. Lupu leads Jun Liu in the 2nd spot, Ryan Lamb 3rd, Simon Locke 4th, and Zheng Wang in 5th.
Apologies. So, we only have 5 in this. Only 5 left in this heat. Or only 5 starters in this heat. There's the other 5 non-runners. Lupu leading 7.7 seconds ahead of Jun Liu. Then 2.3 back to Simon Locke. 1.3 back to Ryan Lamb. And 11.2 back to Zheng Wang. As all of our drivers are showing, or Mishnah Lupu actually showing, keeping dead even. Is the opening heat. So our position, current positions, scoring board on the side of the screen is only full of this heat, but everyone else is showing down as Mishnah is beating them. He's on track for a 15.501. Jun Leo on track for a 15.509. Ryan Lamb on for a 15.514. Simon Locke on for a 15.517. And Zheng Wang on for a 14.510.
30 seconds left in our heat. Mishnia Lupu still out front, 8.2 seconds ahead of Ryan Lamb in second. Now Jun Leo dropping a third by 0.8 seconds. And Simon Locke in fourth, 7.7 seconds down. And Zheng Wang in fifth, 8.1 seconds down on Locke in four. Fast lap for Mishnia Lupu, a 19.073. 19.759 for Ryan Lamb, 20.062 for Jun Liu. Simon Locke with a 20.164 and a Zheng Wang with a 19.727. Second fastest lap of the heat. And what about drivers stopping at the end of the straight? But luckily after they've crossed the line for a finish, so good for them. Able to get around and take a finish. And that's heat one done in qualifying round 5. The final qualifying round today for qualifying round 2 at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships at Fengtai Model Sports Center in Beijing, China. And we're buckling in for what's going to be a nice wild ride as we get closer to the end of the round, although Aaron looked like he's a bit tired and just ready to see the top heat happen. Is that right?
I need a nap.
You need some Red Bull.
I had a food mountain at the buffet. I had a Team Orion pie. I had a cup of rum raisin ice cream.
Really? Rum raisin?
That's what they called it.
Oh, man, I'm jealous. I got vanilla.
Oh, plain.
Yeah, I got plain. Just plain.
No, good vanilla ice cream is the best.
Yeah, it was good, but, man, I wanted some flavor.
Oh, yeah. Rum raisin was redundant.
But I still destroyed mine. Like, there was no chance I was not going to finish that.
The ice cream didn't stand a chance.
Absolutely none. As our drivers are heading out on track to start Heat 2. Chongzi Ma, still the fastest driver from this heat. Time to beat, 15.500.47 from Mishnia Lupu.
Track is open, track is open, track is open. Cars to the starting grid, please. No more laps, cars to the starting grid.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Starting grid, 5, 8, 2, 1, 4, 7, 10, 3, 9.
We welcome all of our viewers this week on YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch.tv, in addition to our official Live RC broadcast page at live.liverc.com, where you can participate in our official Live RC chat room and view live scoring, access results, the heat sheet, TQ list, and some additional scoring features that all sorts of cool stuff you'll only find at live.liverc.com. And we welcome your fan mail to fanmail@liverc.com. Ooh, I think we have. We want to see how you're watching the race. Whether you're tuned in on a phone, tablet, computer, maybe watching at school or work, although we can't promise you won't get in trouble. Just don't do it in a moving car unless you're not driving. Anyway, once the wonderful internet connection here allows me to access this fan mail, we will show it online.
Internet's not playing nice all the time for us here.
It's been pretty solid, though, for the stream, and that's what matters. But I haven't been able to, check out pictures of my dog and cat at home, so.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Shame. Instagram a picture of my food mountain from the lunch buffet.
Mount Budorama, right?
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
All right, Shanzi Ma going to the top of the sheet, 18.8 fast lap. Looking at a 16.504.9 from Yongjiang Huang in second, looking at a 15.50.4, who also has a 19.4 fast lap. So Shanzi looking fast in this one as Jin Tung Pai and Tony Neo come through. Tony goes for a 15.50.2. So Tony and Chin Tung Pai both looking at 15.50s at the moment, and similar fast laps as well. 19.486 to a 19.431. Only 0.04 of a second separating them last time they crossed the line. Jeff Chang dropping down to 4, looking at a 15.504 with a 19.2 fast lap, and Yong Zhang Huang down to 5 with 15.508 projected and a 19.401 fast lap. They're pretty close on fast laps between second through to fifth, but our leader, Shanzi Ma, on a fast lap and currently looking at a 16.508. But Tony Neo momentarily looking at a 16 lapper and then drops off again to a 15 lapper. As Shanzi and Tony, the only two drivers looking at going faster than Vishnia Lupu, who was our fast driver from heat number 1 with a 15.500.457. And YY, third place driver now, coming up to free spot with a 15.508 and a fast lap of a 19.969.
Chuan Zima, the only driver ahead of Michelle Lupu's best time from the previous heat. 18.884 was Ma's best lap, but he's on a really bad one right now. 20.779, so it wasn't horrible, I guess. Chuan Zima's lead actually, even with that bad lap, grew by 1/10 of a second, so there is no logic in this place.
They are following Shanzi in the yellow, white, and orange out front. He had a horrible lap last time by, didn't he? He looked all over the joint through the Dragon, coming onto the straight before he crossed the line, which was his slow lap at 20.7. Still got a 7.9 second lead, though, so he's a class above the rest of the field in this heat.
Ma, Neo, YY, Pai, Chong, top 5, Chen 6th, Huang 7th, Key 8th, Hafni 9th, and Mike Haswell rocking the Star Wars coffee t-shirt. May the froth be with you. 40 seconds left on the clock. Looks like Lupu will drop to the second spot with that 15.5 flat, only working as TQ for one 5-minute run.
As we're still watching Ma and his LRP-powered Yokomo coming around onto the front straight into the antenna now. Bit of sun glare makes it a little hard to see for us, but he comes down through the S-bend now, and then around the fried potato angle, and onto the main straight line.
I'm so proud of us. We named a corner of the track probably the most routine corner on the course.
After the funniest piece of food I've ever seen.
A misspelling of an item at our breakfast buffet at our hotel.
It's simply poor translation, but it's been our form of entertainment.
Yeah.
For at least today after yesterday. Whoa, big crash there
dear.
at turn 1. And Shanzi Ma, lucky to get through that one. He sort of split the middle as two of those drivers.
All cars finished. Get everybody done. It's going to be Ma Chuanzi going to be your winner. 16 laps. YY second.
Shanzi Ma getting the win in 16.5.12. And he'll go the only driver to go ahead of Michnia Loop.
Tiwen Zhu, the fastest driver in Group 3 in the 4th round of qualifying, so he'll be the first car to start his individual clock here in the third heat of 15 for round 5 of qualifying at 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships, live from the Fangtai Sports Center in Beijing, China. Our coverage this week brought to you by Hobby Wing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. Chris, it is our destiny to get through the rest of round 5.
And we shall do so.
And we'll find out if Ronald Volker can take it to Bruno Coelho in round 5. He needs to if he wants to try and equalise the platform heading into round 6 tomorrow, the final round.
45 seconds to the start of the race. GTI1. Tai Wenjun. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
Cars to the starting grid, please. Cars to the starting grid. Cars to the starting grid, please. Got it, Lisa? Okay. Starting grid 10, 7, 9, 2, 5, 1, 4, 6, 3, and 8. All right, good luck everybody. Here we go, group 3.
About to get a start here in heat 3 for qualifying round 5. 2 ends, from the 1 spot, Nuno Gancho, Jiao Wei, Huang, Ro Peng, Angus Lung, Alex Fa, Archie Tai, Justin Wan, Ali Lee, and Jimeng Wen all taking to the grid for this one for their final run today. And 2 ends, has really been the one to beat in this heat as he immediately dropped in 18.9, but then gets beaten to the post by Nuno Gancho with an 18.7 first flying lap. So Gancho, your leader out front, 2 ends, in second, Ro Peng in third, Xiaowei Huang in fourth, Angus Lung in fifth, Ali Lee in sixth, and we'll let everyone filter through as our top 4 drivers looking at going faster than Shanzi Ma's time from Heat 2.
The time to beat is a 16.512. Tiwen Zhu flirting with a 17, and at least where we're from, that can give you big trouble. 16.502.235 now for Tiwen Zhu, as he is still 1.8 seconds up on Jiwei Huang, who had his personal best of this young race just on this most previous lap, a 19.422. Tiwen Zhu on a 16.503 is one of just 2 drivers, along with Jiwei Huang, who's on pace to go faster than Shanzi Ma. Ro Peng running third, Alex Fa fourth, Angus Long fifth, then Wan sixth, Tai seventh, Gancho eighth, Wen ninth, and Lee 10th. Tiwen Zhou's last lap, 20.2 as he works his way through the Dragon. And on to the front straightaway, 19.196, over a second faster than what he did the previous lap, so that was bad. And he carried a ton of speed through the fried potato angle, smearing ketchup all over that turn. Ugh. Tiwen Zhou down the front straightaway, and we just had the U.S. team manager Alex Sturgeon come running into the studio earlier because he was turn marshaling down the right front side of the track, and he said there was a car in the last heat that just barreled straight into the wall down there, and he was hoping that we got it on camera, but unfortunately no. Tiwen Zhou's last lap, 19.861. So he is already 1.3 seconds slower than his fastest lap of the race back on lap number 2. No one's done a new fast lap since lap 5.
Only Tiwen Zhou looking at going faster than Shanzi Ma's time from the previous heat. 16.508 for Tiwen at the moment, compared to Ma's fast time of a 16.512.9 from heat number 2. So it's Tiwen Zhou from 1 on a 16.508, then a 16.516 for Xiaowei Huang in 2, then a 16.516.9 for Alex Fa in 3, 16.519 for Justin Wan in 4, and then a 15.50 for Archie Tai in 5. Currently, Jiwei Huang's time is good enough for 3rd overall in our timing sheet, dropping in between Shanzi Ma and Mechnia Lupu. And plenty of 15.50s coming through for this heat. Both Archie Tai and Justin Wan looking to join Mechnia Lupu on a set of 15.500s. As Zuo still looking at a 16.509 now, so he might drop off around to a 10 or 11. I wouldn't expect much further from Tiwen. And he'll be probably the fastest driver in the round so far as we head on into heat number 4 in just a moment's time. The 2-0 out front in his Hobbywing powered Serpent. Of course, Hobbywing being our broadcast sponsor for the 2016 IFMAR ISTC Worlds, and they're the most common speed control and motor used here this week at the ISTC World Championships as well. And check out the article and many other articles we've been posting this weekend with our reporter and photographer, the legendary Thomas Tran, controlling all of the content coming your way on liverc.com, and go on to our website, check that out, and keep your eyes, or keep us posted as well. There'll be plenty more coming from liverc.com over the course of the event. We've got one more. We're completing our final round of qualifying today at the moment. We're 3 heats into our 15-heat round. And then we have one more, the final round of qualifying, to complete tomorrow morning before we start finals. And I'll tell you what, I'm excited for A finals. Absolutely pumped for A finals.
Super excited.
Like the racing we've seen and how close these cars are on speed, it's going to be an insane A final.
I can only imagine Bruno and Volker duking it out.
Oh man, just bashing heads.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome. And like Alex Hagberg, don't count him out. He can just pick up the pizzas. Mark Fisher, is he an A final hope now? It's still going to happen in these next 3 rounds for him, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
It'd be awesome to see Mark Fisher, the German driver with the Capricorn chassis, like being the one-man band here at the World, be able to send that car into the A-main.
Wouldn't that be pretty amazing?
And he's got the pace to do it. We saw that happen last round. He put in a great run. But also Akio Sabue put in some great runs. I'm sure he's going to be in the A-main, and he's going to be a contender as well. So I really cannot wait until we get the A-mains tomorrow. All 3 of them coming at you tomorrow. Of course, all of our lower finals as well, all the way down to an O final.
Mark Fisher's going to be close. He's 7th after 4 rounds. He's got an 11, a 7, and a 2. So 20 points. Man, I don't know.
One more top 10 finish, and he should be
another
in.
top 10. I think he'd be great.
Like, he doesn't quite need as high as a 2, but the higher the better, really.
Yeah, that 2 really, really helped.
Yeah, it's a godsend for him.
Yeah, with 4 rounds complete and using each driver's best 3, so 1 round thrown out, which, of course, by the time we complete qualifying tomorrow morning, it will be the best 3 of 6. So this is only just a loose picture of who's going to make the A final tomorrow. But right now, Bruno Coelho, of course, guaranteed at least a share of TQ. Volker would have to TQ the 5th and 6th rounds and then beat Bruno on combined time. So if anyone other than Volker TQs this last round today, then Bruno will be the overall TQ and start the A finals from first on the grid. Volker's going to make the final. He's locked in. Akio Sabue is 3rd at the moment with 10 points. There's no possibility he gets bumped out. Alexander Hagberg is 4th. He has 11 points. There's no chance that Hagberg gets bumped out. He may not start 4th, but there's no way that he gets mathematically eliminated from the final. Behind him is where it starts to get a little bit sticky. Mark Reinert has 19 points. Nicholas Lee has 19 points in 6th. Mark Fisher is 7th with 20 points. Christopher Kropp is 8th with 24 points. Andy Moore is 9th with 24 points. And then Victor Wilk right now 10th. He's on the bubble with 27 points. And right behind him, Loic Jasmine has 28 points, so he's only a point off of Wilk. And then Viljami Kupanen is 12th. He has 35 points right now, but one of those finishes is a 17. So he has a 7 and 11. He can improve greatly. Ulis Grosskamp is 13th. He's tied with Kupanen with 35 points, but he's got an 8 and then a 13 and 14. So if he goes any faster than 14th, especially if he gets another single-digit finish. That's going to jump way up. Hara has a 36. He's got 2 13s and a 10, so that's going to be hard to improve. Here's what really interesting. Naoki Akiyama is 15th right now, so he's not in the main. He's got in his first round was a 25. Second round he didn't finish, so that was 137. But he's got a 9 and a 6. So Akiyama has 15 points, and all he would need to do to move up to 10th would be to finish 8th or better. So another single-digit
Akiyama
run.
really a chance of the main as well.
Right. Like another run as fast as he's gone. His last 2 runs have both been 17-5-10. If he does another one of those, he could move into the final. Matsukura actually has a 14 and a 15 to go with the 20. So if he took that 14 and 15, he would have 19 points. So if he TQ'd around, he would be in the top 5. But realistically, with the 19, if he had another, like an 8, he could be maybe looking at the main event. And with 2 rounds left to go, I mean, there's still an outside shot now to make the main. Behind him, Maker's going to have 2 great runs. Sudhoff, I mean, that's the other thing is pretty much behind that, there are a lot of people that have like 1 decent run. Like Takahiro Nomura's got an 11. He's already down 28. His other points right now are a 26 and a 37. So he got an 11 here on that last run. If he had 2 great runs, he could make the main. What else? Like J.J. Wong had a 12 in the first round. And since then, he's got a 16 and a 59. So if Wong has 2 great runs, he makes the main. So there's so much racing left to do, and with 3 out of 6 rounds counting, that changes all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And so many guys really wishing they could be in the A main here. Of course, you get that with so many drivers, 144 drivers from 23 countries here this week for the IFMAR ISTC World.
Right. And the racing has been so close. There's so many.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You can lose 25 spots by being a half second slower in some of these rounds.
Yeah, it's crazy fast. Like, I'm for certain, I'm really looking forward to seeing who's going to stack up into the main, let alone the focus of the drivers on the front between Volta and Coelho, Hagberg, and those guys out there. I mean, it's going to be awesome to see who makes the main, and then just to watch those 3 A mains. I mean, you better be watching on liverc.com, YouTube, twitch.tv, or our Facebook Live, because you don't want to miss a beat.
Yeah, don't miss a lot here from the Fengtai Sports Center in Beijing, China, as we go into our final minute here of Heat 4. This is the L group.
And Kong Lee out front with a fast lap, 18.9.6, looking at 16.5.10 to go second fast for the round. As Stu Enzel still holding on to that top seed, or top time, 16.509.8. Bowie Gintin going to 2, Derek Yuen in 3. As Yuen drops to 4, Yihao Huang goes to 3 with a 16.5.14, which is going to be good enough for 5th quick in the round. Derek Yuen down to 4. Wai Lap Chung, good enough for 7th quick in the round with 16.5.14.2. Only driver, 2 drivers who go into the 18-second bracket. Kong Lee in first and Michael Lowe in second, who bowed out after 3 laps. So not the kind of run that Michael Lowe wanted. Neither for Gordon Chan, who's bowed out after 1 lap. We're following Bowie Ginting in the orange, coming through the teardrop now, and then up through the Dragon as he's going to come around and cross the line to finish his run. Oh, and he comes close to winning it too, just 0.4 per second off the win. He goes 16.5.11.831. Yihao Huang goes 16.5.13, and Kong Lee gets a win with a 16.5.11.4. Good enough for second quick in the round so far, as we're heading into heat number 5, 1/3 of the way through our final round of qualifying for today, and the 5th round, second last round of qualifying for the event here at the Fengtai Motorsport Centre for the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships.
Our coverage this week brought to you by Hobby Wing, along with Destiny Sweep Racing and Team Associated. Heat number 5 coming up next. And Australian racer Jesse Davis here in this heat. Set a great time in the last round that held up exactly to race 10, which is exactly what Chris called.
As much as you hated that, you thought that I was going to be wrong?
The only thing worse than that is Bob actually suggesting a name for one of the track sections that stuck.
I thought it was quite cool, and I had to fist pump the air in celebration once I saw that Jesse's time had held up until Heat 10, where I said it would.
I did think that was pretty funny.
As I sat here and watched you interviewing Alex Sturgeon from Raw, which was nice to see Alex getting in the booth, having a bit of fun and talking about life at Raw and in Omaha.
And traveling to China. First time he's ever left the United States.
Wow.
Nope.
I wasn't paying enough attention.
Now, there's a pretty... Hey, Bruno, jumping in the liverc.com studio.
Cars that are starting here.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, cars in the starting area. Good marshals out there. Starting grid 7, 1 to 3, 5, 10, 8, 6, 2, 4, and 9. All right, guys, let's have a good start, everybody. Nice to meet you. This is group 5. 7, 1, 3, 5, 10, 8, 6, 2, 4, and 9. Okay, group number 5 has begun. Got Jesse Davis out front, 17.509. Oh, no, trouble for Joe.
Jesse Davis out front on a 17.509. That's a good one.
Yeah, on track for a solid run right now for Davis. An 18.0 lap as well, so looking going faster in lap. Jesse's really found something with his X-ray ride. Zipping Cao into 2, Seung-min Kim in 3, Zhao Wei Li in 4, Antonio Hung in 5, Andy C in 6, Damian Giddens in 7, Kit Chow in 8, Johnson Tang in 9, and Joey Chan not taking to the track. Jesse Davis looking for a 17.510 now. We are following Jesse now, coming out of the antenna through the S-bend and into the fried potato angle.
Race 6 is up next. 6 is next.
Davis now to a 17.512. Still leading their way with a 5.1 second gap back to Seung-min Kim, who's looking at a 16.504. Antonio Hung on for a 16.506, just 1 second back. And Zipeng Cao on for a 16.506 as well, just 1/10 of a second behind Antonio Hung and his C in 5 for a 16.510, 2 seconds down on Antonio Hung. So our top 4 drivers, Davis, Kim, Cao and Hung, all looking to go faster than 2 and 0's time of 16.509.8. With Jesse Davis looking to be the first driver on 17 laps, and I wonder whether he will make his time last to Heat 10 once again in qualifying round 5.
You are the worst.
That's only because you're going to hate it if it's true. But hey, I believe in Jesse. Mainly because he's Australian, and I'm going to back my Australian mates.
I'm going to stomp out of here if you're correct on that twice in a row. That's just not fair.
It's going to be cool. I'm looking forward to it.
Looking forward to me walking out of here and leaving you.
No, looking forward to seeing Jesse Davis put in a good run and move up the order, because being in Heat 5 is not where he wants to be.
Yeah, sure. That's what you meant. Chris is so fired. Less than a minute to go for Jesse Davis. 8.8 seconds clear of Seungmin Kim. And Kim is among 4 drivers in this heat, going faster than Tiwen Zhou. We had a 16.509. Davis on a 17.513. Seungmin Kim on a 16.505. Antonio Hung on a 16.507, as is Zipeng Cao. Top 4 drivers separated by 11 seconds, but second, third, and fourth are only a second and a half apart. So most of that gap coming from Jesse Davis, who is 10.1 seconds clear of the field. Back on lap number 2 at an 18.0. Yeah, Davis definitely did not get put into the heat that he belonged after struggling in controlled practice.
Absolutely not. But it's how the system works. If you can't
is
deliver
what it
the
is.
times, it is what it is.
Yep.
God, I'm starting to hate that saying as much as you do.
Yeah,
But it's
the
becoming
worst.
ironically funny that we're using it a lot. And it's only funny because it's ironic. But Davis out front, and he's going to bring home a 17.513, so a pretty solid time for Jesse Davis, the Australian.
Irony is not an old wooden ship. Davis with a 17.513 for the win. And new time to beat Seungmin Kim. 11.5 seconds behind, a 16.506.2 per second. Zipeng Cao, 16.507.3 for third. And Antonio Hung, 16.508.4 for fourth. All faster than Tiwen Zhou's previous time to beat. Kit Chow, fifth. Andy C, sixth. Damian Giddens, seventh. Jiawei Li, eighth. Johnson Tang, ninth. And Kalok Joey Chan. I like just Joey Chan better. Finishing 10th there. Getting 5 laps done in 5:18. That's not a very good average lap.
No, definitely
Just
something
saying.
wrong for Joey Chan.
Track is open.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Getting ready for heat number 6 as
Antonio Caroli taken to the stand. You can see him on our driver stand cam. He's the first driver right in front of the cam, the only South African representative here this week for the 2016 IFMAR ISTC Worlds, and he's been the fastest man in this heat so far, along with Byung-Hwan Kim, Jerry Dai, Araya Ai, Xiaofeng Zhu, Yan Min, Hansik Yoon, Jackie Lau, Barry Wu, and James Pong, all taking to the starting grid.
trying my best to break my co-star here. I've done a pretty good job. There have been a couple times where I thought he may stop breathing, but then he did return.
With the assistance of an asthma inhaler, because I'm nerdy and asthmatic. And we're in Beijing. Air quality is not the best.
Yeah, right.
Even though the sun's out, the sky's been really clear today.
This is the
It's
nicest
been a lovely
day we've
day.
had here.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah.
It's been a great day here in Beijing.
Well, we may have had a couple of nice days during the 12 scale portion, but I wouldn't have known because we were locked indoors. But
All inside.
that's neither here nor there. Race 6 getting off to a start here as Antonio Caroli, the only South African in the field. South Africa will host this race 2 years from now, the 2018 112 scale and ISTC World Championships will be held in South Africa, actually at Caroli's home track. So I imagine he's going to want to do better than what we've been calling the J group this week here, heat number 6.
Everyone loves to impress on a home ground at a home track. I know all my friends back in Perth are really looking forward and excited for the 2018 Gas Off-Road Worlds at our home track, Model Off-Road Buggy Club in Perth. Hopefully some Australians and some local drivers will qualify for an Australian Worlds. Otherwise, that'll be a bit poor that we don't have too many local drivers represented at a local world.
I have to imagine Kyle will make it.
Well, that's a no-brainer considering he just won the Australian National Series.
Yeah.
As we're watching Antonio Caroli come around the drag and onto the front straightaway now into the antenna. And he goes through, not in the lead though. Jerry Dye holding the lead at the moment with a half a second gap back to Caroli in second. Jerry Dye also with the fast lap of the race in 18.403 to Antonio's 18.539.
So the young Chinese driver Jerry Dye back out front once again here in heat number 6. He's been among the fastest drivers here in this group for the week. He's about 3.8 seconds off of Jesse Davis's TQ time. So, you know what, Chris? I'm going to say it again. I don't think Jesse Davis's time holds up to heat 10.
I don't know. 2 minutes 45 to go. We've seen tires dropping off later in the run, and it's still happening today in qualifying. So Aaron's refusing to accept the reality that I'm proposing that Jesse Davis' time is going to hold up to heat 10. We're in heat 6 at the moment. There's only one driver, and he's still not going faster than Jesse. He's 5 seconds off. So
no, it'll hold up through this heat, but not till heat 10.
You reckon?
Yeah, no way.
All right.
Jesse Davis holding it down for Team Man Bun this weekend. Martin Hoffer, a.k.a. Thor, a.k.a. not Chris Hemsworth.
Holding it down for Team Golden Locks.
Yeah, well, he could have been.
But he's not racing.
Yeah, second member of Team Man Bun, but he's just a mechanic this weekend for Loic Jasmine. So, yeah, Jesse Davis had to hold down the fort.
And doing a good job of it, too. Keeping that TQ time all the way till heat 10 in round 5.
Don't want to talk. Jerry Dye out front by 85/100th of a second over Antonio Caroli. Mankion third, James Pong fourth, Barry Wu fifth. 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. Dye and Min separated now by 3.6 seconds. Whoa, big mix-up heading into the Dragon section.
As I believe we're following Jerry Dye, our leader. Yes, we're following Jerry Dye, our leader, as he comes through the Dragon section in front of the driver's stand, down the front straight into the antenna. Take lap number 12 with a minute remaining in our session here for Heat 6, qualifying round 5. And Jerry Dye has dropped off and just gotten stuck on the pipe. Oh no, and Jerry Dye,
I think the car has died.
Broken. Yeah, something not right with his car. So that'll send Kian Min into the lead. And Dye's going to try and limp the car home. We're going for a Scorpion instant replay with Jerry Dye, I believe. Oh, straight into him at the Dragon section. And that's probably what's caused Jerry Dye's issue. All out of shape. And we've got another driver getting all out of shape. Is that our new leader? It's not Antonio Caroli, who's just gone through as our leader.
Caroli coming by the line at this instant. So the all-green car, I think that might be Kian Min.
All out of shape through the Dragon section just a lap ago.
Checking out what looks like a whole lot of footprints going through the left-hand turn as part of the Dragon there. And that's why they've been trying to keep the track clean.
Yeah, they've really been strict on letting people walk on the track surface and making sure mechanics don't step into pit lane even.
Right, and they have dampened mats, like outdoor carpet mats in the underneath the driver's stand for the turn marshals to wipe their feet off. But that's really the only route that they, I mean, short of walking across the front straightaway, the only route to get to and from those turn marshal spots. So it kind of makes sense that that's where all the foot traffic is.
Absolutely. It's got to go somewhere to get to a part of the track that's not accessible from the outside.
Anthony Caroli taking the win here, 16.508. Conman 16.512 in second. A slower 16.512 for James Pong, less than 0.7 of a second back. Barry Wu fourth, 16.513. Xiaofeng Zhu 16.514 in fifth. A barely slower 16.514 for Jackie Lau in sixth. Araya Ingwith Ovingsa 15.506 for seventh. Jerry Dai 8th off the track before the 4-minute mark. Young Hwan Kim 9th and Pansik Yoon 10th. And yeah, Chris, I just said Araya Ingwith Ovingsa first try. Come at me, bruh.
Wow, a hand of applause for you. Like,
what?
Straight up. Beautiful. And it seemed almost natural.
I've practiced.
Yeah. You're hired.
Yeah, apparently I can keep my job as someone who practically talks for a living.
Hooray.
Hooray. Race number 7 coming up next. Chris is dead.
The time to beat Jesse Davis with 17.513.9. Nobody on 17 yet.
Oh, no.
But it's only heat 7. Anything can happen, Aaron, I'm sure. David Erba, Naoya Morita, Derek Hung, Yao Tung Chu, Max Park, Wai Tat Hoi, Ed Clark, Chi Yong Ong, Jimmy So, and Ka Weng Lung taking to the track to start heat number 7. Oh, great shot there of all our cars sitting at the starting area. You can see David Erber in the white, black, and green Serpent. Car number 5. He's been the fastest driver in this heat.
This is the 7th heat for the 5th round of qualifying and the final one here on Friday afternoon at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships, live from Beijing, China at the Bangtai Sports Circuit. Our sponsors this week, Hobby Wing, along with Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. See if David Airbar can set the fastest time out of this heat and take down Jesse Davies at a 17.513, lest I be wrong again for the second round in a row.
Well, we'll look forward to the rounds to come, the heats to come, to see whether you are. As Aaron's telling me to shut up. Everyone filtering through for laps 1 and 2. Ed Clark looking like opening up with a decent run. And getting out there with an 18.5, so a solid opening couple of laps for Ed Clark. Sitting at the top of our sheet, David Erber in 2, Naoya Morita in 3, Wai Tat Hoi in 4, Derek Hung in 5. As they switch Derek and Wai Tat Hoi around, Yao Tung Chu in 6, Ai Wang Lung in 7, Jimmy So in 8, Mac Park in 9, and Ji Yong Ong in 10. David Erber on track for a 17.517, and he goes through to the lead just half a tenth ahead of Ed Clark in second place. We're going to try and see who we're following here.
David Airbar does have the fastest lap of the race from back on lap number 2 at an 18.490. He's got a nearly 0.6 of a second lead on Derek Hung as we follow along with Wai Tat Hoi in the 5th spot. And then white and green David Airbar just crossing the finish line, 18.8. Waitat Max Park running 4th and 8th at the moment. Airbar by the line now, 18.691 on a 17.517 pace. Unfortunately, still about 3.5 seconds slower than Jesse Davis.
Which you are hating right now. As Aaron bashes his head against the desk. He's hating this one. But David Erba is your leader. Derek Hung in 2. Noya Morita in 3. Waitat Hoi in 4. Yao Tong Chu in 5. Max Park in 6. Ed Clark in 7. And Chi Yong Ong in 8. Jimmy So in 9. Pai Wang Lung in 10.
David Airbar still leading the way. Derek Hung second. Noya Morita third. Following along with the pink and white, I believe, of Derek Hung, who, whoa, getting a little squirrely heading toward the S section. Got a blue car behind him. That's way faster and trying to look for a way by. Airbar at the finish line right now. 18.5. That was nearly, I mean, we're talking 2/100ths of a second off his best lap of the race. The Airbar still going quick here with a minute to go. But he's 4 seconds exactly slower than Jesse Davis. So Team Man Bun hangs on to the TQ for at least one more grouping here. "35 seconds left on the clock. Airbar just came by for another lap in an 18.7. 2.354 seconds ahead of Noya Morita. Airbar at the finish line now. Airbar finishing up with a 16.5 flat, unfortunately losing the 17 lapper on his final trip around. Well, actually, with 2 laps left to go, and 19.4 is what knocked him off the pace. So a 16.5 flat, 0.2.
Only just off.
Yeah, just 27/100th of a second off of a 17 lap run. And the second fastest time of the round so far is Jesse Davis, still the only 17 lap run. David Airbar taking the win. Noya Morita second. Derek Hung third. Waitat Hoi fourth. Yao Tung Chu fifth. Ed Clark sixth. Max Park seventh. Chi Yong Ong, eighth. Jimmy So ninth. And Ka Wang Lung in 10th. 16.9 seconds separating the top 10 drivers there. The only 10 drivers in that heat. Pretty well organized group of drivers after that seating practice.
As we're getting ready to go racing for Heat 8, we've got Patrick Chow, Hideo Kitazawa, Fanji Ding, Alvin Ko, Mio Hakamata, Okwai Wong, William Lee, Nicholas Ko, Jui Hao Chen, and Thomas Hui, all taking to the starting grid. We've got about a minute till race start in this one. As the day continues to wear on here at Fengtai Motorsports Centre, we're in our final round of qualifying for today, with one more left to run, round 6 left to run tomorrow morning before we get on into our finals. As we work our way towards, well, we're just about in the second half of the round, and it starts to get a little bit more exciting when we head towards our faster heats, heats 11 through 15.
4:10.7, 1:36.52, 9, and 8. All right, good luck, drivers, Group 8. 4:10.
So you can see there I've positioned a right arrow on our Team Associated track cam showing a bright red logo on the wall at the end of the straightaway. And several of the drivers have found this to be a target. We've seen a couple of cars pile themselves under the fence right there.
Oh yeah, that logo has copped a pounding today.
Yeah. And
Especially
then,
in this morning's practice.
Yeah, it was pretty spectacular. And then, oh yeah, we're moving along here to moving camera. Heat number 8. Lead them out right now. We've got the driver we've talked about most in this heat has been Hideo Kitazawa, 2 times a third-place finisher at the 112 scale World Championships. Also a designer for Futaba. Patrick Chow from Hong Kong. Hong Kong is the largest team here this week among the 23 countries represented here at the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Is the 1/10 scale international scale touring car category. Hideo Kitazawa in car 10, an 18.2 as last time by the loop. And now he is the fastest car on the track and on pace to go faster than Jesse Davis after 4 laps. So we'll see if Kitazawa can keep up the pace here. 18.564 that last time by.
And we're following along with Patrick Chow in his black, blue, and pink Yokomo, coming around onto the front stretch into the antenna as he goes around just the slower car that he was lapping through the fried potato angle and around the golf club onto the main straightaway. He's trying to chase down Hideo Kitazawa. Half a second the gap though. But Kitazawa with an 18.2 fast lap, so a solid fast lap from Hideo Kitazawa.
And now a 19.2 on this lap drops him down to second. He is 0.17 of a second behind new race leader Patrick Chow. And now both drivers off the pace of what Jesse Davis did a couple of heats ago.
Davis with a 17.5, 13.9, and now Kitazawa on for a 17.5, 16.
Kitazawa in the white, speeding down the back straightaway.
In the white and blue behind him, actually.
Ah, yeah, that's the paint job he used on his 12 scale car.
Coming down the front stretch now.
Nope,
Around the
he was the first one.
Really?
I win. Kitazawa into the golf club. And down the back straightaway he goes. A nice, cool view from this side of the driver's stand. You see just how big the track is here. It's large. And a lot of room for these touring cars to stretch out what is an increasing amount of brushless horsepower. The track here at the Feng Tai Sports Center is 38 by 68 meters. So 38 meters deep by 68 meters long, which for us Yanks back home who can't seem to buy into a system that actually makes sense, it's 125 feet deep by 223 feet long. A very large racing surface here with 16 turns, 9 to the left and 7 to the right. That's something I noticed both touring car and 12 scale. They did a very good job of balancing the track back and forth. Picking up with our race leader, Patrick Chow. Last lap, 18.757. He is about 3.5 seconds slower than Jesse Davis's time to beat, but he's 1.7 seconds up on Hideo Kitazawa. Top 3 still separated by just 3 seconds as Kakwai Wong another 1.2 seconds behind Kitazawa with 30 seconds left to go.
Just as Chow comes out.
Putting up a motive track map. Or not. We got a brief look there at our motive track map. Chow, Kitazawa, Wong, Lee, and Ding. Top 5. Chow looking at the second fastest time of the round. Another 17-lap run to go with what Jesse Davis did. However, Chow is a little bit slower than Davis. So Davis will hold on to the TQ for another heat. Kitazawa is already done with a 16.501, and Chow
Just
did
misses
make it
out.
by for a 17-lap run.
Chow goes through for a 17.518.2. So he's about 4.3 seconds off of Davies' top time at the moment for the round with 17.513.9. And Jesse Davis lives to fight another round.
Race 9 coming up. Here in our fifth round qualifying 2016 World Champions presented by Honeywell, Sweet, Sturgeon, Yokomo, G-Force, Utaba, Orca, Prospect, Team Powers, Sanwa, Tail Propo, LRP, Wild Turtle Fan, X-Cleaner, Lifetime, RC Fan.
So I hear that Australian bloke, Josh Payne, asked my comrade over here, Chris Mitchell, about my interview with their fellow Aussie Chris Sturdy back when we were in Japan. And it was pretty funny because Sturdy was sitting in his pit area sleeping. And so Bob and I were walking around the pit area with a camera and a microphone, and we just walked up to Sturdy and woke him up as I introduced him for a live interview. And he just happened to spring awake and jump straight into, like, trying to not, tried to play it off and just start talking. And then as we're talking, Paney and
John Watkins.
Yeah, John Watkins go up behind poor Sturdy and start dancing around and being even more distracting. And I'm used to people trying to be distracting, but most people, when they have a camera stuck in their face for the first time, are not. So poor Chris Sturdy kind of got set up a little bit there.
Yeah, he got the raw end of the deal on that one.
Yeah.
But it was pretty funny to watch back home.
Track is open, track is open. Track is closed. Cars in the starting area, please. Cars in the starting area from straightaway closed.
Less than 5.
Wah, wah, wah. Yeah. All right, starting grid for this one. 10, 6, 4, 9, 2, 8.
Shin Sawada was fastest in group number 9 in the 4th round of qualifying, so he'll be the first car off the line. We've got Canadian Kevin Hebert and one of 4, actually I think 3 U.S. drivers in this event, Julian Wong. Oh, and let's try that again.
Here we go, guys. This is group number 9.
Yes, it took me about a minute to find it, but yes, 3 US drivers here this
So
week.
Rick Howard, Julian Wong, and JJ Wong.
JJ Wong sharing dual citizen duties between
The
the US and China. I'm sure the local Chinese will be claiming him as all Chinese this week.
Yeah.
Being we're in their homeland for this event.
Just as they claim Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau.
Sure.
Yeah. Dominic DJ Quick out front by 61 thousandths of a second after lap number 1 on Julian Wong, as he turned in a 18.382. This last lap goes even faster than he did in the previous one. Jung-Hoon An, one of the South Korean brothers, 18.378. For him, takes over new fast lap of the race. Jung-Hoon An and Jong-Hoon An in the same qualifying run because they went nearly the same speed in the controlled practice session. Someone hitting the curb in the potato angle and nearly pushed into the wall in the straightaway. That would not have been good.
No, definitely not. But Queck still holding on to the lead ahead of Shin Sawada in second, 8.9 tenths down. Then Minao Lau going through, so just 8.7 tenths down on Queck in one, Shin Sawada in third. Just 25 thousandths of a second down. As he drops down the order, everyone filtering through for lap number 5. Kevin Hebera coming through to third now. As Queck's fast time only good enough for second overall on our sheet at the moment, a 17.5, 14.8. To Jesse Davis at the top of the sheet with a 17.5, 13.9. Queck leading the way, fast lap of an 18.29.
Dominic Queck out front by 555 one-thousandths of a second over Kevin Hebert. Dominic Queck in the white and orange, heading back to the fried potato angle.
Following him in his X-ray as he goes onto the main straightaway, exiting the golf club around the boomerang and then the teardrop.
Through the dragon. And onto the front straight.
Love
Come
the
back for another
dragon.
lap.
Through the S and back into the fried potato angle. Oh, just clipsack. Yeah, that's a really aggressive curve in the middle of the fried potato angle.
Taking a little bit of a nibble
Of the
that
potato
fried
angle.
potato angle, yeah.
Takes a bit more than he bargained for. He needs to follow my principle.
If
Take a
you're
big bite and chew like hell.
If you're watching online and you're wondering what the heck we're talking about, it's named after the hilarious mistranslation of an item on our breakfast buffet. It's a potato wedge. They call it a fried potato angle. We thought it was so funny we named it corner after. Dominic Queck out front and heading toward the fried potato angle. Goes just around the curb this time by. No thanks, just looking.
Yeah, maybe got full after the first bite.
Right, yeah.
You know, it doesn't need to eat too much.
He's watching
He's a
his
small
carbs.
kid. Yeah, watching his carb intake and starch as well. Like, they're pretty starchy foods.
Our producer just broke my co-star, so I'll continue talking here for the remaining minute. 0.8 of a second lead for Queck over Sawada. Queck is about 4 seconds slower than Jesse Davis. So Davis's time lives until heat number 10 again. Don't even
And
start. I don't want to.
No, I don't need to, I don't think. I think I've proved it.
I don't want to talk about it. Shin Sawada just a second back with 30 seconds left to go. In fact, Queck will not beat Patrick Chow's time as well. It looks like 16.5 flat for both Queck and Sawada in the works. They're separated by 44 hundredths with six races left to go here in round number 5 of qualifying. Kevin Hebert running 1.8 seconds out of the lead.
As Queck drops down behind David Erber's time now.
Yeah.
Erber on a 16.50.2, so Queck not quite able to break that 17th lap yet. And he drops down to 4th quick on our round sheet with a 16.500.3. And yeah, I don't need to rub it in on Aaron anymore. Jesse Davis's time survives until the 10th round, which is exactly what happened in round 4.
I don't need to rub it in, but I'm going to rub it in. DJ Queck, not quick enough. See what I did there? Said DJ Dominic Queck, not quick enough to go to the top 3 of the charts.
It took me a minute.
Yeah, so race number 10 coming up now. Here in round number 5 of qualifying. 2016 ISTC World Championships.
We're starting to work towards the faster heats to round out the day. And then it's time to take a break until tomorrow with the final round tomorrow morning. And then finals.
Woohoo!
I'm excited.
Me too.
Oh, yeah.
Our coverage this week brought to you by Hobby Wing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated.
is open. Track is open.
Coming up to heat 10 now, we get to keep an eye on the clean bet between Jordan Cullis and Ryan Maker. Currently, Maker has him absolutely covered, because Cullis isn't able to go sub 18 seconds just yet. And Maker going into the 17s last round. So these two drivers made a bet at the AOC in Canberra a few weeks ago about who could set a faster hot lap over the course of the event. Cullis admits that he knows Ryan Maker can beat him over a 5-minute heat, but believes that Cullis could hot lap him. So they obviously didn't decide to end it there, as I believe Cullis lost out in Canberra.
And I think Cullis just likes the attention, because he's very clearly going to be 0 for 2 at the end of this one.
Oh, absolutely. So they decided to go double or nothing coming into this week's event at the ISTC World Championships, and at the moment, Maker's got him covered.
He's like tenths of a second off. It's not like he's close on hot lap.
About 4 tenths, 5 tenths off at least. But hey, it's good fun to keep an eye on.
Gives us something to talk about.
Absolutely gives us something to talk about. Not that we are short of things to talk about at all.
Wasn't that a Sheryl Crow song? Let's give him something to talk about.
I'm losing my opinion of you, Aaron.
4, 9, 6, 2, 5.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Sheryl Crow. Just heard sort of confirmation from our producer, who made us suffer through a Jewel song yesterday. So, yeah, he'd probably be an authority on that.
We are underway with Heat 10 for qualifying round 5. Qiu Sheng Huang out front, looking at going faster than Jesse Davis's fast time at this stage, with 3 minutes 45 left to run. Jordan Cullis up to the 2 spot, and he goes to an 18.3. So Cullis making inroads on Ryan Maker for the clean bet that those two have, but currently still not able to go as fast as his offsider, as Qiu Sheng Huang goes to an 18.1. Looking at a 17.5.11, the only driver going faster than Jesse Davis's time right now. Ari Lay dropping to the 2 spot with a 17.5.14. 1.2 seconds down. Jordan Cullis in 3 with 17.5.14 as well. Just 49 thousandths of a second down on Lay. Then Kia Huang Kim going to the 2 spot now on a 17.5.15. 1.3 seconds down, as Qiu Sheng Huang is improving his time, going a 17.5.10.7.
Forward to go. Long, Christian, here leader. He humps in the second in the 9. Rocket, Jordan, high line, Jackie, Aaron, 16.
2 minutes to go in our Heat 10 for qualifying round 5. Qiu Sheng Huang is still out front, 17.5.11.7 for him, and has improved his fast lap to 18.0, so almost the first of the 17-second laps we're seeing in this heat, or in this round. And Kia Huang Kim on track for a 17.5.15. And we're following our leader now, Qiu Sheng Huang, coming through the dragon in the white and yellow down the main straightaway into the antenna. Tips it up into the S turn, then around the fried potato angle, down to the golf club and onto the main straightaway. Grezio race leader coming up on the back of a lapper in just a moment as they head through the teardrop and up into the dragon once again.
Four minutes down and 1 minute left to go for Quisheng Huang, the only driver faster than Jesse Davis here in heat number 10. So,
but it looks close. He might just lose out.
Oh man,
Jesse Davis might live to fight past round 10.
Well, then you'd be wrong.
Yeah, but I'd be exceeding.
Crash, Quisheng. Wait, that was a bit rough.
Oh.
No, Quisheng Huang. Half a second up on Jesse Davis.
And he lost another 4/10 on his expected overall time, so down to a 17.5, 13.4 last time at the line. The Ki-Hyun Kim on track for a 17.5, 16 as well. Only good enough for third in the round so far. Rocket Zhang up to the 3 spot in this heat, but then dropping down to 9.
That's a pretty quick lap for Quisheng Huang back on lap number 5 in 18.086. So
definitely quick.
Getting close to the 17s here in heat number 10. Usually we don't see 17s until like 14 and 15. So that's rather fast.
Very
and it looks like Quisheng Huang, working on his final lap, does have a chance at a new TQ. Oh, on the last lap, 19.185.
And Jesse Davis fights to round or heat 11 in this round. So a great time from Jesse Davis, and it's doing great for his results too. So he's been the top of our sheet since all the way down in heat 5 when he set his time.
You're watching the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships live on liverc.com, Facebook Live, YouTube, and twitch.tv. Our sponsors this week are Hobby Wing, innovation powered by passion. Hobby Wing is the most commonly used motor and speed control here at the IFMAR World Championships. Destiny, a new Japanese touring car manufacturer, also being used at the World. Destiny, quality of design. Sweep Racing, the official handout tire for the IFMAR World Championships. Sweep Racing, the ultimate competition tires. And Team Associated, makers of more World Championship winning RC cars than any other manufacturer in history. Team Associated, World Champion RC cars.
We're getting ready to go out for heat 11, and the man who needs to get it done in this round, Naoto Matsukura, desperately needs a good run here in Q5 to round out the day. Otherwise, his well-titled defense hopes are gone.
They'd be really, really close. He would need like a top 3 finish tomorrow and some help to make the main. Jesse Davis was 34th in the last 2 rounds, both of them, with a 16.5 flat and a 17.5.18. This time he's done a 17.5.13. So Davis getting faster as the race goes on. Still TQ as we start heat number 11. But yes, as Chris mentioned, Naoto Matsukura, 17th in points after 4 rounds of qualifying. He's got, currently his 3 best runs are a 14, a 15, and a 20. So he needs to improve on the 20 big time. If he can cut down, I mean, he would need a big improvement here to have a shot.
And we're getting underway with our drivers taking to the track.
Now, the Matsukura leading the way after 1 lap. Well, actually, not everyone's come by for 1 lap, but a 17 950 on lap 1, a 17.955 on lap 2. I think Naoto understands the urgency of this round.
Definitely, and maybe he's found something for his car in the Tamiya TRF 419X, being able to put in a little bit of speed and take himself to the top. Looking at a 17.506 for now. He's got a 0.4 of a second lead back there. Daniel Sieber in second, then 0.2 of a second back to Kyo Chan in third. Half a second back to Chowman Chan in fourth, and then 1/10 of a second back to Chavit Saligupta in fifth. But as we get changed around again, Gotu Sota jumps up in there, and Chavit knocks him down again, going to the fourth spot.
Matsukura's fastest time in qualifying was a 17.511 earlier today in the third round of qualifying, which is the second that we've run here on Friday. And he's currently on a 17.507 pace. So that would be a significant improvement as far as time goes. In fact, that would have been the second fastest time of the entire round in the last heat. Though we do believe that the track has improved, so it's not perhaps the best measuring stick to use for what his overall finish may be here in the fifth round of qualifying, but it is a encouraging sign. Matsukura needs a great run here.
And we're watching Matsukura exiting the fried potato angle around the golf club onto the main straightaway through the boomerang and into the teardrop. I was thinking earlier, Aaron, the teardrop looks more like one of those Hershey's Kisses chocolate, actually.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot better. So we're going to rename the teardrop the Hershey's Kiss.
The Hershey's Kiss, there you go.
That's way more obscure.
Cool.
So, through the golf club, into the boomerang,
and
around
then
the Hershey's Kiss.
Nice.
And then into the Dragon. Now to Matsukura's last lap in 18.2. Before that in 18.1. This lap in 18.3. So it looks like maybe not those cars starting to fall off already. The pace is slowed to a 17.508.
It's definitely a combination of this additive and these tires causing the tire. Whoa, Matsukura off into the wall at one.
Oh, man.
No.
Whoa, and
it's broken.
Yeah, and then backwards
It's
in the
over
Dragon.
for Matsukura.
Yeah.
It's over for today. If he can put in an amazing run tomorrow, he might be lucky, but it's looking dismal for Matsukura's title defense. It's all gone for the Japanese driver, defending ISTC World Champion and newly crowned, or recrowned, 112th champion just a few days ago.
Yeah, he's going to need basically like a top 3 run in the morning to even have a shot at the final.
Yeah, I'm skeptical.
Yeah, I'm not hopeful.
No,
Getting in
definitely
with
not.
a 14 and a 15 is going to be really tough. He's going to have to hang on to both of those results. He needed at least like a top 15 run here to be able to,
To be looking a bit better, he needed something like that, yeah, to even be close.
A tough break for Naoto, which allows Chowman Chan up to the top spot, and Kyu Chan in third.
And we're following Chowman Chan right now, going down the main straightaway in the white and green, coming through the Hershey's Kiss and up into the Dragon. That is a much better corner name.
Oh, it's so much better.
Thanks, Bob,
Your-
for naming it
your
wrong the
corner-
first
yeah,
time.
Your corner name is gone, Bob. Although he still did name the golf club, so maybe that's, I kind of like it.
Yeah, the golf club work.
But yeah, definitely the Hershey's Kiss over there. Chowman Chan through the Dragon now. He is 0.4 of a second up on Kyu Chan. And now he's 0.37 of a second behind Kyu Chan. After a 19.4 drops him to the second spot. And Kyu Chan on pace to be third at the end of this heat. If he can hold on to his 17.5, 16.9 pace. With 5 seconds left to go, he should be working on...
Chan getting really wide at the antenna, and he stopped.
Oh, so Chowman Chan.
Second place driver, it's over for him as well. So Kyo Chan takes over the lead.
18.942 for Kyu Chan is his last lap, and he's working on his final lap of the race. 17.517 coming to the finish line. Kyu Chan's last lap, 18.7. So a 17.517.2 for the win. 16.502 for Satoshi Bando second. 16.503 for Arkadiusz Smyk in third.
And Jesse Davis still holds on to the TQ time. So,
actually, I'm sorry, it was, wait. Yeah, I don't understand. Maybe Chowman Chan finished that. We may have had, I don't know. Hugh Chan taking the win, 17.5, 17.2 to Chowman Chan's 17.5, 17.9. Maybe. Toshi Bando, 16.502. Arkadiusz Smyk, 16.503. Motor King, a slower 16.503. Daniel Sievers, 6th, 16.504. Go to Suta, 16.511. And then Shavitsa Gupta, Nata Matsukura, and Takara Sano out of the race early. Group number 12 coming up next.
Takahiro Nomura, Jin Sawada, Young-chan Kim, Lucas O'Bain, Hayato Ishioka, Stephen Weiss, Iwa Tang, Juho Lebanon, Ota Akamoto, and Nathan Reese all taking to the track in this one.
You are watching the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championship. Live from the Fangtai Sports Center in Beijing, China. Our coverage this week brought to you by Hobbywing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. Welcome all of our viewers watching along on liverc.com as well as Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch.tv. Thank you to everyone for following along. We hope you're enjoying the show.
Another great shot there of all our drivers lining up on the starting area as they're about to get underway. Takahiro Nomura taking off first, and Jin Sawada, and then Young-chan Kim, followed by Lucas Urbain, the Frenchman, taking off in fourth. Everyone getting around, coming through the Herchies just now. It's Takahiro Nomura going to take the opening lap, and we'll see where everyone stacks up in just a moment's time.
Hayato Ishioka, a multi-time 12-scale World Championship finalist, former Japanese national champion in that class. Hayato Ishioka was leading the way after lap number 1. Jin Sawada with a 17.894 here on lap 2. Ishioka, meanwhile, going the opposite direction. 18.381 drops him to 4th after lap 2. It's Sawada, 11, and Weiss, Ishioka, and Nomura. 1 minute down and 4 minutes to go.
Sawada looking at 17.506 at the moment. 2.5 tenths up on Juho Lebanon now, going to the 2 spot. Young-chan Kim in third. And of course, Juho Lebanon was an A-main finalist in the 112 scale event just a few days ago. And now goes to the top of the sheet, just 56 thousandths of a second ahead of Jin Sawada at the line. Fast lap, though, goes to Takahiro Nomura with a 17.741. So the 17 starting to fly for our drivers. And I'm doubting Jesse Davis is going to be able to survive this heat.
Considering 9 of the 10 cars on the track are going faster than Jesse Davis, yeah, I think Ozzy's time goes down here in lap number 12.
He stood up for over 6 heats, so that's a solid effort for Jesse Davis.
A terrific run for Davis, and it'll be interesting to see how much his points improve with 1 round left to go tomorrow morning.
Juho Lebanon still holding on to that lead, just 23 thousandths of a second up on Young-chan Kim, and then 54 thousandths back to Jin Sawada. As they filter around again, Young-chan Kim goes to the lead, 54 thousandths up on Jin Sawada, 11 and 5 tenths down in third. So it was a slow lap from Lebanon last time by. And Stephen Weiss in fourth, Hayato Ishioka in fifth, Kota Akimoto in sixth, Lucas O'Bain down to 7, Takahiro Nomura in 8, P.Y. Tang in 9, and Nathan Reese in 10. Our top 8 drivers all looking at going faster than Jesse Davis's time of 17.5, 13.9. Oh, someone's hit the wall at the end of the front straight, and that was Hayato Ishioka.
Oh, dear. Yeah, both the wall at the end of the front and back straightaway is getting a workout here this weekend. And by workout, I mean abuse. One of the back straightaway has been smashed into and driven under several times. Just today alone, I've heard of 3 cars smashed into the fence at the front straightaway. So
yeah, definitely those 2 parts of the track proving difficult for drivers to remember to maybe stop and turn the corner. But sometimes it's not their fault.
Right.
When they get an electronic or a radio issue, car keeps going, and basically there's nothing the driver can do by that point. Whoa, was that a big chop? No, it wasn't. They managed to get through that? Wow. That looked like it was razor close.
Young Chen Kim out front by 1 second over Jin Sawada. It's stretched out now to actually just 949 thousandths of a second.
So we're following our leader, Young Chan Kim, in the white and orange, going through the Boomerang and then the Hershey's Kiss.
He's
around the Dragon, and he's got
3 cars ahead of him.
One of them Sawada, or no,
Yep,
Nomura.
Sawada, Nomura, and Reese all running ahead of the race leader at the moment, on the track anyway.
As Young Chan Kim has a second lead over Sawada in second place, both these drivers being inside the 17-second bracket. Young Chan Kim with a 17.822 and Sawada with a 17.894. Then Lucas Urbain proving consistency. He does very well here. The Frenchman moving himself into third place. Just as I say that, he gets knocked down to 7th. And Juho Levinen gets knocked down as well. Oh, geez, it's jumping around everywhere. Takehiro Nomura going to the 3 spot now. Kota Akamoto. So the 3 Japanese drivers, 2, 3, and 4 on the road. Our top 6 drivers all on track to go faster than Jesse Davis's TQ time for now, with Young Chan Kim looking at a 17.510.6. With time just expiring now on the master clock, Young Chan Kim gets through for one more. Everyone down to Nathan Reese in 9th on track for a 17-lap run. We've got a Scorpion action replay here.
Round the Hershey's Kiss, into the Dragon, a cluster of 4
Boom.
cars. There was no way that was going to turn out clean.
No. And
oh,
lucky.
he stuck the landing. Woohoo!
A great landing. And lucky for Young Chan Kim, he dodged that car as well, coming around the curb. So just prove sometimes 2 into 1 doesn't quite work.
Now, Young Chan Kim taking the win with a 17.510. There's only 2 drivers in this heat. End up going faster than what Jesse Davis did. Young Chan Kim taking the win 17.510. Jin Sawada second, 17.511. Lucas Urbain third. Yuho 11 and 4th. Stephen Weiss 5th. Takahiro Nomura 6th. P.Y. Tang 7th. Nathan Reese 8th. And then Kota Akimoto and Hayato Ishioka out of the race early. Moving into the C group. Race number 13 of 15 here at the 2016 ISTC World Championships, live from the Fengtai Sports Center circuit here in Beijing, China. Brought to you this week by Hobbywing, the most popular motor and speed control at the 2016 World Championships. Hobbywing, innovation powered by passion. Destiny, a new Japanese touring car platform. And something a little different, maybe what you're looking for. Destiny, quality of design. Sweep Racing, the official spec tire of the 2016 World Championships. Sweep Racing, the ultimate competition tires. And Team Associated, makers of more World Championship vehicles than any other manufacturer in RC history. Team Associated, World Championship radio-controlled cars.
As our drivers for Heat 13, qualifying round 5, taking to the track, Ryosuke Yamamoto, Ryan Maker, Yugo Nagashima, Frederick Sudoff, Thomas Pumpler, Simon Nicholson, Mikhail Orlowski, Charlie P., Alexandra Laurent, and Anthony Coretti all taking to the track. Maker, time to make sure he locked down the bet and secures it for one more round between himself and Jordan Cullis.
Starting area, please.
As our drivers just getting ready
to take a start. Time to beat Youngchan Kim, 17.510.830. And Yamamoto will start first off the rank. Ryan Maker, the Australian, from second. Yugo Nakashima from third. Frederick Suter from 4. Thomas Pumpler from 5. Then Nicholson, Orlowski, Charlie P., Alexandra Laurent, and Coretti rounding out our starting. Is everyone starting to take off?
3 of your blokes in this race.
Yep. Strong Australian contingent here at the ISTC Worlds, and they're doing a pretty good job at the moment.
Yep.
Maker leading the charge. But Nicholson's no stranger to being pretty high up at an ISTC Worlds. He's done it a few times before. Anthony Coretti, I think he did compete in the Worlds 2 years ago at Florida. Didn't have the greatest of weekends, Anthony, but he's had a better weekend so far here in China. As everyone starts filtering through. Yamamoto going to the top. Ryan Maker just 1,000th behind in second. Orlowski in third. Charlie P in 4. Nakashima in 5. Pumpler in 6. Sudoff in 7. Nicholson in 8. All top 8 drivers looking at going faster than Youngchan's Kim time so far. And Yamamoto a 17.6. We're following him now as he comes around the antenna into the S-bend. So Yamamoto on a heater straight out of the bat.
Maker with a bit of a rough lap there. 18.181 drops him down to the 4th spot, though he is just 72 hundredths of a second out of the lead.
And he gets bumped back up into 3 as Orlowski has a rough one as well, an 18.2 for Orlowski. Yamamoto, though, putting in some hot times as we watch him exit the golf club down the main straightaway into the Hershey's Kiss. And through the Dragon.
Yep, winding through the Dragon section. Onto the front straightaway for another lap. Now 0.8 of a second up on his fellow countryman Yugo Nagashima. As unfortunately for Ryan Maker, a couple of slower 18s in a row drops him down to the 5th spot, puts Yugo Nagashima to 3rd, Charlie P to 4th. Now Charlie P taking his turn at a slow lap, puts Maker back to the 4th spot, just 0.2 of a second behind Nagashima, and only a second and a half out of the lead with more than half the race to go. And as Chris said a bit ago, top 7 all on pace to break Youngchan Kim's previous time to beat. Fastest lap of the race was back on lap number 3 by the leader, Rasuke Yamamoto. As the top 4 drivers, Yamamoto, Orlowski, Maker, and Nagashima have all done 17-second best laps. And a 17.8 from Maker is way faster than anything Jordan Koulis has done the whole race. So I have a feeling Jordan's going to be paying up double for their clean bet. Anyone who wants to know what the heck we're talking about and the particulars of the bet can contact me privately on Facebook or at the Live RC email or anything else. I'm just not going to say it online.
Yeah, that's a wise choice, Aaron.
I'll say a lot of ridiculous things on the microphone. That's not one of them. Rasuke Yamamoto. But when I explain it to you, the fact that we've been calling it the clean bet will sound even funnier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yamamoto leading the way by 2 seconds. Orlowski in second, the young Polish driver, off-road European champion. I thought it was really interesting how when he went to the Reedy race, I believe it was this past year, but maybe the year before, was the first time he had ever run off-road on dirt.
Yeah, dirt's not that common where he's from.
Dirt's
and
just increasingly less common everywhere.
Yeah,
but
it is becoming
especially
increasingly
across
less common.
Europe. I mean, yeah, I couldn't believe he had, amassed the career that he had up until that point. And
Without ever driving on dirt.
Not once.
And it was on indoor dirt that he went to.
Yeah,
So
it was bad. Rasuke Yamamoto leading the way. Orlowski second. Ryan Maker still running 3rd, only less than 2.5 seconds out of the top spot. Those are the only 3 drivers on pace to go faster than Youngchan Kim's TQ time. And Ryan Maker only just. Did I use that right? Ah!
I totally missed that. I was too busy yawning. I'm ready for this day to end.
Yeah.
But I got to get excited because they're coming up to heats 14 and 15, the Fast Guy heats, to decide who's going to TQ this round. And
will it be Bruno Coelho to lock it down overall, or can Volker actually stop him and maybe force a tie? He's the only person who could still stop Coelho and potentially start from P1 in the A main. But right now, just as the master clock expires on heat 13, Ryosuke Yamamoto leading from Orlowski, Maker, Charlie P, Nicholson, Sudoff, Alexandra Laurent, Nagashima, Pampla, and Coretti.
Fast runs coming down here in group 13. All cars finish. Yosuke Yamamoto going to be your winner, 17-5 win. Mika Orlowski, 17-5-11. Brian Maker, 17-5-11.
As Yamamoto takes the win from Orlowski in second, Ryan Maker in third. Yamamoto, the only one good enough to take the top spot of Jung Chan Kim. Orlowski and Maker going 3 and 4 for the round. And then Charlie P dropping behind Jin Sawada for 6th in the round. Sudoff in 7, Nicholson in 8. Davies, time from heat 5, still good enough for 9th in the round heading into the heats 14 and 15. So Davies putting in a run good enough for a top 30 in this round, which is a solid effort for the Australian.
Akio Sabue, one of the top drivers all week long, both here at the touring car portion as well as in the 12 scale World Championships earlier this week, as he finished on the podium. And already in qualifying, he's got actually all 4 runs now. He was in the top 6, including a 2nd place finish in round 3 and a 3rd place finish in round 4.
Solid.
Incredibly solid. Akio Sabue, even here from the B heat, and he thought, actually, he explained he thinks being in the slower group is actually easier.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it would be easier to try and follow and ghost the fast guys and see if you can pace yourself off them.
Well, but I think what sometimes people run into the problem is that when you're in a little bit faster group,
maybe you spend time moving over and pressure as well.
Well, not only that, but you spend time waiting for someone that's also on a good run to get out of the way.
Yeah, okay.
Whereas Sabue's been, you know, like
on a
Fisher,
much faster run than these guys.
Sure. I mean, Fisher and Reinhardt have been going quick, and Jasmine hasn't been too far off the pace, but the rest of the guys in this heat, they're all really good. They all understand the rules of the race, and Sabue's had less traffic issues. The track is good. He's able to just power through everybody, and I mean, it's certainly worked for him.
Absolutely. Sabue definitely, well, he's locked into the A main now. He's absolutely going to be in the show, so it's going to be great to see the Japanese Tamiya driver see what he can do of it in the A main as he takes off to start his 5th qualifying round and final one for today.
Reinhardt also locked into the final. He's been in the top 10 every run. Mark Fisher
needs a good run.
With a 2 last round. I mean, he might be in anyway, but another good one. He's got a 2 and a 7. So if he could drop that 11 and improve on that, he'd be money.
Oh yeah, Fisher just needs to put in a concrete run just to make sure he's going to be in the show and really representing the Capricorn brand well. As the only driver here for it.
Okay.
Put that in the A main. What a representation! I'm sure he'll be hitting that up for a bit of royalty to say, hey, I put your only car here in the show at the World Titles.
Same for Japanese electronics manufacturer Tryon, as Akio Sabue was 1600ths of a second behind his teammate Reinhardt after the last lap. Now 111 thousandths as the top 2 are close. Sabue does have the faster fast lap at a 17.530, but only just. See, I used it right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very nice.
William Kootman in 3rd, Jonas Groskamp 4th, and Mark Fisher in 5th. Reinhardt 17.501, inching closer to an 18-lap pace.
And it's pretty close at the front. Sabue with the faster time now, 17.53. And our top 5 looking like going faster than Ryosuke Yamamoto, as we're only a minute 30 into our 5-minute heat. We're following along with Mark Reinhardt exiting the fried potato angle and around the golf club and on the main straightaway down to the Hershey's Kiss. And through the Dragon, he's in the white, pink and blue, his signature MR33 colours aboard his Tamir as he comes round through the S-bends and back into the fried potato angle.
Reiner now 0.2 of a second behind Akio Sabue. The Tamiya drivers have been close all race long. Last lap, Sabue about 15 hundredths of a second faster. And just as I say that, 18.061 for Sabue drops him. Now there's swap positions again. He's still, Sabue, 14 hundredths of a second up on Reinard with
1/10 of a
Groskamp
second
third.
gap, yeah.
Viliami Koopman in fourth and Mark Fisher fifth.
And
Those
we're
five
following along with Akayo Sabui now, coming through the S-bend and around the fried potato angle. Just takes a little nibble of the curb.
top 5 drivers all ahead of Rasuke Yamamoto's TQ time. 17.503 for Sabue, down to Mark Fisher's 17.507. The top 5 separated by just 1.3 seconds as we are past the halfway mark. 2:10 left to go. Sabue and Reiner 78 thousandths of a second apart. Sabue through the Hershey's Kiss into the Dragon. Looks like he's got Rick Horner.
Oh, and he clips the curb. Goes over, loses about 3 seconds. Got to get it started again. I think he's got a body tuck.
Yep, and had to get out of the way of Reinard.
And that's his run done. It's way too much time lost, and he's going to drop to the bottom of the order with a 23.9.
Yep, so he is now 5.4 seconds out of the lead. This round is a throw-out for Akio Sabue with that one mistake.
But that helps Reinhard, Groskamp, Kuppinen, and Mark Fisher helps him out as well as Fisher goes up to the 4th spot. But he's not fast enough to better Yamamoto's time.
Niels Groskamp only 0.3 of a second slower than Mark Reinhardt at the moment. So the former, I believe it was 2006? No, Groskamp won in 2012 in the Netherlands, in front of the home country crowd. So Groskamp could be flirting with a great run here. 17.506 the pace. He's,
as we're following Groskamp now.
Yep, he is less than 0.2 of a second behind. He right now has an 8, a 13, and a 14. So he was 13th after the 4th round of qualifying with 35 points. So a good run here for Groskamp could greatly improve his chances of making the main event. One of the Infinity team drivers here. The Nitro Racing Company does not yet have an electric touring car. No word if they plan on it or not. So the Infinity drivers running X-ray vehicles for the weekend, and Groskamp had moved into the lead briefly before slipping now 11 hundredths of a second back behind Reinard. The top 3, Reinard, Groskamp, and Kuppinen, all under Rasuke Yamamoto's previous time to beat. With 15 seconds left to go, Kuppinen still within 0.8 of a second, following along with Groskamp down the back straightaway in his very recognizable white, blue, and orange. Nice and smooth early apexes through the Dragon to carry a lot of speed onto that front
15
straightaway.
thousandths of a second off of Reinhard at that time of the line. So it's going to come down to this final lap where the Groskamp can pit Reinhard at the post. The two drivers, the only ones faster than previous TQ set are Yamamoto. So as Groskamp comes across the line to finish his run, Reinhard is done, and Groskamp gets it by 4 thousandths.
Wow. On the
Wow.
final lap, 18.346 for Groskamp to an 18.365 for Mark Reinard. And the top 2 under Rasuke Yamamoto's TQ time, Yillis Groskamp setting a new time to beat with 1 heat left to go. That's a big move for Yillis Groskamp.
Yeah, a solid one for Yillis, and that's going to really help him. Where was he sitting before this round?
He was 13th. So, yeah, I mean, even if all 10 drivers in the A heat beat that time, which I don't believe they will, it would still improve his score by 1 point, and it would move him up 2 spots to 12th. But there's no way. I mean, if 17.507 would have been, I mean, as high as what, 4th that last round?
Yeah,
If
something
not
like that,
better.
pretty close to that. So a solid run from Yillis Groskamp, the Infinity driver. And we're going to see what he can, what's it going to eventuate for
Actually,
Yillis.
a 17.507 would have been second fastest in round number 4. So
Wow.
Yillis Groskamp potentially looking at a terrific run here in this 5th round of qualifying here at the 2016 International Scale Touring Car IFMAR World Championship, live from the Fangtai Sports Center in Beijing, China. Our coverage this week brought to you by Hobby Wing, Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated as we look at our Team Associated track cam. And you see the shadows getting very long here in the capital of China. Working on our final race of the day before we come back tomorrow morning on Saturday for the 6th round of qualifying and the finals, including the 3 A mains that will determine a new world champion. You can check out our broadcast schedule online at our homepage, liverc.com. And that way you know when to tune in tomorrow so as not to miss a lap of the 3 thrilling 5-minute races that will determine the world champion for this class for the next 2 years.
And it just occurred to me, Aaron, that this is a used tyre run for all drivers in qualifying round 5. So Gillis could have a bit of pace on used tyres towards the end of the day here. We'll see who's got a better pace in used tyres in this heat. I was speaking to a couple of drivers while you were having Alex Sturgeon in here when I was outside the booth for a little while, and a couple of drivers mentioning that second run tyres are now starting to feel better than green tyres.
Interesting.
So it's going to be interesting to see what drivers choose to take into the finals, whether they opt to burn a set of second run tyres or to save them for mains 2 or 3.
That's very true.
Or take a brand new set in.
Bruno Coelho through the Hershey's Kiss and into the Dragon. The white, yellow, and orange. His cars looked so good all race long. And wow, 17.654 on lap number 1.
Oh, Volker's got a problem straight up.
Wow, so Bruno Coelho, top qualifier for the ISTC World Championships.
And it's done.
Over.
It's done. Bruno Coelho will take you the world.
He could pull off right now and not even bother running in the morning, and it wouldn't matter. Bruno Coelho will be the top qualifier and start from first on the grid for the AAA mains tomorrow, regardless of what happens.
But look at the pace he's on.
Yeah.
Wow, 18.516. But that's not for Coelho. That's for Christopher Kropp going to the top of the shade. So where's he come from?
Let's see what Kropp does here on lap number 3, because Coelho's on that pace after a third lap. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Coelho on for an 18.517 now, so they're just starting to drop off that 18-lap pace, and one more lap, and Bruno will probably be onto a 17-lap pace as well. Can't quite sustain 17.4s for a whole race long, as I think that's the fastest lap we've seen.
This is Christopher Kropp down into the hairpin at the end of the front straightaway, what we've been calling the antenna, and into the golf club, around the boomerang, and to the newly renamed Hershey's Kiss. Kropp on a great run, is 17.9. He's got, what does Kropp have for points? A 5, a 10, and a 9. So he is 8th before this round.
So this will help his points for sure and lock him into an A-main spot as well.
A top 5 run here would put him into the show, and it wouldn't be a question. Coelho, Kropp, Akiyama, Hagberg, and Hara. What a great run again for Yokomo driver Naoki Akiyama. One of the younger Japanese drivers here from the big Yokomo team. And he is flying out front. Coelho, Hagberg, Kropp now back to the top 3. Top 5 separated by less than 2 seconds. The entire field, all 8 of them, only 3.2 seconds apart.
And Coelho's back on 17-lap pace. Hagberg up to the 2 spots. So Hagberg's found some speed at long last, showing his pace now able to go up to the 2 spot for now, ahead of Akiyama, just 2.2 tenths per second between the two of them. Then 82 1,000ths back to Christopher Kropp.
Hagberg down the back straightaway in the white and green Orca-powered X-ray car into the Dragon section. You see him way up on the curb in that left-hand corner. It's one of the more shallow curbs on the track. And we pick him back up again through the S-turn section, through the fried potato angle, and around the golf club onto the back straightaway. His last lap was an 18.169, nice and smooth through the center of the track. Not nearly as high on the curb. In fact, didn't even touch that curb on the left side of the track.
Still sit at 17.
Yeah, 17.993 for Hagberg on this lap.
The gap, 1.9 seconds forward to Bruno Coelho. So it's Bruno's show, as it looks like Bruno's on track to collect a 4th round TQ.
And just cement his position as the driver to beat. We thought it might be the Coelho show after practice and in qualifying here.
As we now follow Coelho a bit sideways into that final left-hander through the dragon coming onto the front stretch, but nothing worries him. And a little waggle of the tail through the S-bend, so Bruno Coelho is pushing hard down the main straightaway on used tyres through the Hershey's Kiss now. Is nice and darty coming out into the dragon. He's coming up on lap traffic as well behind Victor Wilk and Atsushi Hara.
What we were calling him at the Electric Worlds, the master of all trades. The first time I ever watched Bruno race, it was a Nitro Off-Road World Championship in Italy 2 years ago, and he was phenomenal there. I believe he was in the quarterfinals, but since then he's been incredibly quick at Nitro, on-road, electric on-road, electric off-road, now world champion last year in Japan. The dude can drive anything.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's showing that exactly as he's currently leading by 2.5 seconds ahead of his teammate, the X-Ray stableman Alexander Hagberg in second, Naoki Akiyama in third, Christopher Krupp in fourth, Andy Moore in fifth, Atsushi Hara in sixth, Victor Wilk in seven, Elliot Harper in eight, and we have no Ronald Volker or Nicholas Lee taking to the track this time around. Top three drivers all looking at going faster than Eulers Groskamp at the moment, so Euler's having a great run from the B heat, looking at putting in a 4 for the round. As we're following around Bruno with just 5 seconds left on the clock, coming down the main straightaway around the boomerang into the Hershey's Kiss now, up into the Dragon, and he's just steaming his way towards the front to take a fourth TQ as he crosses the line. 17.503. Bruno Coelho locks up overall TQ well and truly, and we'll start from position number 1 in our A main, AAA mains coming at you tomorrow. You don't want to miss it, ladies and gentlemen. Watching live RC's coverage of the 2016 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Alexander Hagberg in second, Naoki Akiyama in third, Christopher Krupp having a fourth run. That puts him seventh for the round. Andy Moore in fifth, Atsushi Hara in sixth, Victor Wilk in seventh, and Elliot Harper in eighth. As everyone's done. So horror end to Ronald Volker's crusade, trying to stop Bruno Coelho, but it wasn't to be in the fifth round today for Volker. Looks like a front drive failure for Volker on the opening lap.
So here's the unofficial results of the round. Bruno Coelho taking round 5. Alexander Hagberg second. Yuli Groskamp going to get a third.
We're ready, Jensen.
4. Naoki Akiyama 5. Yosuke Yamamoto is 6.
All right, we're getting ready to send up to Aaron Waldron on the driver's stand to interview our top few drivers from this round.
A fourth TQ run in 5 tries here for Bruno Coelho, now guaranteed the front spot on the grid for the finals.
Yeah, it was a perfect round now. Now was a happy hour, so it means the track is super fast now. Even with the used tires, the car was amazing this time.
Now is the 6th round tomorrow morning. Is that just a learning opportunity before the AAA mains?
Yeah, for sure. Tomorrow is one more qualify with new tires. For sure, you'll try something different to make better the car, but I think the car is already perfect.
How do the Sweep Racing tires seem to react after the first run? You went out there on used tires this time.
I think these tires worked very well after the 5 minutes. I was expecting that they drop a lot, but they're still working very well.
Congratulations, Bruno, on TQ here at the 2016 ISTC Worlds.
Thank you very much.
Alexander Hagberg here, second in round number 5. The X-Ray team drivers out front going very quickly. Alex, good run.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm really disappointed with my electronics because they cost me a lot of time in the end again, and I have no chance to compete with electronic problems like this.
Were they fading?
Yeah, I lost probably 2 seconds in the last minute.
Sorry to hear that, Alex.
Yeah, thank you.
And Jonas Groskamp, the Infinity team driver, running another X-Ray car, so top 3 all X-Rays from the B heat. Congratulations, Alex, on a great run.
Yeah, thanks. Just today it started off, just a bit slowly, but every run I got faster. Having some trouble with the setup and also with the power, because the track is so hard for the motor and battery and the speedo, and you just have to find the right setting. So in the last round I changed the speed control, and now it felt better. It's still not what I normally have. Power what I normally have, but it's just at least a good run finally. So now tomorrow morning is all it's all in.
It seems that electronics have been Something very important for every driver here. A lot of changing settings, a lot of trying to find power that lasts on this very fast track throughout the whole race.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable how different it is here because you know, I live in Thailand and TITC is always super high traction, super high you know, the temperature, and there everything stays fine. And then here the first day already everything got so more hot than there, and there's actually the most extreme already. So I think it's because of the breaking point on the end of the short straight, and just the long straightaway makes everything so hard, and you can see a lot of people having problems. So it's really to tune the speedo to the limit, that it's very hot but it's not fading. So it's really tough for the electronics. Yeah.
You're part of the Infinity Racing team, very capable nitro on-road platforms, and the Infinity drivers are all running X-Ray cars here this weekend. We know the X-Ray guys are fast. Bruno and Alex have been very quick, but you're up here with an X-Ray car as well. Have you been working with the team X-Ray drivers on setup this week?
Yes, for sure. I mean, I've been talking with Bruno, Alex, and also Martin Hoodie, and they all helped me a lot because in the beginning of the race I was really you know, struggling with the setup. So yeah, Martin is a great help, and you know, even I'm not an X-Ray driver. It's really nice they help me out because of course I run the X-Ray car. So yeah, just hopefully tomorrow morning I can have one good run, and then I can make the show.
You were the 2012 world champion in this class. How much has touring car racing changed in the last 4 years?
For sure it changed. I mean, the coming with Bruno have changed of course a lot because the rest of the guys, they were already there, like you know, the fast guys. I must say there are some more young Japanese drivers who are become faster and faster, so that's also nice to see. It's also great to see we have 145 people here, and yeah, the touring car scene for sure has changed. It's so much more hard to just to be competitive, and everybody's super fast, and yeah, all the tricks we have it set up and the speed control setups, it's just almost out of control, and you have to be every race on top of the game, because if you're not go to ETS race or Euros or whatever, you're gonna lose the pace, because you know all the guys are always there, and it goes so fast with just with everything.
So with one round left to go, you still got an outside shot at the final. What's your strategy for the 6th round?
Yeah, I think tomorrow morning, I don't know if they're going to sugar again. I hope not, but I don't know. On the other hand, if they sugar every day, it's going to be the same every day. I just hope tomorrow morning the sun will be out, because today the sun was out and the traction was okay in the morning. So I hope this will be the case, so then, you know, for everybody it's the same. And yeah, I think I won't change much on the setup. Of course, now the track was a bit more high bite than tomorrow morning. It's good tomorrow morning we have a free practice, and then I can just tweak and finalize the setup, yeah, just for the last run, and just have a clean run and see what will happen.
Congratulations, Yilas, on a great run here in round number 5.
Okay, thank you very much.
So Yilas Groskamp, a former world champion here in the ISTC class, now has a shot at making the final, and a great run here in round number 5. So I'm going to kick it back to Chris in the liverc.com broadcast studio, and then go meet him back there for our day 2 wrap-up here from Beijing, China.
Well, that was Aaron doing our J Concepts pit interview with our top 2 drivers from the round. Bruno Coelho locking up overall TQ once and for all. Will be starting position number 1 in the A mains tomorrow for the decider to work out who's going to be the newly crowned IFMAR ISTC World Champion. And I must say, the Coelho show definitely looking strong here in Beijing at the Fengtai Motorsport Center. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, Hobbywing, the most popular speed control and motor used this week at the ISTC World Championship. Innovation powered by passion. Destiny, quality of design. Sweet Racing, the ultimate competition tyres. And Team Associated, World Champion RC cars.
Yilas Groskamp's car may be underweight here in. Jensen, we got to go. Down here in the tech area, just next to the liverc.com broadcast booth. Just found out that Yilis Grosskamp's car may be underweight, which would disqualify him from round number 5 of qualifying. So it's not confirmed yet. Yilis and his team have been brought into the tech area to determine what happened. We know that the drivers did have to go through tech inspection before the race started. Of course, they would have to pass the weight limit here at the end of the race. Nothing is finalized just yet. We will let you know as soon as we find out the official ruling here from IFMAR, but it sounds like right now Yilis may lose that round, and that would hurt his chances of making the final.
Yeah, in the window.
What's that?
Not yet. I'm just.
All right, guys, stay tuned while we're still trying to just grab the last couple of bits of this developing story with Yilis Groskamp possibly coming in underweight after Q5. Aaron Waldron is on the case out around the tech area, trying to gain as much information as possible and bring you exactly what's happening with Yiliz's car and what's going to be the deciding factor to conclude the day for round 5 before we do our studio wrap up to round out the day. So stay tuned, we'll be with you soon.
It's got the sticker showing the pre-tech, just ask him to explain it.
Are we gonna?
Yeah. Sure. Jensen, you got us? All right, Jensen, we're ready here.
All right, we're going to Aaron Waldron with the update on Yili's Gross Camp. Sending you across to Aaron.
Back down here in the tech area with Yellow's Cross Camp, just found out it sounds like your brilliant run here in the 5th round may be disallowed.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but at the race they have a pre-tech, and I get the sticker. It's right here. It says my weight pre-tech was fine. So I go through tech, put the tires on, put additive on. I go racing. I don't crash, so I don't lose any weight. And after the race, they check my car, and it's underweight. So either they make something wrong, or the scale is not the same as the scale over there because it's also windy. So for sure, this gonna have a big talk, because this is for me is incredible that they're maybe gonna take my time off, because I have the proof here that my car was ready for the race and it was legal weight. So I think there maybe they make a mistake that it was underweight, but then they have to tell me this and I can put more weight on the car, you know. So I'm really surprised about this, because especially now I get a good run and then now this again. So yeah, it has been like this all week. I have a lot of bad luck, and if they take my time off, it's gonna be a disaster. But yeah, I mean, what can I do?
I mean, it's understandable, of course. You know, the car does have to be legal afterward. As you know, though, you know, the car's not really going to lose a whole lot of weight for tire wear just over a 5-minute run. Are you allowed to request that they weigh the car back on the previous scale again?
No, I don't know what they're gonna do. They're gonna find it out. I don't even know if they use the same scale or not. I think what happened was that the guy, he just looked too much quickly, and it was maybe underweight, but he still just have give me the sticker. But that's they are wrong, because if I get the sticker, that means that my car is okay for the weight. So, and for sure I didn't crash, so I don't lose any weight during the run or something. So I don't know what they're gonna do, but if whatever happens, we're gonna see.
Thank you so much, Ilis.
Okay, you're welcome.
So still a developing story here. We have not yet found out if it's totally confirmed. We imagine that Ilis will be allowed to appeal the decision. We'll, of course, have to find out the story between using 2 different scales for pre and post tech. What's going on? It sounds like right now Yellow's Cross Camp may be disqualified from the 5th round of qualifying.
Testing. Team manager meeting, Taiwan. Taiwan, team manager meeting. Anybody who's not in there. Team manager meeting. IFMAR Austria, Germany, Korea, Malaysia, Portugal, Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand. You guys need to have your team manager or representative in the meeting room right now. Right now. Taiwan。台湾代表队的经理，请立即来会议室开会，不然我们锁上门，你是进不来了。Hurry up. All X-ray drivers, may you please meet on the track. Look for Zuka, thank you.
Welcome back to the LiveRC.com broadcast studio here at the Fangtai Sports Circuit in Beijing, China. I'm Aaron Waldron here with Chris Mitchell as we wrapped up the 5th round of 6 of qualifying here for the International Scale Touring Car Competition. And Bruno Coelho locked down the first spot on the grid with 4 TQ runs and 5 tries. But the big breaking news here at the end of round 5, Elis Groskamp, the 2012 world champion, put in an incredible third place run here in round number 5 that would have given him a great shot at making the main event, may be disqualified due to his car not passing post-race tech inspection. Sitting here with Chris Mitchell from Australia. Chris, heartbreaker for Elis.
Absolutely. You could see it in his face when he did that pit interview with him. He was absolutely shattered after that. Potential disqualification for being underweight. You can see he doesn't know how it happened. I can't figure out how it would happen. They weigh the car as you go through pre-tech. You supposedly get a sticker that says you passed, you're all good, you can keep going. And then you go through the rest of pre-tech, you race, and he comes in What I find interesting is they weigh it on a different set of scales.
Well, they did actually go back and weigh it on the previous scale, which is something that we just found out before this studio. Getting back here into the studio. They
Right.
went back and weighed the scale on the previous scale that they used for pre-tech as well, and the car was the same weight on both scales, and it was illegal on both of them.
Right.
So that's one method of the appeal here that Gillis may not have worked in his favor. Of course, the scale was not zeroed out correctly before it was weighed in pre-tech. There's unfortunately no way for them to go back and prove that. If it was windy, it may have affected that pre-tech scale, but I mean, there's the fact that it was illegal on both scales here, and that after the post-race tech inspection here really takes the wind out of the sails of any potential
Yeah.
appeal Gillis may be able to file.
The only thing Gillis seems to have going for him now is the fact that it did get passed before he went out. And his method of appeal would be basically to say that, well, it passed before I went out and raced. I did my race and nothing fell off.
Right.
So why is it underweight when I come back in? That's literally the only thing I can see that's going in his favor that he might be able to appeal on.
Well, and that's the other thing, that the drivers do have to anticipate any sort of weight reduction throughout the race, be it tire wear. If he were to have lost a part, which we understand that he didn't, but, if he was very, very right on the edge and he goes out and just sheds a whole bunch of tire rubber.
Yeah, but
I mean,
during the team meetings,
yeah.
when the teams were meeting outside the tech area, they were talking about the tire wear rate and how much you lose. We're talking less than 1 gram
Right.
of rubber lost on the tires. There's not much there, and the team meeting was talking about less than 2 grams variation in a set of tires between one set, a light set and a heavy set, from what they had found in the batches that they have. So I don't see Yilliz being less than 2 grams within the minimum weight. Like, if you're cutting it that fine, you're just asking for trouble.
Sure.
So if it is that, then it's hard to say whether it's really going to go the way that Yilliz wants it to. Personally, I think it's a really sad story to see Yilliz have that taken off him, and you can see he was absolutely heartbroken.
Yeah.
But we'll just have to wait and see and find out.
And then, of course, that's going to toss up everything both for the round 5 results as well as the overall points. So we're not really going to dive too far into that here for this studio wrap-up. We don't have confirmation totally that the disqualification is official, and we don't know when that's going to be made official. Just before I step back into the studio here, I spoke to Max, the race director here at the Fengtai Sports Center, and he said that nothing's been posted yet, but we really shouldn't speculate on what exactly is going to happen. It hasn't been made official yet. When it is made official, you'll find out more information on the liverc.com homepage, thanks to our man on the field, Thomas Tran, and we'll do the best we can to get that information to you as quickly as possible. What we do know, Bruno Coelho will start tomorrow's AAA mains from the front of the grid.
Yeah, the Bruno show is back on. Absolutely.
He's been incredible. The X-Ray team has been super fast this week, and we can't wait to get into some heads-up racing tomorrow. Finally, after so many laps here in Beijing, our coverage this week brought to you by Hobby Wing, along with Destiny, Sweep Racing, and Team Associated. We hope you had a lot of fun watching today's qualifying rounds. We'll be back tomorrow with the 6th round of qualifying and the finals, and you can see the start times for all of those races on our broadcast schedule live. For Chris Mitchell, I'm Aaron Waldron. We will see you tomorrow here on Live RC.
Woo.